imagine how the entire world aviation, seems to have been affected in a big way. So both the Straits of Hormuz and the situation in the air where your leading airports are shut down and there are no flights operating, both are becoming big concern areas, for normal civilians and passengers who are supposed to travel, as well as the global oil prices. If they rise in the next few days, it could impact various countries, including India.
I also want to bring in Sanjay on that note. Sanjay, the way the justification has come in by not just the US president, of course Israel as well, and Donald Trump's own advisors, one really wonders, is this about restoring democracy? Is this about regime change? Is this about eliminating the nuclear program? Or is this about oil and energy at the same time? Because remember, currently it has been established that Iran has no ICBMs at the moment. So what was the prime fear over here?
Israel where we are. The nuclear capacities of Iran, such as they may be, have not been a realistic threat to the US at all. President Trump did claim that Iran has been a threat to the US. There's no credible evidence to back that. President Trump also claimed that Iran is a threat to the whole world. There is no clear evidence of that either. It is Israel and its very existence that would appear to be threatened by the nuclear capacities or the potential nuclear capacities of Iran. It is Israel that is threatened really primarily by the ballistic missiles of Iran. Of course, we are now seeing them being fired all over the place at other countries, seen as allies of the US, seen as supporting this US-Israel attack, so are being roped in as some sort of allies of the US and Israel. But for Israel, the aim had to be the complete elimination of the ballistic missile program, which Iran had refused to do, to completely abandon nuclear enrichment, which Iran had refused to do. So for Israel, this is an existential issue. Netanyahu has been pressing for this for a long time, and it is really these concerns that have been taken on board primarily by the US.
Absolutely.
If we hear President Trump, he has spoken again and again of the nuclear issue. He has not spoken a great deal about people and their rights. Yes, a nice thing to say that he added on at the end of the last speech, but this has been about denuclearizing Iran and completely erasing its ballistic program.
Right, because a separate annual threat assessment of the US intelligence community said that if they were to continue at this rate in terms of the nuclear enrichment, by 2035 perhaps Iran could come up with its own ICBM. What stumps us at the moment is that we've not seen a similar approach being adopted towards, say, a North Korea, where the Hermit Kingdom is in fact going on to test nuclear missiles as frequently as, say, every year or every 6 months. But let me quickly bring in Aman on that note as well. Aman, if it is indeed about regime change, what happens next? Will, say, the return of Reza Shah Pahlavi in fact be able to even ensure a restoration of democracy and, most importantly, cure that cost of living crisis which is plaguing the Iranians at the moment?
Well, of course, Akanksha, Iran has a lot of problems, and Iran has also been suffering a lot of sanctions in the past, and that is why the economy of Iran is really under a lot of stress, and that is why we've also seen the kind of protests we have seen in Iran in the last few months, people coming out on the streets openly protesting against the Khamenei regime, and that is what has also been cited by the US to do this strike, because the US says it stands with the people of Iran in these tough times when their economy is collapsing, when people are protesting against what the US says in authoritarian regime, and they want a more democratic regime in Iran. That is what the US wants. The US also says that there are many other faces in Iran. There are possible options for Iran to go for a more credible and a more democratic leadership. What happens remains, I think in this situation right now, Akanksha, nothing clear, concrete is going to emerge, because right now Iran is in retaliatory mode. If its top and supreme leader has been killed, if its top defense minister has been killed, if its top other officials have been killed, if Khamenei's family has been assassinated in this strike as well, which now the Iranian news agencies are saying, then I don't think Iran is in any mood for any talks or any regime change or any future leadership right now. What is top maybe on Iran's mind, and we are seeing that play out in the Middle East is revenge, and that is what we are seeing from Iran with their drones and their ballistic missiles targeting civilian infrastructure in the UAE, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Kuwait. We are seeing airports being targeted, so that is also a major thing, because if the Abu Dhabi, the Kuwait airport, if the Dubai airport is being targeted, Iran's intention also seems to be to cripple completely the civilian air infrastructure in the region. That will have its own consequences, with thousands and thousands of people stranded at airports with no flight taking off. So how long can that situation continue? If as I said, Dubai and Abu Dhabi are one of the busiest airports in the world, and if these airports remain shut for the next few days, it could lead to a very, very, I would say a very totally confusing situation on the ground for the passengers. We already have examples of many Indians stranded at these airports. Indian government, of course, Indian consulates, high commissions are in touch with the Indians who are stranded at these airports in the Middle East. But the Strait of Hormuz on one hand, which is a ticking bomb for, I would say, for many countries like India, where the oil prices could rise by maybe even $100 if the Strait of Hormuz remains shut for the next few days or few weeks. So these are both concerning situations for countries like India and others who are I think also becoming entangled in this whole thing, because we have so many Indians living in the Middle East. How do we ensure their safety? How do we ensure that Indians are not suffering in these strikes as well? That is, I think, topmost on the Indian, and that is why we see Mr. S. Jaishankar working the phones all night.
Absolutely, and the phone lines have been ringing here in New Delhi as well. How soon will they be able to reach out to the Indians stranded, not just in Tehran, but in fact all over Middle East, thousands of them actually. Sanjay, as someone who's based out of London, what is the word coming in from 10 Downing Street, given that Sir Keir Starmer just yesterday issued a statement saying that the British planes are in the skies and that we will protect the interests of our people and our allies as well?
The British have a compulsion to at least symbolically join the US in just about every military action that the US undertakes. So that is a given. Given that, the word from 10 Downing Street has been somewhat muted. It is a little less assertive, it's a little less loud than it usually is. That it's a slightly guarded expression coming in from Starmer that they will join the US in defensive positions, that they are there on board with the US in this, but they are not being particularly strident on this. We've also had a slightly cautionary language coming in from President Macron. He has said that he has not minced words about the Iranian regime and its nature and the fact that it has been brutal in its dealing with protests. He has supported that, but he's also sought a UN intervention, which is something that Trump is, let's say, not very fond of. And so we have a slight spectrum of views that is not is quite supportive of this Iranian regime, but is a little limited and a little restrained in the extent of approval of the US-Israeli action, and a little less fully on board with it. So we do have a somewhat limited expression of support coming in from Europe.
Absolutely. In fact, it's interesting you talk about the UN Security Council, because we are being told that they are in an emergency session in the aftermath of these major airstrikes on Iran. What will be the conclusion being drawn, we don't know. And what is the effect that multilateralism is even having at as far as all of these global conflicts are concerned, that in itself is questionable. But Aman, share the latest series of attacks, given that the IDF has already indicated that it is starting a fresh wave of strikes, looking towards dismantling the air defense systems in Iran and also targeting their nuclear sites. This is indeed going to be, it seems like these strikes are going to be unstoppable for the entire week, as have been indicated by Donald Trump.
Well, yes, Akanksha, and I think Israel is doing this because the Iranians are continuing to attack the civilian infrastructure. The latest we have now, after Kuwait, Dubai and Abu Dhabi airports. Now Bahrain is saying, Bahrain Ministry of Interior in fact has put out an official statement that a drone hit the Bahrain's international airport as well. So 4 airports now targeted by the Iranian regime. First it was Kuwait yesterday, then it was Dubai, then it was Abu Dhabi targeted today morning, and now we have a report coming from Bahrain also that the Bahrain airport has also been targeted by a drone by Iran. So clearly Iran's intentions seem to be to cripple the airline infrastructure, the airport infrastructure in the entire Middle East. This is very, very concerning, because if these airports, as I was saying, get shut down for days, it could lead to complete chaos in the airline sector, because thousands and lakhs of passengers, take flights through the Middle East daily, in fact, and these airports are shut. Since yesterday, there are also reports of air sirens sounding in West Jerusalem as well. So clearly, both the sides, though Israel is mounting these strikes now on the air defense systems and the ballistic systems of Iran to cripple whatever is left of the Iran's offensive capabilities, Iran is continuing its attacks on the civilian infrastructure in the Middle East. And this is the top concern, I think, of world leaders now, that not just the Iranian strikes are not limited to just the US bases in the Middle East, which we all expected since yesterday would happen in retaliation. But Iran, in fact, is going much, much further. And this is what also seems to be uniting the world opinion against Iran. In fact, the leader of Saudi Arabia has also put out a statement condemning the Iranian strikes on the civilian infrastructure in the UAE. And so I think most nations are now coming together to condemn the Iranian regime, and this is maybe proving Mr. Donald Trump's case that Iran in fact is a rogue state. Iran in fact is in a way a terror state, and that is why you see this coalition of sorts coming together across the world against Iran right now.
All right, and quickly over to Sanjay as well. Sanjay, the very point that you were making as far as Israel's point of view on this overall joint strike is concerned has been reiterated at the UNSC session, which is just concluded, by the Israeli representative, and I want to quote him. He's saying that diplomacy was exhausted, stressing Iran was required to stop enriching uranium and to allow full inspections. Iran did none of it. They were building the means to force an irreversible reality with our backs against the wall. That is not a future Israel will accept. And that Israel has called the overall joint strike an act of necessity, because the regime left no reasonable alternative. The joint efforts would continue as long as the threat remained. Sanjay, weigh in on the point that's being made. They've called it an act of necessity. So that's also a clear-cut indication that Israel and the United States will not settle for anything but complete decimation of their nuclear sites.
Well, for Israel, this is a matter of survival. It's a matter of existence. There is no nation that is more threatened or feels more threatened by Iran's ballistic missiles and its nuclear capabilities than does Israel. And if Iran were to develop a nuclear weapon and ICBMs that could deliver it, say, by 2035, well, that's around the corner. And certainly Israel will do what it can, and it has done what it could to preempt that and to nip it before that can go any further than it has already. We also had reports from the IAEA that nuclear enrichment in Iran has exceeded the threshold of about 3.7% that was set by the accord earlier, which Trump, we have to say, cancelled. And there is a further question whether that was a very wise move. But the fact is that Israel will want to finish the nuclear program of Iran, finish its missile capacity. And currently, whatever is happening at airports in the region, whatever is happening currently in the Strait of Hormuz, will depend on the relative success of Iran's missile program. As long as there's a regime in place and that has enough command over the military to keep launching these missiles, there will be a continuing shutdown. This will shut down when Israel's missile launching capacity is shut down. That may not happen in a hurry.
Also getting in the latest inputs, in fact, as we speak, There are responses coming in. All right, Raza Pahlavi has sent out a message over here. Ali Khamenei, the bloodthirsty despot of our time, the murderer of tens of thousands of Iran's bravest sons and daughters, has been erased from the face of history. With his death, the Islamic Republic has in effect reached its end and will very soon be consigned to the dustbin of history. Honorable and courageous people of Iran, this may be the beginning of our great national celebration, but it's not the end of the road. Remain vigilant and prepared. The time for a widespread and decisive presence in the streets is very near. Together, united and steadfast, we will bring out the final victory and we will celebrate Iran's freedom across our beloved homeland. Aman, is this an indication that we should now expect Pahlavi to be arriving in Tehran any time now? But how will that even happen, given that the airspaces are going to be shut for quite some time?
Kanksha, it may take time, but I think the alternative voicing is in Iran are now speaking out. We have Reza Pahlavi, the advocate for a secular, democratic Iran for a long time, now putting out this big message, calling Ali Khamenei the bloodthirsty despot of our time, saying that the murderer of tens of thousands of Iran's bravest sons and daughters has been erased from the face of history. This is the big statement coming from him, in a way seconding what Donald Trump has also declared, that Khamenei is dead. He's also saying that with his death, the Islamic Republic has in effect reached its end and very well soon will be consigned to the dustbin of history. He's saying that the honorable and the courageous people of Iran, this may be the beginning of a great national celebration. He's also saying this is not the end of the road. Remain vigilant, remain prepared, and the time for a widespread and a decisive presence in the streets is very, very near. Together, united and steadfast, we will bring about final victory and we will celebrate Iran's freedom across our beloved homeland. So clearly the alternative voices from Iran, the democratic secular voices, are now rising, and that is what Donald Trump has also been saying, that the people of Iran now need to take in their grip the destiny of their nation. They need to look forward to a more credible, democratic, secular leadership and the end to the Iranian Islamic regime, with this move of Khamenei being erased from the face of the planet, as Donald Trump has said. And as we speak, Akanksha, also there are big strikes happening in Tehran right now as we speak. The second wave, I would say, of the Israeli offensive in Iran is now right now happening to take out what is left of Iran's ballistic missiles and Iran's drone infrastructure, and the way they have been targeting the civilian infrastructure in the neighboring nations of the Middle East. Big strikes happening in Tehran right now as we speak, and Israel has launched what I feel is the end game towards Israel after Khamenei's assassination yesterday, and the top leaders of Iran being killed in that particular strike by US and Israel on the compound of Khamenei and his office compound as well. Now we are seeing a second wave of attacks by Israel on Iran to take out the offensive infrastructure that Iran still holds, and the next few hours, in fact, Akanksha, could be very crucial in this regard.
Absolutely. Sanjay, what one is observing right now is that Iran is finding itself in an extremely isolated position, because remember, the words that are coming in from their own Middle Eastern neighbors, including Saudi's defense minister, the Kuwait defense minister, all of these Middle Eastern neighbors who could have perhaps ushered in some form of mediation, they are all condemning Iran for the retaliatory actions that have taken place against their own countries in the last 24 hours, which means that Iran and the Iranian regime has been brought down on to its knees.
Well, this Akanksha could have very long-term and beneficial effects for the US, because what this has done is very rapidly and very dramatically made the US and a lot of Arab countries natural allies. The US has had a long haul in finding acceptance and support in the Arab world. It's taken years and decades, and this could speed up that process hugely, because suddenly now it is the US and the Arabs nations, all of these nations that you mentioned, together against Iran. So this is an alliance that can get cemented and prove a very long-term boon for the US politically within the region. But that said, it's not going to be easy to bring about a new regime in Iran for the US and Israel. Certainly there is no plan for the US to send forces into Iran or for Israel to do so. So if Raza Pahlavi were to land in Tehran, past all these their airport issues, who is there? Who will be there to support him? For that to happen, a great deal else will have to happen first. There would have to be a sufficient and convincing force within Iran, including the IRGC, a very big section of that, the Basij militia. The whole structure in place would have to cave in and surrender its ways and take over these institutions and be in place physically to welcome this kind of leader. That is not something that's looking immediately on the horizon. So there's a limit to what can be done from the air. You can take out people, you can take out missiles, but substituting them is not going to be easy without a presence in the country.
And it's interesting you talk about what kind of a presence is at the moment needed. Can democracy return to Iran? Because remember, many talk about how prior to 1979 there was the monarchy, then there has been the regime of the Ayatollah, high on morality. The youth over there are thirsting for democracy. This is the sense we get from the activists over there, especially after the recent wave of protests that, according to the United States, killed 32,000 protesters. And apart from, say, the way the human rights are being violated in Iran, you also have a cost of living crisis, one that has reached the hinterland. In fact, Sanjay, one has to also talk about how the recent wave of protests began from Tehran Bazaar. Tehran Bazaar is very important because this is the place where the merchants do business. And back in 1979, when they toppled the monarch back then, this was the very place where when the wave of protests had begun. And so this time around, the kind of, say, economic crisis that Iran is going through, apart from the international sanctions, that in itself is taking a toll. Stay with me, Sanjay. We are getting in some breaking inputs right now. America and Israel carried out the attacks. This is the news that we are coming to right now. This is, in fact, the big breaking input coming in from Reuters, actually. Let's quickly go across to Siddhant, who is bringing us that confirmation of the joint strike being conducted by America and Israel, carrying out those attacks during Khamenei's meeting with his close circle. That is the big breaking input coming in. So there's a good possibility that the Ayatollah was indeed eliminated during that strike, the satellite imagery of which we are flashing on your screen. Siddhant, share the details.
Well, that's right, Akanksha. So Reuters is reporting this, that America and Israel carried out the attacks during Khamenei's meeting with his close circle. So this is fresh input which Reuters is reporting. In fact, Akanksha, President Trump claims that Ali Khamenei has been assassinated by US and Israeli forces. Israeli media, Israeli government is also claiming the same. But what we are hearing from Tehran is contradictory reports. They have yet not come official on the assassination of Ali Khamenei. All they have confirmed is that the close relatives of Ali Khamenei and senior officials of the Iranian government have been killed in US strike. So all we are waiting for is the official confirmation from Tehran, or some sort of an acknowledgement of the claims made by President Trump. Till then, suspense continues over Ali Khamenei's assassination. Now, Reuters is reporting that when US and Israeli forces hit that particular premises where Ali Khamenei was present with the other senior officials of the Iranian government, that premises was hit by the joint forces, and in which Ali Khamenei got killed. So this is what the Western media is reporting, Reuters is reporting. As I said, that let's wait for some sort of acknowledgement of these reports from Tehran, or an official confirmation. Perhaps going by the chatter, many are saying that Tehran is right now looking at at a succession plan. Till then, they will remain silent on the killing of Ali Khamenei. They want a successor to be put in his place, and perhaps this could be one of the reasons that why there is blanket silence from Tehran on these reports.
Will the Iranian regime be able to come up with a successor? How quickly? Or is this going to be a possibility that the US President has indicated in his Truth Social post that the IRGC and the military are looking for immunity, and the only way for them to find that immunity is going to be that they back down? Will they back down? The latest reports indicating that Khamenei could very well have been eliminated, but as we said, that without any evidence, without any official confirmation coming in from Iran per se, this is still a fairly nascent report. Siddhant, Sanjay and Aman continue to stay with us as we slip into a quick break. Stay tuned to our live and rolling coverage on Iran here at CNBC.
Infrastructure and civilian places are targeted, there could be heavy casualties, and that is what India is the most concerned about. But because I was saying earlier, India has a huge population in the Middle East. We have a lot of people working there, a lot of people living there, and that is why India is most concerned, and that is why S. Jaishankar has been working the phone all night, calling up his counterparts in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in UAE, in Saudi Arabia, basically asking for assurances that Indian population will remain safe. That said, India has also impressed upon Israel in this call that Mr. Jaishankar had with his Israeli counterpart last night, saying that parties should de-escalate. India is appealing to Israel to de-escalate. This is very important because Prime Minister Narendra Modi was just in Israel earlier this week, and shortly after his return from Israel, we have seen this conflict assuming this massive proportion. So in a way, India has a very close relationship with Israel. Both the leaders, Netanyahu and Modi, have a personal good relationship equation. Will India be able to press upon Israel? We don't know. Right now, I think Israel is determined to eliminate the I would say the entire threat from Iran. The US has said it very clearly. They want to annihilate the Iranian Navy. They want to completely destroy any offensive capabilities that Iran has. They are looking for a new Iran. But, can you build a new Iran after demolishing and wrecking the country the way the US is bombing almost the entire nation of Iran remains to be seen. But if you see Trump's post on Truth Social, he's very clearly said Iranians need to look forward now to a new regime, to new leaders who can guide the country, who can build a new country. Well, these are big words by Trump, but how far that will be remain, work on the ground remains to be seen, because the conflict only seems to be increasing.
And this is putting mediators in a very tricky position right now. I'm sure Sanjay can weigh in on that, because remember, you mentioned the Omani officials, Sanjay. They've also said that the talks seem to be going on to a Middle East is concerned, and the international airports in Dubai, even in Bahrain. Now, we're getting in some breaking inputs as far as the situation at IGI airport is concerned. We are being told that passengers have been stranded at the IGI airport amid flight disruptions and cancellations due to the situation in the Middle East. Let me quickly take that forward with Aman and Siddhant, and Sanjay also continue to stay with us. Aman, what more can you tell us, and is this going to be a prolonged disruption at the moment, given the situation as we observe?
Well, it seems that, Akanksha, because the entire Middle East is shut. All the airports, Abu Dhabi airport, Dubai airport, Bahrain airport, Kuwait airport, all these airports are shut, and Abu Dhabi and Dubai specifically being one of the most busiest airports in the world, because these big transit airports are also shut, and we don't know till when. There are thousands and thousands of passengers who are stranded now, who are either in transit and or who are flying to Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and that is going to have a ripple effect also on the international flights going from India. And I believe Air India, Indigo, all our major operators who operate internationally are also cancelling a lot of flights which go through the Middle East, and much of the air traffic flows through the Middle East, and this is going to be a major disruption already, because thousands of passengers stranded, and the strikes also happening at so earlier today we saw a strike at the Dubai airport. There's also reports of the Abu Dhabi airport being a target, and drone being intercepted, and one Asian person losing his life, and 7 were injured in the strike which has happened after this interception happened, and the sharpness fell on the Abu Dhabi airport. So both these airports are the busiest airports in the world. Both of them are on the target of the Iranian forces, and both have been damaged. to a certain extent through these strikes, and that is why I think the ripple effect on the entire aviation industry in the world is going to happen because of that. And I remember with Dubai airport shut, all the major Middle East airlines are now shut. Etihad is shut, Emirates is shut, with none of these planes flying, and they're all grounded right now due to the shutdown of the airports. Of course, the airline sector is completely on a standstill till these airports start operating.
I'm going to quickly bring in Sanjay also, who continues to stay with us. Sanjay, the key word that Aman used was ripple effect. When we talk about ripple effect, look at the way this is going to also lead to supply chain disruptions in terms of energy supplies. Also, not to forget, the India-Middle East business partnership is at a booming $179 billion. And you're looking at other trading partners apart from Israel, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain. We have, in fact, a roaring trade partnership with these countries, but what is the overall impact going to be like in the days ahead?
When we speak of the ripple effect, this is arising from the strikes and the attacks primarily, but the reason that the ripples are continuing is the fear of more strikes. There's no way an airline will operate if there is a fear at all of a ballistic missile from Iran in airspace. They simply will not fly, which is what we are seeing also in the Strait of Hormuz. A lot of ships have now stopped. They are simply not going that way because they fear these ballistic missiles. So it is the fear itself that has become a weapon that Iran is wielding, a calculated weapon without doubt. How long will this fear continue? As long as Iran continues to launch missiles, even if there is the occasional missile that is launched and that gets through airspace to hit any place in the Middle East now, airlines will remain grounded and aircraft will remain grounded, and the ships are not going to use the Strait of Hormuz. For all this to resume normalcy, a great deal will have to happen, which is really complete elimination of the missile capacity of Iran. That's not going to be easy. There are thousands of missiles in place, and Iran has tens of thousands of drones it can launch. So even if there were to be a collapse of the regime by way of a sea change in the kind of regime you have, even if there are remnant groups launching the occasional missile, it will be very difficult for ships to sail through that strait and for aircraft to fly in that region.
So what is the word coming in from the concluded UNSC session? Because all voices, not just the United States, Israel, but the Iranian were also present over there. They've called it a blatant violation of international law. And on the other hand, you have the US and Israeli representatives, in fact, saying that they were left with no option and that this entire joint strike was a necessity.
Well, that's right, Akanksha. This is not for the first time that US is walking out of the mediation of taking a diplomatic route. Negotiations were on with Iran. In fact, back then in Trump's first tenure, at that point as well, ahead of Iran and United States could come to conclusion to sign a deal. United States walked out of the deal. In fact, last year in June as well, when negotiations were going on, US and Israeli forces struck nuclear sites in Iran. So Iran was very much prepared for any kind of kinetic action, and perhaps, as I said, that not for the first time, this time around again, the second round of negotiations with Iran were going on, and this operation was launched where US and Israeli forces struck targets inside Iran. Now, in fact, why this decision was taken suddenly when negotiations were going on? In fact, President Trump deployed Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to speak to Iranian Foreign Minister IRGC. The talks took place in Geneva, but despite that, this operation was launched, and now we're getting to know that Ali Khamenei has been assassinated. So perhaps was US looking for the right time, the coordinates of Ali Khamenei? Was it planned in such a way that when they actually got to know about his location and they decided to go after him, was it out of sudden? Perhaps these are details which will come out in days to come. But right now we know is that US claims that Ali Khamenei is dead. Israel says that Ali Khamenei has been assassinated, but Iran is silent. Iran is not confirming the death of Ali Khamenei. Perhaps many are saying that they're looking for the succession plan. Once that succession plan will be put in place, maybe after that they could announce or officially declare the death of Ali Khamenei. So, situation is dynamic right now, and it's unfolding, and there are a lot of still there are a lot of developments taking place in the region.
Absolutely. We are yet to receive a formal confirmation with regards to Khamenei's elimination. But remember, Iran has now started confirming that indeed the family members, including the daughter and grandchild of the Ayatollah, have been eliminated in this joint strike. The key question being, did diplomacy have any scope, or was this a hogwash, given that the Israelis have confirmed that this joint strike was in the making for quite a few months. Going to slip into a quick break as we bring you all the live and breaking updates on the situation in Iran and Middle East. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
All right, so the Canadian Prime Minister throwing his weight entirely behind this American-Israeli operation, military strikes against Iran. I just want to get a quick word in from Michael Kugelman on this. So the Canadian Prime Minister, is this also a way of him trying to sort of soothe the ruffled feathers with President Trump of late? Canada and America have had all kinds of problems when it comes to their trading relationship. Or we're not seeing the Canadian Prime Minister take the same line as, let's say, the French President or the Russian President for that matter?
Right. I mean, we've already seen some other leaders from the West appear to come out in support of Israel and the United States. For example, the Australian Prime Minister came out with what came across as a pretty strong statement in support of the Iranian people, the Iranian public, which could be seen as going against the regime. It's going to be very delicate in terms of how America's allies handle things, and particularly those that are geographically located closer to the conflict. So, as we know, some leaders are more concerned than others about upsetting or provoking the president. But, given how explosive a situation this conflict has become, I think that everyone, that all heads of state, heads of government, are just going to be very careful.
Watching the morning news, I'm Akanksha Swaroop. This is our live and rolling coverage on the situation in Iran and the Middle East. Remember, Israel has begun its renewed wave of strikes on Tehran. This after the US President already announced that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been eliminated in the joint strikes that took place and were conducted under what the US has called Operation Epic Fury. There, remember, has been no evidence shared so far by the United States, Israel, or any confirmation coming in from Iran. But Iran has continued to confirm that indeed Khamenei's daughter and his grandchild have been eliminated on those strikes. But remember, counter strikes are also taking place. Iran has come up with its own set of retaliatory strikes. It's targeting all of those US allies in the Middle East, from UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. All of these countries are currently on tenterhooks because it is the civilian locations which are being targeted. Many of them are in fact airports in Dubai and Bahrain both. On that note, getting in some breaking inputs. are reactions pouring in from the international community. And in the latest, the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has reacted, saying that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's regime claimed countless lives as he backed US military action in Iran. Tehran is yet to confirm if Khamenei is dead or not. Let me quickly take that forward with Aman Sharma. In fact, Sanjay Suri is currently stationed live in Tel Aviv. He's been reporting since day one, ever since Prime Minister Modi visited Israel. Siddhant also joining me in from the newsroom. Quickly taking this forward with Aman. Aman, what more can you tell us in terms of the global reactions we are seeing come in? And this is exactly the point we've been making, that Iran is finding itself increasingly in a very isolated position.
Absolutely, Akanksha. His passing will not be mourned. That is what the Australian Prime Minister is now very clearly saying. He's saying that the Khamenei regime had costed hundreds and thousands of people their lives over the years, and that is why Australia is now very clearly saying it backs the strikes carried out by the US and Israel on Iran. And as you correctly say, Iran is getting increasingly isolated on the world stage, not just because it has been targeted by US and Israel after these days and days of back and forth which was happening, but the civilian infrastructure which is being targeted by Iran now all over the Middle East, from Kuwait to Bahrain to UAE, Dubai, Abu Dhabi airports. This is what also I think is consolidating the world opinion against Iran, that this is the regime gone rogue after its supreme leader has been assassinated in these strikes. And who will really call the shots now in Iran with this regime bombing civilian infrastructure, posing a threat to the lives of civilians, shutting down the entire airline infrastructure, airport infrastructure all over the Middle East, the Straits of Hormuz being shut down, which is posing a danger to the oil supplies in the world. The oil prices could rise. So overall, I think the momentum and the sentiment seems to be increasingly against Iran.
All right, news coming in. Perhaps we could be receiving confirmation on the Ayatollah's death indeed coming in from Iran, but let me quickly go across. All right, breaking inputs coming in. Iran has indeed confirmed that their supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed. This is just a couple of hours after the US President Donald Trump made that announcement in the Truth Social post that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed in that joint strike which the US has called Operation Epic Fury, has indeed eliminated the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Finally, a confirmation coming in from Iran. This is big news, one that will go in the annals of history, could very much have a ripple effect. As we are already seeing how Iran has started retaliating with that set of retaliatory strikes. What this could mean for the overall geopolitical polity, more importantly for Middle East, given that the European forces, the West, have already joined hands with their support being extended to the United States. Big news coming in. Iran finally confirming that their supreme leader has been killed. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei killed in that joint strike that was conducted by the United States and Israel yesterday. And this is bound to have a ripple effect. Remember, as Iran has already said that they will not let go of this. Let me quickly take this forward with Sanjay Suri, who's currently stationed in Tel Aviv. Sanjay, finally a confirmation coming in from the Iranian side that Khamenei has indeed been killed.
It's hardly likely that Trump would have put out that post if he was not absolutely certain of it. Israel and the Mossad, particularly the intelligence agency and the external intelligence agency of Israel, would have been the prime mover and the prime factor in intelligence gathering. Certainly they would have been completely reliable information about where he is, when he is, before they struck, and that attack would have likely decided, the timing of that attack would likely have been decided once they knew exactly where he was. And so that attack was carried out. Certainly they would have made sure that it succeeds, and they would have verified that the death has taken place before making an announcement. So it was hardly likely that President Trump could have made that announcement and then discover that Khamenei is well and kicking after all. But this does indicate a great deal of chaos and panics really within the Iranian establishment. Once the information began to surface that Khamenei has been killed, first we had a report and a statement saying that, well, he's alive and well. Then we had an announcement, so to speak, that he's about to go to the nation in a televised address to convince people he's alive and well. That didn't happen. Then came a statement saying that, well, he's alive and well, even if he has not made that statement. So now we have this. The question now is, what next? Who can be named? Whoever is named will have a death warrant on that name, on himself straight away. That person becomes the next target. And if the intelligence from Israel and the US was good enough to have got Khamenei, it will be good enough to get the next person. So who will come forward, or will there be anyone in a hurry at all? Or will a cohort of leaders collectively take decisions without anyone being singled out publicly for it?
Stay with me, Sanjay. I want to bring in Aman and Siddhant as well. Aman, remember, it's important to put it out there for our viewers how this has all unfolded in the last 24 hours. It began with a daylight assault. One, as was confirmed by the Israeli and the US officials, was meant to decapitate the Iranian leadership. Plumes of smoke were seen rising in that satellite imagery that came out from the compound where Khamenei actually resided. And then this was 9:30 a.m. in Tehran local time when that daylight assault happened. And this was actually very different because most of the bombings that take place in these closely coordinated joint strikes are nighttime operations. This was a daylight operation. Soon after, they said that they had eliminated senior leadership, and within 24 hours, we've seen Iran retaliate. This has been a historic last 24 hours, which of course is going to change the overall historic trajectory of the Middle East. Aman?
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. This is big news. So a little over 3 hours after Donald Trump made it public that Khamenei has been killed in the US-Israel joint strike yesterday, now Iran is confirming the same, that their supreme leader Khamenei has been killed in the US-Israel joint strike yesterday on the compound where Mr. Khamenei used to live in Tehran. That was bombed yesterday in a very coordinated and targeted strike, as Donald Trump has described it to be. It is believed that Mr. Khamenei was in talks with his core group at that particular time when this strike has happened. It has not just killed Khamenei, it has also killed the top leadership of Iran, the political leadership, as well as the family of Khamenei, his daughter, his grandchild, other members of his family have also been killed in this big strike. This is the big moment, historic moment, Akanksha, after nearly 4 decades of being the supreme leader of Iran. Khamenei is finally dead, and it has taken Donald Trump, his patience running out after negotiations were going on with Iran, the talks were going on, but he had fixed that 10-day deadline, and as soon as the 10-day deadline was over, Trump has proven true to his word. He has taken out one of the most ruthless, I would say, leaders in the world in Khamenei with a very targeted strike by US-Israel yesterday. This is huge news. This is going to change the Middle East like it has never before.
Absolutely, and Siddhant, we've been talking about this, how Iran has no option, but it seems like, there is, of course, the IRGC is still very much standing tall. They are digging in their heels, but they are finding themselves extremely isolated because Hamas, Hezbollah, they have been in fact completely or eliminated. They are waning thin in terms of their own force. All that Iran currently has is IRGC, and if going by the claims that the US president has been making with its own set of confirmations, the other big claim he's made is that the IRGC and the military along with the police have all indicated that they are looking towards immunity, and the only way for them to find that immunity is that they surrender. So is it that the mission for the United States and Israel to orchestrate this regime change has actually succeeded?
Well, Akanksha, with this acknowledgement, with this confirmation that Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is dead, perhaps could increase uncertainty not only in Iran but whole of the region, because this could also mean, Akanksha, that hardliners within the IRGC could consolidate power, rival clerics faction could clash, and domestic unrest could intensify. Now, Supreme Leader's secretariat comprises of the top clerics in Iran, perhaps the advisors to the Supreme Leader. Now, there will definitely be a struggle for power. IRGC, as we were discussing before with Aman, that IRGC is the elite commando force of Iran. And the job of IRGC is to protect the regime, to protect the Supreme Leader. Now, the generals in IRGC are very powerful. They are in control of sophisticated weapons, missile systems, nuclear sites, etc., etc. Then Basij, again, the paramilitary force of Iran, they control the roads and streets of Iran. They are again very powerful. So this could lead Iran into more uncertainty. We could if succession plan could not get implemented rightly, because there are some reports suggesting that the vice president could take over, etc., etc. All those things, chatter is going on social media. President Trump said in one of his interviews that United States has succession plan and they have eligible people for the job. He said that. So United States will definitely be wanting somebody who could be some Venezuela kind of an arrangement in Iran. I'll put it this way, Akanksha. But definitely IRGC and the clerics will want somebody from IRGC will want somebody from their force to be leading the country or control in their hands. The clerics will want the control in their hands. So I think this acknowledgement, this confirmation is perhaps could lead Iran into
IRIB, which is the Iranian state media, has confirmed that the death of Iran's supreme leader has indeed happened. That is the big news this hour. Let's also quickly listen in to another reaction that's coming.
ایشان در پاسخ همه اصرارها فرمود چرا باید وقتی مردم و خانواده هایشان زیر آتش دشمنند من و خانواده‌ام به پناهگاه برویم. چه سالها و دهه‌ها که در دعاهای شبانه با اشک و تضرع از خدای شهیدان مرگ سرخ و لقاء خونی.
IRIB, which is the state broadcaster of Iran, has in fact made that big announcement over there that we were just playing out to you on your screens, that the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has indeed been killed. This was in the joint strike. The US has called it Operation Epic Fury. He's been eliminated yesterday. Now the other big question is to do with the succession. Let me quickly bring in Sanjay Suri also on that note. Sanjay, going by all the claims that Donald Trump has been making, he's been delivering upon it. The first big claim was that indeed Khamenei has been killed. Second big claim is that the IRGC is looking for immunity. That means that it will be the US deciding who gets to rule Iran. He's also gone on to say that he indeed knows who he wants to lead Iran. That's very critical at the moment. Weigh in on that, because we've also heard that detailed message from Reza Pahlavi, which he's posted on X.
Let's say that a lot of IRGC, and it will never be all of it, decide to do what Trump wants, just surrender. Who will they surrender to? Who is in Tehran that they will surrender to? It's not Israel, it's not the US, it's Iranians. There's nobody else in the world who is in Tehran. Nobody else in the world is going to get there in a hurry. So what we would then have to have is a section of IRGC surrendering to another section of IRGC, which means that a section of IRGC says that we will abandon our ways, abandon our policies. IRGC is IRGC in name, but it's a transformed force. It's a secular force. It's a completely different kind of force. We will then import the Shah's son, Raza Pahlavi. He will come, ensure democracy, elections, a new government is elected, all done. Do we see all this happening in a great hurry? There is a fundamental question here. IRGC derives such legitimacy as it believes it has from a certain kind of an Islamist arrangement and Islamist structure that has been ruling Iran. Will they abandon it altogether, even if the majority of people are opposed to it? This is a section that has put down that majority again and again. Will they surrender their ways? Will they completely transform themselves? And it would then have to be a collective transformation. Short of that, we will be looking at a civil war, and a civil war starting from within the IRGC. So there's a lot that will need to be done, and a lot that will need to happen before we can see the kind of change that Trump envisages.
Aman, the kind of retaliation we've seen coming from Iran is unprecedented in nature, at least in the recent past, in the recent decades, so to say. Do we see this now coming to a pause, given that Iran has finally confirmed the demise of the supreme leader? He indeed is no longer there, puts them even in a further more vulnerable position.
Well, Akanksha, see, US has decapitated Iran yesterday, you know, with the taking out of Khamenei, who's been at the helm in Iran for almost 4 decades. This is a huge strike, you know, and it's taken finally US and Israel joining hands for this very well coordinated, I think a very well planned strike. Also, as you were mentioning earlier, this has happened in bright daylight, you know, not in late at night. Israel has chosen to carry out the strike along with the US in broad daylight. Also, I think catching Iran by surprise, because everybody was expecting all these days that when US and Israel strike, it will be late at night, and that also explains the pinpointed intelligence that Israel had, that where Khamenei is, he's meeting in fact his top leadership in a compound which was bombed by Israel yesterday. And today what we are seeing after that, I think, is Iran trying to up the ante by targeting the civilian infrastructure in various other Middle East countries. But now as we speak, Akanksha, Israel is carrying out another wave of big strikes in Iran, and we hear about these big explosions happening in Tehran and other parts of Iran. And that, I think, the final effort from Israel and US is now to take out the offensive capabilities, if they are left, of Iran, because now their supreme leader is killed, the entire leadership is in a disarray, and this is the time that I think they are moving in for the kill and totally decapitate Iran and put in a new leadership in place in the days to come.
And before leadership is also ensured, Siddhant, maybe you could weigh in on, after what we witnessed in the previous June strikes that took place, which were targeting nuclear enrichment sites as well. So whether it's Natanz, Fordo, Isfahan, remember yesterday they were again attacked. Will the United States and Israel ensure that this time around these nuclear sites are completely decimated, because they have ample evidence to already suggest that the nuclear enrichment is still very much going on in Iran? All right, Sanjay, you know, yesterday, remember, we were also talking about how Iran's the scientist, the chief scientist or the leader looking after their nuclear program had also been eliminated in the strikes. That in itself has it's also going to in fact pose a huge hurdle when it comes to taking Iran's nuclear enrichment program any further. Are we now also going to see US strikes targeting these nuclear sites and ensuring that they are completely decimated?
Most certainly, that will be a prime aim now of the US and Israeli forces. It will be the nuclear sites, it will be the missile facilities and the missile launching centers that are scattered around Iran. It is these that will have to be neutralized if a degree of normalcy has to be returned to the entire region by way of air travel and by way of shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. So it is going to be a continuing problem as long as Iran has a missile launching capacity. It seems to be the aim of the US and Israel that the way to tackle this is not to attack every launcher physically, but to attack the top, attack the leadership itself, and that they have done quite effectively, which of course also tells us that the Iranians were not very smart. The whole world has seen this build up. The whole world knows and has known that Khamenei is the first target, and they couldn't protect him. There he was sitting in his own place where everyone would expect him to be, not hidden in some bunker that then has to be detected. So the Iranians are really not on top of the game. They haven't been able to protect their own leader. Will they be able to protect all of their nuclear sites? Will they be able to protect all the ballistic missiles that they have and that they have very proudly displayed and boasted of? It's not very clear. It will depend upon what kind of leadership now is in place that will be able to operate these, if at all.
Absolutely, and that is going to be the next area of focus. But remember, currently the US president has already indicated that there's going to be pinpointed bombardment which will continue, and it is already continuing as the IDF has renewed its strikes on Tehran. Sanjay, Aman and Siddhant continue to be with us. Siddhant, yesterday the leader of the nuclear enrichment program in Iran was eliminated. Now the focus is also going to be on the Iranian nuclear facilities. Remember, there was enough damage done in June, but that still didn't ensure complete elimination of these nuclear sites, whether the ones in Fordo, Isfahan or Natanz. Yesterday, there were more strikes in Isfahan and Natanz as well. Could you also give us a sense of what is the kind of nuclear enrichment program that they are looking at, the details that have been shared by IAEA, sorry. Yes, please go ahead.
So, Akanksha, in fact, there are two aspects to look at the negotiations which were going on between United States and Iran. Now, going by the policy of Iran, in fact, they said this many times that there was a fatwa from the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei that there should not be usage of nuclear weapon by Iran, or Iran should not move in the direction of becoming a nuclear power. And in fact, Iran time and again cited this fatwa by the Supreme Leader during negotiations at various forums at world stage. Point number one. Point number two, that as far as nuclear sites are concerned, as you rightly said, Fordo, Isfahan and Natanz were hit by the US forces last year in June. But after that operation, a military attack, military targeting of these sites, Akanksha, there was no satisfactory sort of understanding could be reached, as far as the nuclear program of Iran is concerned, because there were multiple reports saying that US could manage to damage the nuclear program of Iran. But then many experts at that time, Akanksha, said that it cannot be done militarily. If you want to shut Iran's nuclear program, then you have to engage with Iran diplomatically. Many experts said that. Last year in June, many said that Iran shifted its entire program to a different place before US could hit Natanz, Fordo and Isfahan. So those things were also said. But the larger issue is that US and Israel wanted Iran not only to shut its nuclear program, that's one demand, but the other demand was to put end to its missile stockpile, to put end to its missile development program as well. And perhaps each time around, what I could understand after negotiations, after going through various reports on the negotiation talks between United States and Iran, perhaps this has remained this sticking point between the two sides. So you know, the missile stockpile, missile program of Iran perhaps was a bigger concern for both Israel and the United States.
Stay with me. Getting in more breaking inputs. In fact, more confirmations coming in from the Iranian media. What are they sharing? They're sharing the timing of the entire strike, which actually eliminated the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Iranian media sharing this information that Khomeini was indeed killed in the early hours of Saturday. But remember, this was a daytime strike, as has been indicated in the reports by the United States and Israel as well. But this was in the early hours of Saturday. This, in fact, is a breaking away from what we've seen normatively, what strikes look like. These were coordinated daylight strikes on Tehran, and that, of course, sparked Iranian retaliation. But Iranian media confirming that Khomeini was indeed killed in the early hours of Saturday. As we all know, we are sitting on Sunday right now, and so this was roughly 24 hours ago that those strikes killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Aban, as we've been talking about how the US and Israel have gone on to talk about how they were looking at decapitating not just the Iranian leadership, but all of the government machinery, the apparatus of the government. And that is why they made a conscious effort to go ahead with this daylight assault, as they have called it. And that is what it has ensured, a complete decimation of the entire government machinery, because if you go by the satellite imagery that we are bringing to our viewers, it's the entire compound which you can see has this plume of smoke actually rising up, going on to indicate that that's been reduced to now a heap of rubble.
Well, clearly, Akanksha, I think the entire idea of this operation, the entire motive behind it is the complete annihilation of the top political leadership of Iran. You know, it's been very clear, and Donald Trump had actually given enough warnings in the days earlier that, you know, if Iran does not listen, does not toe the line, does not sign on the dotted line, there will be very, very grave consequences. And I think Trump has stayed true to his word. This strike was done with pinpointed intelligence, pinpointed accuracy, and great force. You know, it's happening in the daylight when Khamenei, along with his top brass, is there having a meeting. What we're being told in his compound, the entire compound is bombed through a very pinpointed strike, which has taken out the entire leadership. In fact, not just the entire leadership, even Khamenei's family has been killed in this particular strike, the details that we are getting. So this is a big, strike by Israel and the US together. And right now, after Iran responded to it, and because Khamenei has been killed, also now explains in a way, Akanksha, why Iran has chosen to up the ante further and go and attack the civilian infrastructure in the Middle East. Not just limited counter-attack to the US bases in the Middle East, but also go after the airport infrastructure in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, in Kuwait, in Bahrain. These repeated strikes which have happened in an attempt to harm civilians. I think this is the regime going rogue in a way, and that is what the US has been saying. And the counter strikes which are happening right now in Tehran by Israel are aimed at killing all this offensive capability that Iran still holds, and we are seeing that playing out. So very, I think, a tense situation. In the next few hours, we could have more clarity on what exactly US and Israel have together achieved. But right now, the big story, of course, is that Iran has confirmed that its supreme leader is dead, and after being at the helm for nearly 4 decades.
Absolutely, being at the helm for nearly 4 decades, and ironclad rule that he will be remembered for 36 years to be precise. A part of the population, 75% of them, in fact, are the youth. They had lost that connect, and I want to bring in Sanjay on that note. Sanjay, remember earlier also in the wee hours of today, we were discussing the lack of connect with the Ayatollah's regime, even though, of course, the more senior population could relate to him, the ones who actually still had belief in the morality that was brought in by the Ayatollah. But much of the population is now the youth, which were born after 1979, post that revolution. What will this mean for the youth today in Iran? Will US be able to usher in a new era of politics as far as the activists are concerned? They've been calling for democracy to be restored in the Middle Eastern nation.
That is a factor, Akanksha, but we do want to remind ourselves that it's not perhaps necessarily an absolute and straight division between
True.
youth and age here. There would be people within the establishment who would have been opposed to these ways, recognizing that there is a groundswell of opposition to it. And there is a question that does arise from the manner of this assassination or taking out of Khamenei. He was sitting in his own home together with his family, together with his advisors, and for the Iranian government to have let him be there, for everyone around him to have let him sit in his home at breakfast, it would seem, with his family. I mean, how unbelievably dumb is that? And that does lead to the question that was there a leak within the system immediately around him that could have alerted the Israelis and the Americans that this is where he is and when he is. The intelligence they would have had, certainly satellite intelligence, certainly electronic intelligence, but for them to have struck, they are very likely to have had human intelligence as well. So there will arise a question whether there's a conspiracy here, a conspiracy against Khamenei that led to a tip-off that he would be where he was, and even more perhaps than a tip-off to make sure that he is where he is and then do the tip-off. We are speculating here without doubt, but there is without doubt a question how he could have been placed there as a sitting duck in his own home when there was a build-up of these forces out to target him primarily. That then leads to this question about the groundswell, and that certainly is mostly youth-led, and they are opposed to this kind of Islamism that's being forced down their throat. They don't want it. They're exposed to the world and the ways of the world. They want it done differently. They will live their faith, practice it, but in their own space, in their own way. It's between an individual and that individual's faith. It cannot be a government system that's thrown at them. So this is the kind of divide we are seeing in Iran. How this will express itself by way of a resolution towards having a government in place that can encompass all these elements and rule. This is very, very uncertain at the moment.
You know, you've highlighted a very, very key critical point, which I'm sure in a couple of hours we'll also be hearing about in terms of how this operation was conducted. In the Venezuelan operation, it was made amply evident that there was indeed intel shared, there was indeed input with the US, which helped them to conduct that operation. In fact, Maduro was taken out alive at least and is now being put under trial. But here you're looking at the supreme leader of a country that wields enough influence, not just in the Middle East, but over the overall Shiite population in the world. And so this is, in fact, an assassination which is bound to go down in the annals of history. And Siddhant, you know, taking that point forward, a very key critical one being shared about in terms of whether there was any intel sharing done with the United States. The US president in his post has said, and let me quote him verbatim, as I said last night, now they can have immunity with regards to IRGC. We are hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Is that an indication in itself that, yes, perhaps the overall power structure has already been undergoing a change while Khomeini was still alive?
Well, that's right. So, Akanksha, this has been going on from quite some time. In fact, US and Israeli forces, intelligence was preparing to take down Khamenei from a very long time, and they were seriously pursuing this task. So, if you look back how it all started, now Iran's main tool of domination in the region was its proxies, Akanksha, Hamas, Hezbollah and Houthi rebels. Now, it all started by eliminating senior Hamas leadership Yahya Sinwar and others were killed by Israeli forces. Then in Lebanon, the pager attack and their senior leadership was eliminated. Perhaps that was the biggest setback for Iranian proxy network in the region, and these proxies were largely controlled and used to work in connivance with IRGC, Akanksha. So after the senior Hamas leadership was eliminated, then senior Hezbollah leadership was eliminated by Israel. Perhaps that in a way broke the spine of Iranian security architecture, security network in the region, and after which Israel decided to go after Iran directly. And if you remember, in 2024, for the first time, Israel and Iranian forces exchanged fire, which lasted for a few hours because of the air defense systems put in place by US and allies. They could manage to sustain Iranian missile attack. Then last year in June, as we were discussing before, the nuclear sites were hit. Perhaps at that time it was said that it is being done to bring Iran to the tables for the negotiations. Then the protest broke out in December. Economy is not doing good. University students, traders, etc., hit the streets, and there were repeated calls from US President, Israeli leadership for a regime change. And as you said, now coming to your question, so all these developments made IRGC and those who were loyal to the regime perhaps believe that regime could collapse. And the first time this was evident when Akanksha last year in June, the nuclear sites were hit, and there were multiple explosions in various parts of Iran were reported. At that time, there were multiple reports which suggested that Israeli...
I'm so sorry to interrupt you there, Siddhant. As we speak about these nuclear sites, we're getting in some breaking inputs right now. Witness reports are suggesting that Iran has heard loud explosions over Isfahan. So this is exactly what we here at CNN News 18 were discussing, that the focus now shifts over to completely decimate the remaining nuclear sites. Sanjay Suri, you could weigh in on that aspect. Loud explosions heard over Isfahan. There's Fordo, there's Natanz, there are a host of other nuclear sites. And now clearly the US and Israel will be looking towards ensuring, now that the joint strikes are happening, that they completely eliminate these nuclear sites.
We heard the claim, Akanksha, from Trump earlier that the nuclear capacities of Iran had been obliterated, and that was in the last strikes. Clearly, they were not. And reports have surfaced that a lot of the enriched uranium had been stored, particularly at the Isfahan site. And that certainly will be the target, and that is an area that Iran has taken a lot of steps to protect further in recent days and recent weeks. We've seen several indications of that through satellite imagery. A question then is a very critical question, how deep the attack goes now physically into the Isfahan facility. If it were to hit the uranium itself stored there, what that could result in, and that is a question that has worried IAEA, and if it has worried them, it should worry us all. They have said that so far they have no reports of any radiation arising from there, and that there has been no consequence from any damage done so far. But if there were to be damage, and if you are looking at missile attacks, they are not going to be discriminating about where to hit, what to hit, how to contain what. This is going to be a blast. And if that blast is effective, will it hit the uranium itself? What could that lead to? This is not the primary question for Israel and the US. Their mission is to finish the nuclear capability. How it is done and how it can lead to difficulties certainly is a question for Iran.
Absolutely, because the IAEA has also reported that there is a lack of access at least to two key critical nuclear facilities, one in Fordo, the other in Natanz. Now remember, there are 6 of them, and right now what we can tell our viewers is that Isfahan has reported loud explosions. So it does seem like in this entire week that the US President has indicated there will be pinpoint bombardment is the term that he's used. They will ensure the complete obliteration of these 6 nuclear sites. How the United States and Israel managed to do that without boots on the ground, that is going to be another key critical question. Going to request Sanjay, Aman and Siddhant to continue staying with us as we continue with all the live and latest coming in from Iran and the Middle East after we return after a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
Infrastructure and civilian places are targeted.
Were also present over there. They've called it a blatant violation of international law. And on the other hand, you have the US and Israeli representatives, in fact, saying that they were left with no coming in with regards to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The biggest information that was actually passed on was by the US President himself as he took to Truth Social to declare that the Ayatollah is dead. Is he using this as a leverage as is being claimed by the Iranian media? We do not know. No official confirmation coming in from Iran. In fact, the Israeli side also from Israel's foreign ministry, in fact, as far as the Iranian foreign ministry is concerned, that is actually negating the reports. Let me quickly bring in Sanjay Suri from Tel Aviv at the moment. We'll try and reconnect with Sanjay. He's currently stationed in Tel Aviv. Also, Siddhant will be joining us in just a bit. As far as the Indians are concerned, remember, thousands of them are currently in the Middle East. That includes the UAE, you're looking at Qatar, you're looking at Saudi Arabia, you're looking at various other nations. More importantly, in Iran, several Indian students are currently stranded. Many of them, in fact, sent out those videos urging the Indian government to ensure a timely evacuation. The Ministry of External Affairs, of course, is looking into this overall situation, but at the moment, the top priority is to provide all Indians safe cover before they are eventually. All right, this is a watershed moment. As we all know, the Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been indeed killed. A confirmation that was first shared by the US President himself on his Truth Social post, and then later on, in a couple of hours from that big announcement, it was the Iranian state broadcaster also coming up with that announcement. This is 24 hours roughly after those joint strikes took place in Tehran that not just eliminated the Supreme Leader but also his entire family, including his daughter, his grandchild, and the government machinery. More importantly, its Operation Epic Fury, what has been called by the US. But more importantly, now focus also shifts on to what is Endgame Iran for the United States and for Israel. Is it the complete decimation of the nuclear sites, 6 of them in Iran, or is this also going to ensure a regime change, given that Reza Pahlavi, the son of the Shah, has also sent out a post now on X where he's asked the people of Iran to unite. Let's quickly go across to Siddhant, who continues to stay with us for all the live and latest details that are coming in. Siddhant, what more can you tell us in terms of the explosions that are being reported in Iran right now, Isfahan being one of the nuclear facilities? Share the latest.
Well, that's right. Reports are telling us that there was a massive explosion which was heard in Isfahan, the same place which is famous for Iran's nuclear enrichment program. And in fact, last year in June, Akanksha, when US forces struck targets in Iran, one of the sites which was damaged was a site in Isfahan. So again, explosion is heard in this city of Tehran, which is known for its Iran's nuclear enrichment program. Now, we are still awaiting more details on this particular development. But all we know is that a loud explosion was heard a short while back in Isfahan. Back to you.
Aman, the kind of support we've seen come in from not just the Western forces, but it seems like the retaliatory strikes that Iran has conducted on the US allies in the Middle East seem to have isolated Iran even further, because there's open condemnation not just coming from Western forces like the UK, France, Germany, or even Canada. You also have US allies in the Middle East like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, all of them, and UAE have borne the brunt of these retaliatory exercises. Did this backfire for Iran?
It clearly has, Akanksha. By the look of it, of course, after the big strike happening by Israel and US yesterday, which has taken out the supreme leader of Iran, there was expected to be a retaliation by Iran. But all of us and all the experts were expecting that the Iran would be attacking the US bases in various Middle East countries, as they have done earlier as well, when they targeted one of the US bases in Abu Dhabi after the last strike. But this time, Iran upped the ante. It has attacked civilian infrastructure. If you attack the Dubai airport, if you attack the Al Burj Hotel, if you attack Palm Jumeirah, which is a prominent civilian, site in Dubai, if you attack the Abu Dhabi airport, the Kuwait airport, the Bahrain airport, clearly Iran is now going after the civilian passenger aviation infrastructure in these countries in the Middle East, and that is what seems to have consolidated all these countries together against Iran, because they feel that if their citizens are attacked in such a manner by Iranian missiles, it is clearly the state seems to have gone rogue after the killing of their supreme leader, and that is why we are seeing this combined kind of a combination of all these countries coming together in a way isolating Iran on the world stage. Now there's hardly any voice coming in the favor of Iran that I'm hearing. All the Middle Eastern countries are condemning these strikes carried out on civilian infrastructure, be it in UAE, be it in Bahrain, be it in Kuwait, or be it in other Middle Eastern countries. And even a country like Oman, which was in a way playing the mediator, seems to have suddenly gone completely silent after these strikes have happened on many Middle Eastern countries.
Sanjay, there was a lot of chatter about Donald Trump defying a rules-based order. Is this Donald Trump's moment of glory, where he's asserted that it is the United States which will always end up having the last word? Because remember, till yesterday, we were drawing comparisons with how this is not going to be a Venezuela, this is not going to be a Syria, this is not going to be an Iraq or Afghanistan.
For a long time it's been true, and Trump is not the first president of the US to have this view that it's not about the United Nations, it's about the United States, and they will decide. Certainly today, the new United Nations is Trump. It's his Board of Peace. That is the new UN Security Council with him in charge. That is how he will decide, and to the extent that there's a Board of Peace, even within that, it's not certain that all members can have their voices heard and have any action follow. Their line of wish or reasoning is going to be Trump and Trump's wishes all the way. He's formalized it through the Board of Peace. That Board of Peace is not necessarily a Board of Peace. It was intended and set up for peace in the region. What we have now, almost as the first action of the Board of Peace, is this war. Is this assault? So Trump can create a body, he can create it in his way, call it what he wants, and then do what he wants. This is really Trump calling the shots in every way around the world. Certainly within the US, it's a similar disregard for the Congress or even for the rule of law. Even the Supreme Court ruling, he can't constitutionally change its ruling, but he has condemned them. He's almost abused the Supreme Court for its ruling on the tariffs. So in his worldview, it is just him. And whether there can be a check on him, who knows? Can the Congress do it? We'll have to see what happens next week.
Stay with me. Getting in more breaking inputs. In fact, the Wall Street Journal is reporting the details of that entire joint strike that took place, being called Operation Epic Fury. Israeli aircraft dropped 30 bombs on Khamenei's headquarters. Remember, this was a daylight assault. Much of it was only to ensure that the entire government machinery is at the desk when they make that strike, which is why they made a conscious effort to keep it as a daylight assault, so that there is a complete wipeout of the Iranian leadership, including the government officials. And Wall Street Journal now sharing the details that Israeli aircraft dropped 30 bombs on Khamenei's headquarters. Let me quickly take that forward with Siddhant. Siddhant, what more can you tell us with regards to the details that have been shared about Operation Epic Fury?
No, definitely, Akanksha. This was being planned from a long time. In fact, the US and Israeli forces were looking for the exact coordinates of Ali Khamenei from a very long time, and in fact, the time they saw the opportunity to go after him. In fact, then this operation was launched by US and Israeli forces. Now, Wall Street Journal is reporting that 30 bombs were dropped by Israeli forces on the premises of Ali Khamenei, the compound where he was holding meeting with the other senior officials in his secretariat.
All right, Aman, this is in fact, the question that keeps coming back to mind is that was diplomacy ever a possibility, given that Omanian officials were indicating that they will be taking the talks over to Vienna next week. The talks had reached a level of technical understanding, is what they had said, that they were able to bring the Iranians onto a middle ground. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi had also indicated that there was sufficient progress. And if all of that was being discussed, then what was the need for these strikes? Then perhaps the elimination of the supreme leader was always the agenda. Aman.
It seems that, Akanksha, that, and Donald Trump, I think, had put his mind to this, and though the talks were happening on a parallel channel, I think Donald Trump was on a different channel. Donald Trump was very clear that he had given a 10-day deadline to Iran to toe the line, and he had been issuing repeated warnings that, there will be very, very grave consequences if Iran does not toe the line. He had even said that aboard, I think, his aircraft to his journalists that, I am only waiting for the deadline to end, and, staying true to his word. What has happened yesterday in Tehran is, I think, Donald Trump walking the talk and clearly taking out the Iran's top leadership. These strikes, as Siddhant was earlier explaining what happened in Venezuela earlier last month, or what has happened in Iran now, these are unprecedented global developments, and this is also portrays that Donald Trump has a mind of his own. What Donald Trump is going to do next, nobody's really going to predict. He really ups the ante, he pushes the bar, and he wants the world to be like Sanjay Suri was earlier saying, he wants the world to be like he wants the world to be. So he will, impose all kind of costs to achieve that. This is a very, very different US regime under Donald Trump. He has really pushed the bar, and with Iran, ending a nearly 4-decade-long reign of Khamenei by eliminating him along with his top political leadership, top defense officials, as well as his family, is something that was not imagined till a few months back. But Donald Trump has managed to do it along with pinpointed intelligence and with the help of Israel. So I think there is a lot of chaos which is right now ensuing in the Middle East because of this big move by Donald Trump, done clearly without any congressional approval as well. And as Sanjay has been reporting from Israel, that Donald Trump is really not known to take any approvals. He does what he wants to do, and we are seeing an impact. This will be go into the annals of history as one of the big steps taken by Donald Trump, and one of his big decisions. Will it be a good decision or a bad decision? Only time will tell.
So, Sanjay, the other focus, as Aman highlighted, is of course on how to calm down the tensions now. It's about finding order in chaos, while succession, leadership, the change in regime, all of that is one primary concern. The other is how to stop these retaliatory strikes. And the third is going to be the impact on the global economy. You're looking at how the US conflict could actually drive up the oil and energy prices, could also impact the overall supply chains. How do you speak to those fears at the moment?
Those, Akanksha, will be knock-on effects. At the moment, the focus is on knocking down what Iran has and the knock-on effects will come as they do, when they do, and in the way they do. At the moment, the aim will be to finish the leadership with a view to having some sort of a substitution in place that will perhaps be able to silence and to stop the missile threat from Iran. And as long as that continues, there is going to be a significant problem and a massive problem really in the entire region. And this will be something that will depend upon what kind of substitution now comes in, whether it's a substitution that's Khamenei-like, it is his immediate circle that succeeds and continues with his ways, which is what would appear likely, or whether there is some sort of an insurrection and whether there is a civil war that overthrows the kind of group that has led this. There would have been a caucus in charge and there would be others opposed to it. It is that kind of politics that will decide what happens next. So far, the actions have been from air, but there will be a limit to what can be done by air. By air, you can take out leaders, you can take out targets, you can take out positions. You can't substitute leadership from the air. That will have to come from within Iran. And if that new leadership is along the same lines, then the problem continues, just the name and the face changes.
You know, Sanjay, I think you're the best person to comment on this as we talk about history in the making. This entire military operation has also marked many firsts. This is the largest US-led military invasion in the Middle East ever since the war in Iraq back in 2003. And ever since, we've not seen that kind of amassing of the kind of military and naval assets in the Middle East by the United States. Apart from that, the kind of regime change that they will ensure, this is indeed going to be historic. Ever since 2003, we have not seen such kind of an unprecedented retaliation also by any Middle Eastern nation targeting any of these Arab Gulf capitals. All right, we're also getting in breaking inputs coming in that an Iranian anchor actually broke down after Khamenei's death. Maybe we can also play out those visuals in just a bit. Visuals are in fact on air. That Iranian anchor actually making that announcement. Remember, he was the supreme leader of Iran, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and as that anchor actually made that announcement, she actually broke down. It is indeed a very challenging time. Ambassador Deepak Vora is joining me live. Ambassador, this is in fact redefining of history. As I've been saying, it's the first time that we've seen a military operation of this scale since the year 2003 when Iraq went to war. Secondly, also the unprecedented nature of the kind of retaliatory strikes we've seen coming from Iran. And you have the supreme leader being eliminated. What do you make of the situation at the moment? Everyone is on tenterhooks, not just the Middle East.
Well, thank you very much. Always a pleasure early morning to be with you. And I was listening to your conversations, which are absolutely outstanding. Your knowledge of the region is excellent, Beta. May I compliment you?
Thank you, Ambassador.
I've been 20 years there. And there are many who will talk through their hats about what is happening over there. This was a brutal, unelected, undemocratic regime. Who elected this joker? I'd be happy to know. This is an institution. Iran is not a personalized dictatorship like Libya was. It's an institutionalized dictatorship. So the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khamenei named this character. This character is 90. If he is about to die, he would name another Ayatollah. What's going on? What are the people of Iran? What is the possibility they have of choosing their own leader? I believe, and this I'm saying after being in that region for a long time, I believe that the United States has done a favor to democracy in the Middle East. This was the one holdout. The others are hereditary monarchs, fair enough. But they have also, like Saudi Arabia, UAE, started now relaxing their stranglehold on the system. But these guys were not. May I also tell you something, ma'am, about how Islamic they are? You do recall, I'm sure your other guests will recall, 1980 to 1990 when Iran and Iraq fought a war. Forgive me, I'm still sleepy. When the Shah was booted out, I was in that region. And then, of course, these fellows came and then they fought a thing. At that point of time, the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini said, this is not an Iranian revolution, it's a Middle Eastern revolution. Now, let's target all the monarchies and kick them out. Well, that was hardly intended to win friends and influence people. So the monarchies told a fellow called Saddam Hussein, go beat up these guys. They fought. 10 years, the war was inconclusive. Thereafter, the Arab Spring in 2011. Oh, says this same Ayatollah fellow. I'm sure he's with his whoever he has to be in heaven. Oh, this is not just an Arab revolution. It's an Islamic revolution. What's going on, I say? Who on earth are you? Are you appointed to spread Islam throughout the world? No, thank you. I don't want it. So, ma'am, I'm sorry if I'm firm about this, but having seen the kind of havoc that this man has played, what is your issue with Israel? Ma'am, if your experts can tell me, why does Iran, which is not even a Middle Eastern country, 2,000 kilometers away from Israel, why do you hate the Jews? Why does your constitution at one time say Jews have no right to exist? Have the Yehudis, have the Jews, I have a Jewish son-in-law, have they ever said that Iran has no right to exist? Why are you messing around there? Why Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthi? Who are these characters? Your uncles, your sons-in-law? Stay where you are. You were doing extremely well. Okay, the Shah was a stupid fellow, but the people were happy. You had food, you had bijli, you had pani, you had everything. Now you have very little left. 46 years, what do the people of Iran have? So what do I see happening? The institutionalized system of a theocracy is going to collapse. You can abuse and curse all you want. Trump shouldn't do this, Trump is a scoundrel.
Ambassador, that's a very interesting point that you've raised. But, the examples that we have as history has seen, whether it is Iraq, whether it is Afghanistan, whether it is Syria, whether it is Libya, and as recently as even Venezuela. The way these countries have in fact operated after the US invasions or the foreign interventionism as it's being labeled, that's not been very heartening, and that's also a fear that's plaguing many. Which way do you see Iran actually headed? Do you think that their economy will be able to resurrect as has been the need? The people over there have already said that enough is enough. Not only are they compromising with human rights, as far as the economy is concerned, there's a perpetual cost of living crisis, one that's not just plaguing the urban centers, say of Tehran Bazaar. You have it reaching now even the hinterlands.
You are so right. The Rial has collapsed, you know that, after the American invasion or the American-Israeli attack. It's gone. Ma'am, I'm an economist. And sir, you're on the panel, I see you. What did the regime do when inflation crossed 300%? Okay, we'll give $7 a month to each Iranian family so they can have rice on the table. Is this an obscene joke? Are you messing around? Are you playing around with the emotions of people when they're hungry stomachs? You say we'll give you $7 a month? No, ma'am, it doesn't make sense to me. The regime had to go. They've offended everybody. What's the point of hitting Saudi Arabia and UAE?
That's exactly the point I've been raising, that perhaps backfired for them. Their own Islamic nations are now against Iran. So Iran couldn't be in a more isolated situation. And since you spoke about the Israeli point of view, I want to quickly bring in Sanjay Suri. Remember, he's been stationed in Tel Aviv since day one, since Prime Minister Modi, in fact, made that visit to Israel. Sanjay, please weigh in on the point of view of the Israelis. As I said, everybody's been talking about Endgame Iran for the United States. But what is Endgame Iran for Israel?
Well, the Endgame has begun now. And the Endgame really was three-fronted. One, regime change. There's a belief in Israel that there can never be a reform or change in Iran, given the kind of Islamist regime that was in place. Second, to finish once and for all the nuclear capacities of Iran. And third, to decimate its missile system. All these three working together have been a threat to the very existence of Israel, to the very survival of Israel. Israel has taken the view that it's been going on too long. It's one thing after another, one round of talks after another over recent weeks, but really all sorts of moves that have been developed over years that have meant collectively that the regime and its ways stay in place. And
all right, I'm
long
so
as
sorry
that
to interrupt you there.
structure were
Big
to
news
exist,
coming in on expected lines. The IRGC announcing a massive operation against US and Israel. They have made this statement that they've in fact vowed revenge at the moment, and this is on expected lines. Israel, as far as Iran is concerned, it feels extremely betrayed. They vowed revenge after Khamenei's death, and perhaps this is the only face saving that they are left with. Aman, if I could bring you in, because given the timing, look at the timing of this. Not only is the holy month of Ramadan on, the peace talks were on. There were positive indications being given not just by the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, but also the Omanian officials who were involved in the peace talks. Is this IRGC its last face-saving attempt?
Maybe, Akanksha, it seems like a desperate attempt in the end, as it has been going on since yesterday with the civilian infrastructure in the Middle Eastern nations being targeted by Iran. If you attack the Dubai airport, if you attack the Abu Dhabi airport, the Kuwait airport, the Bahrain airport, what really are you trying to achieve? Is it a arm twisting tactic to make US and Israel stop their strikes? Well, clearly not. Israel is still clearly not stopping its strikes. As we know, a second wave of big attacks are right now happening inside Iran by Israel. Bombs are raining in Tehran, missiles are raining in Tehran, and here not just in Tehran, in other parts of Iran as well. Wherever their nuclear infrastructure is there and nuclear facilities are there, Israel is now targeting all of them. This is like a complete wipeout operation which is right now on, because the supreme leader has been killed. The Iran leadership seems to be in a complete disarray, and the Israeli authorities seem to be moving in for the kill now by taking out what has been always been on their target, which is the nuclear sites and the nuclear infrastructure of Iran. And in the next hours to come are very crucial in that regard, because Israel's strikes which are happening right now are as lethal as the ones which were carried out yesterday when Israel and US have targeted Khamenei's compound, killed the supreme leader of Iran, who has been at the helm for nearly 4 decades, killed his closest lieutenants with whom he was having a meeting, and also killed much of his family.
We continue to get you the latest. My colleagues Aman Sharma and Siddharth Pishra continue to be with us. Sanjay Suri is joining us live from Tel Aviv. Welcome to our rolling coverage. I'm Shivani Gupta. Ambassador Deepak Vora is also with us. Ambassador, Donald Trump puts it as the elimination of evil. He had 2 stated objectives, of course, before US and Israel launched these military strikes. One was, of course, to effect a regime change. We're still waiting to see exactly how that will pan out. Yes, you've eliminated the supreme leader, Khamenei, but what happens from there on, given the grid that the IRGC is, and the way it functions, is a big question. And second, the objective was, of course, to completely eliminate their any nuclear capabilities. They had a strike last year. They've again had to go in and possibly will do more strikes on that regard. And the entire premise was that Iran was not accepting the fact that they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just put this into context for us, so both of these aspects. But first, of course, the very crucial question of what happens in Iran from here on. You can decapitate with eliminating a leader, but can you wipe out an organization like the IRGC?
Yeah, that's a very intelligent question. I have a group, my own WhatsApp group, and several retired Israeli officials, military, civil, and from across the world. We talk regularly. I've just got a message about 3 minutes ago from an Israeli general. Now, I don't know if this is true. I'm unable to confirm this. But what he has said is, in their hundreds, I repeat, in their hundreds, IRGC fellows are surrendering to us in Lebanon. I don't know if this is true. This is a claim that has been made. I have no way of independently verifying it. Ma'am, the IRGC will collapse in 48 hours. Because when they realize that death stares them in the face and America is not going to relent, they will, exactly what happened with the Iraqi army. I was there when Saddam Hussein was taken out. They all shed their uniforms, put on civis and ran home. Mummy, I've come back. The same thing I see happening here. They were personally loyal to the previous Ayatollah and then to this fellow. Now the leadership is gone. I do not see another Ayatollah taking over Iran. The people will not allow it. There will be chaos for some time, but President Trump has said He has hinted that he knows who's going to take over. Very good, Mr. President. If you know who's going to take over, what you have done, you have given democracy another chance in the Middle East. Iran was the only holdout. The others, monarchies, etc., ma'am, 67 war. You're too young to know that. Israel was fighting 3+3, three basic enemies: Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, and plus three others. Today, Iran is fighting Israel, America +8. Are you mad? Why did you bomb Israel? Did American assets take off from UAE or Qatar or Bahrain? No, it was from the ships. It was from Israel. Why did you bomb these fellows? You have earned permanent enmity. You have destroyed whatever credibility you have. I don't think the Ayatollahs are smart in geodiplomacy. That's my term, geodiplomacy. They don't understand that you have created a situation where you're going to be reviled and not trusted for decades.
No, but sir, if I can just take forward what you're saying, and before I let you go, you're talking about the IRGC and the fact that the Iranian regime, so as to say, the Ayatollah-based regime may not have much support even in the Gulf and West Asia right now. I can understand that. But in a country, can you eliminate all support, all supporters of a regime like this? Will there not be remnants left, pockets of support left? And what happens in the longer term?
Why did they support the Ayatollah? They wanted deaths to America. They actually believed that they could destroy America.
Yes, the big Satan.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. But do you think that they were going to go and hit New York or Washington or send their troops there? Says, ma'am, may I say so in Hindi? मैंने देखी है ईरान की हकीकत, लेकिन दिल के खुश रखने को गालिब ये ख्याल अच्छा है. What is this deaths to America? What have you got in 46 years? They've sold you snake oil. Your lifestyles have collapsed. Your women are oppressed. Your people are oppressed. This is Gen Z. They're out on the streets as we speak. Nobody wants the Ayatollah regime except a few diehards who were benefiting, transferring their money to Dubai. What's the point in trying to hit Burj Khalifa? Who are you trying to impress? So what? So, ma'am, my own feeling is within the next 48 hours, you'll see a transitional government. I've seen this. I've been 52 years in diplomacy. A transitional government in Iran is going to come. Now, I see that you have some brilliant people there, so I must take leave.
Thank you so much,
I can't match
sir.
their eloquence. Thank you, beta. God bless you.
Thank you so much for making time. And thank you so much for your inputs today, this morning. It's been a very eventful morning. Sushant Sareen, geopolitical expert, is also joining us. My colleagues continue to be with us. But Sushant, do you want to take that forward? Exactly how does a transition happen? Will the, that house of 88 clerics appoint somebody quickly enough to suggest that, yes, they're still very much in control, or is that all done and dusted with Khamenei?
No, I think Khamenei was anticipating his own death, which is why there were reports over the last couple of weeks that a line of succession, and at every level of the Islamic regime, a line of succession was already defined, and not just the immediate successor, but 3 or 4 people down the line.
In line of succession, yes.
So I would imagine that he probably already had nominated somebody who would succeed him, and if he has nominated somebody, then you can be rest assured it's not somebody who's going to be some poster boy of some liberal organization. It will be probably quite liner, somebody who will take the Islamic regime and its ideology forward. The question is that once Khamenei dies in the way this has happened, one of two things can happen. One is that he is replaced by a hardliner who's probably in some ways even more radical than he himself. I wonder what that will achieve for Iran at this point in time when it has its back to the wall. The other option is that because Khamenei is dead, there is a new kind of an order that will take place. So somebody who's more pragmatic, somebody who is a little more moderate, somebody who's ready to walk in step with the rest of the world will probably succeed him. The problem, Shivani, however, is that even if you get somebody moderate who is ready to compromise, accommodate, will the people who have waged or declared war on Iran be happy with that transition, or would they want more? And I think that will be very, very critical. And given the kind of mood that exists in rest of the Middle East right now, where Iran has been attacking countries like UAE, Saudis, Bahrain, Qatar, all these places, albeit because they have American bases, but there is a lot of anger out there. I don't see how even a kind of a moderate kind of a regime can really last for any length of time until and unless it is going to transition to something which makes a clean break with the Islamic regime, which then brings back the same question that if the Islamic regime is fighting for its survival and fighting for the survival of the Islamic State, then how does it manage it under the current circumstances? So I think honestly speaking, I think there are more questions than answers.
At this stage. But we're still in the very early hours of the aftermath of the elimination of Ayatollah Khamenei. I'm also joined by Gigi Dwivedi, strategic affairs expert. But before I go to him, Major General, just be with me. I want to bring in Aman and Sanjay Suri as well. Sanjay, your thoughts on the next few days, weeks and months in Iran?
So far we've seen the success of air power, and that is, however challenging, in a sense, easy in a political sense. It's easy to demolish a compound, finish people, but the change that is to come is very likely to be long and messy rather than quick and surgical. For a start, whatever one may wish the state to be and whatever we may think right and wrong with any dispensation, the fact is that there is a considerable body of Islamist political forces and personnel in place within Iran. The second fact in that context is that Israel and the US are not about to send ground forces into Iran.
Yes.
The change would have to come from within, and a change would have to come within when there is a sufficient Islamist force, and this, even if it's a fraction of the population of Iran, is the powerful fraction. It has been for a while. Whether it is going to surrender itself and announce an immediate change of heart or ideology, very unlikely. This is a divided society. The minority is in charge, and that is going to not surrender its ways in a hurry. So a change, a replacement and a transformation are not going to be as swift and magical as some of us would like.
Yeah. Donald Trump says this is the best ever opportunity for the Iranians to take back their country. Now, what happens from here, exactly which set of the Iranians are going to, quote unquote, take the country is the big question. There's a certain direction, certainly, Aman, that Donald Trump would like. He's already hinted. He has an idea about who's going to take over. But this has the potential. This action has the potential now to change the entire Middle East region, its politics. Our experts have been pointing out at the fact that Iran, possibly in its desperation to hit back, ended up attacking a lot of civilian areas in a lot of these Gulf countries, and it's not really earned any friends because of that. India is also a very important player in this region. It has a lot of friends. Iran is a long time, almost a civilizational friend of India. So this will be a tricky area for the Indian government as well. But before you come in, Aman, I'm really sorry, I'm getting some breaking updates coming in. Brigadier General Ahmad Vahidi is the new Commander-in-Chief of the IRGC. This has just come in. Remember, the Iranian state has confirmed that Khamenei has been eliminated. They've talked about a 40-day mourning period, but already a new leadership for the IRGC, Brigadier General Ahmad Vahidi, has been announced. So clearly, all is not eliminated on ground, and neither has everyone put down their weapons. I'll take our experts on that very quickly. But yes, Aman, on the question that I was asking.
Well, absolutely, Shivani. See, Iran has been complaining, and now Oman is also complaining that what were these talks all about? You're carrying on these talks to achieve a compromise, but clearly America had its own plans. Donald Trump has his own plans, and he has shown it by the way, the kind of the strike which has been carried out. Eliminating Khamenei is no small deal. The kind of coordinated strike between US and Israel together to do this strike in the daylight. take out Khamenei, take out his top commanders, take out his family, and of course there'll be a succession in place which the Iranians will try to prop up. But clearly Iran has been dealt a very, very severe blow, and the retaliation it has done. We were all expecting that Iran would be attacking, the US bases in the Middle Eastern countries, but I think it has done a complete faux pas by going after the civilian infrastructure, targeting the Abu Dhabi airport, targeting the Dubai airport, targeting the Palm Jumeirah, Al Burj Hotel. When you target these civilian infrastructures, there is also a big concern among the Middle Eastern countries, and they are in a way coming together against Iran. Of course, India has its big concerns in the area as well. India, the big Middle Eastern population, Indian population in the Middle East. Mr. S. Jaishankar has been working the phones all night, calling up his counterparts in all these Middle Eastern countries, asking them to assure the safety of Indians here. Thousands of people are stuck at airports in the Middle East because all these airports, the busiest airports in the world, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, are shut. The Strait of Hormuz is also shut. That is also a ticking thing for India, because if it remains shut for the next few days, the price of oil could really rise. So I think India also has a lot to worry, and that is why you see Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar in an overdrive calling up all his counterparts in the Middle East, and also India is impressed upon Israel that there needs to be a de-escalation now.
Included in those counterparts was, of course, the Iranian foreign minister as well, with whom he had a conversation last evening. But I want to go to Major General Gigi Dwivedi with us. Former diplomat Prabhu Dayal is also joining us. Major General, can you put in context the IRGC for us? Can you explain to us how this, the Royal Guards function? What would their role be? How much in control would they be? Or as US is suggesting, they're all going to give up, and if they give up now, there will be immunity, otherwise there will be death. Just give us an insight into the IRGC.
Well, before I come to the question per se, I'd like just to give you a little backdrop as to how the military campaigns are planned and what are the aims and objectives. Every military campaign has two dimensions. One is the political dimension, one is the military dimension. Military dimension is easier to execute because these are very straight-cut, objectives and the plans. But the political objectives are always very complicated. Like right now we are seeing the military dimension as a military, from the military perspective, they have achieved their first phase aim. They have eliminated the top leadership. They have hit the certain, defense installation, degrading the Iranian potential. But when it comes to the political dimension, that's a very difficult because it has a lot of complexity. Now, there are two issues to it. You see, in Iran, both the political and the military, they share power. After all, IRGC is I would say, the military wing of the clerics of or the military wing of the dispensation. So therefore, they are quite deeply linked, and they are part of the running the country, part of the process, and executing the political aims and objectives. You see, in every military hierarchy, there's a very clear-cut, line of succession. Even in the lowest of units, you will have the people, one after another, who will take over. So IRGC succession is easier because it is well defined, and they have already, as you mentioned, that they have Brigadier General Ahmed Wahidi has been appointed. Now that is one part of it. But how the political succession is going to take place, that's very complex because there are two issues to it. One is internally driven. If they have the internally already chalked out who will be next, that is one. And external driven is how much work the CIA, the Mossad have done to penetrate the system of the Iranian system or the IRGC. Now that will be the second dimension. So we will have to see which way it goes, because either the internal succession will actually fructify, or the externally driven succession could also take place. Now that we have to wait and watch, because as I started with my first statement, that militarily the issues are very simple and straight cut, but when it comes to the political issues, they are very complex and they are very difficult to predict. Yeah.
Prabhu Dayal, take forward from there, please. We do know that regime change was a stated objective, but I'm sure even the Israelis and the Americans know that just decapitating a regime like this is never going to be enough. So yes, Trump has asked for surrender. of all supporters of Khamenei. Either you get immunity now or death later. But how do you see this panning out?
I see an escalation of the conflict. Of course, you know, the talks which were being held were just a show. They were a facade. Because there was such a huge difference between the respective positions of the Americans on one side and the Iranians on the other, that the talks were never expected to yield any good result. Now, just 2 days ago, the Omani foreign minister had said that no, there is good progress and the Iranians are willing to accept that they will not do any nuclear material stockpiling. But Trump had said, I'm not thrilled by the outcome, I'm from, you know, on regime change, etc. So it was very clear that the Americans wanted a regime change because their close ally, the Israelis, wanted that. This war is being fought because the Iranian establishment continued to be a huge threat to Israel. And Israel wanted the Islamic regime in Iran to be eliminated and a new system to be put in place there. America is Israel's closest ally. Of course, America and Israel don't have any good relations. When I was posted there, America used to be called the big Satan and Israel the small Satan. Now, because of the fact that there is such hostility, and which has continued over the decades and was only accentuating because both sides are better equipped, both the Israelis and the Iranians. So the conflict was bound to take place. It will escalate. I think the American might, together with the Israeli might, is much bigger, and the Iranians will have to capitulate.
Well, I don't think there is any dispute the manner in which, and Sushant Sareen here with us, as well as our other experts. Very good morning to all of you viewers. This is an epic day, and I'm now paraphrasing the words that were used by Trump to define the operation that they have conducted to decapitate the Iranian regime. And after years and decades of being in power, of suppressing his people, one of the longest standing dictators, not serving viewers, standing dictators, Ayatollah Khamenei, is no more. His death is being celebrated, ironically, by the Iranian diaspora. We don't quite know the mood in Iran because we don't have access to much coming out of Iran, given the fact that it is completely blanketed by censorship. But from the little images that we are getting from streets and also, of course, globally, Iranians are celebrating because this man was seen as an oppressor of 50% of Iran's population. We have seen, viewers, over the last few years, specifically after fresh attention emerged because of relentless protests by some members of civil society, that the Iranian state had turned into a brutal engine of a paternalism that was completely out of sync with the mores of the time. And now you are seeing, viewers, the death throes of this regime. I know that there are going to be others who are going to take their place or take the place of Ayatollah Khamenei and some of his compatriots who have been leading this regime. But what we're seeing over the next few months will be the demise of the old order. What this new order emerges, is it more pragmatic? Will it be more open to Western intervention? Will it be guided more by alacrity, so to speak, self-interest, or will it be still stuck in a time warp? One doesn't know. But viewers, this is an epochal passing in the history of
infrastructure and civilian places are targeted. There could be heavy casualties, and that is what India is the most concerned about. But
were also present over there. They've called it a blatant violation of international law. And on the other hand, you have the US and Israeli representatives, in fact, saying that they were left with no option and that this entire joint strike was a necessity.
Well, that's right, Akanksha. This is not for the first time that US is walking out of the mediation of taking a diplomatic route. Negotiations were on with Iran. In fact, back then in Trump Trump's first tenure at that point as well, ahead of Iran and United States could come to conclusion to sign a deal. United States walked out of the deal. In fact, last year in June as well, when negotiations were going on, US and Israeli forces struck nuclear sites in Iran. So Iran was very much prepared for any kind of kinetic action, and perhaps, as I said, that not for the first time, this time around again, the second round of negotiations with Iran were going on, and this operation was launched where US and Israeli forces struck targets inside Iran. Now, in fact, why this decision was taken suddenly when negotiations were going on? In fact, President Trump deployed Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to speak to Iranian Foreign Minister IRGC. The talks took place in Geneva, but despite that, this operation was launched, and now we're getting to know that Ali Khamenei has been assassinated. So perhaps was US looking for the right time, the coordinates of Ali Khamenei? Was it planned in such a way that when they actually got to know about his location and they decided to go after him, was it out of sudden? Perhaps these are details which will come out in days to come. But right now we know is that US claims that Ali Khamenei is dead. Israel says that Ali Khamenei has been assassinated, but Iran is silent. Iran is not confirming the death of Ali Khamenei. Perhaps many are saying that they're looking for the succession plan. Once that succession plan will be put in place, maybe after that they could announce.
Have been wondering which side they need to roll on. Whether they should be backing the Saudis, from whom they get money, or they should give a win to their jihadist and Islamist pretensions and side with Iran. So I can understand the predicament of the Pakistanis. But I think because this is the Middle East, there are just wheels within wheels within wheels. And how the Iranian system now evolves, how it kind of adjusts to this new reality, whether they will decide that it is better to be somewhat more pragmatic, or they will take to that old Shiite martyrdom concept that we will sacrifice our whole self. It's like Imam Hassan and Hussein, the entire Karbala episode where a small group of people decided to stand up against a much bigger force, and the legend that follows, that's all in the Shiite tradition. Are they going to take to that course, or will they take to
infrastructure and civilian places are targeted?
Massive operation against US and Israel. They have made this statement that they've in fact vowed revenge at the moment, and this is on expected lines. Israel, as far as Iran is concerned, it feels extremely betrayed. They vowed revenge after Khamenei's death, and perhaps this is the only face saving that they are left with. Aman, if I could bring you in, because given the timing, look at the timing of this. Not only is the holy month of Ramadan on, the peace talks were on. There were positive indications being given not just by the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, but also the Omanian officials who were involved in the peace talks. Is this IRGC its last face-saving attempt?
Maybe, Akanksha, it seems like a desperate attempt in the end, as it has been going on since yesterday with the civilian infrastructure in the Middle Eastern nations being targeted by Iran. If you attack the Dubai airport, if you attack the Abu Dhabi airport, the Kuwait airport, the Bahrain airport, what really are you trying to achieve? Is it a arm twisting tactic to make US and Israel stop their strikes? Well, clearly not. Israel is still clearly not stopping its strikes. As we know, a second wave of big attacks are right now happening inside Iran by Israel. Israel. Bombs are raining in Tehran, missiles are raining in Tehran, and here, not just in Tehran, in other parts of Iran as well. Wherever their nuclear infrastructure is there and nuclear facilities are there, Israel is now targeting all of them. This is like a complete wipeout operation which is right now on, because the supreme leader has been killed. The Iran leadership seems to be in a complete disarray, and the Israeli authorities seem to be moving in for the kill now by taking out what has always been on their target, which is the nuclear sites and the nuclear infrastructure of Iran. And in the next hours to come are very crucial in that regard, because Israel's strikes which are happening right now are as lethal as the ones which were carried out yesterday, when Israel and US have targeted Khamenei's compound, killed the supreme leader of Iran, who has been at the helm for nearly 4 decades, killed his closest lieutenants with whom he was having a meeting, and also killed much of his family.
We continue to get you the latest. My colleagues Aman Sharma and Siddharth Pishra continue to be with us. Sanjay Suri is joining us live from Tel Aviv. Welcome to our rolling coverage. I'm Shivani Gupta. Ambassador Deepak Vora is also with us. Ambassador, Donald Trump puts it as the elimination of evil. He had 2 stated objectives, of course, before US and Israel launched these military strikes. One was, of course, to effect a regime change. We're still waiting to see exactly how that will pan out. Yes, you've eliminated the supreme leader, Khamenei, but what happens from there on, given the grid that the IRGC is, and the way it functions, is a big question. And second, the objective was, of course, to completely eliminate their any nuclear capabilities. They had a strike last year. They've again had to go in and possibly will do more strikes on that regard. And the entire premise was that Iran was not accepting the fact that they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just put this into context for us, so both of these aspects. But first, of course, the very crucial question of what happens in Iran from here on. You can decapitate with eliminating a leader, but can you wipe out an organization like the IRGC?
Yeah, that's a very intelligent question. I have a group, my own WhatsApp group, and several retired Israeli officials, military, civil, and from across the world. We talk regularly. I've just got a message about 3 minutes ago from an Israeli general. Now, I don't know if this is true. I'm unable to confirm this. But what he has said is, in their hundreds, I repeat, in their hundreds, IRGC fellows are surrendering to us in Lebanon. I don't know if this is true. This is a claim that has been made. I have no way of independently verifying it. Ma'am, the IRGC will collapse in 48 hours. Because when they realize that death stares them in the face and America is not going to relent, they will, exactly what happened with the Iraqi army. I was there when Saddam Hussein was taken out. They all shed their uniforms, put on civvies and ran home. Mummy, I've come back. The same thing I see happening here. They were personally loyal to the previous Ayatollah and then to this fellow. Now the leadership is gone. I do not see another Ayatollah taking over Iran. The people will not allow it. There will be chaos for some time, but President Trump has said, he has hinted that he knows who's going to take over. Very good, Mr. President. If you know who's going to take over, what you have done, you have given democracy another chance in the Middle East. Iran was the only holdout. The others, monarchies, etc., ma'am, 67 war, you're too young to know that. Israel was fighting 3+3, 3 basic enemies, Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, and plus 3 others. Today, Iran is fighting Israel, America, +8. Are you mad? Why did you bomb Israel? Did American assets take off from UAE or Qatar or Bahrain? No, it was from the ships. It was from Israel. Why did you bomb these fellows? You have earned permanent enmity. You have destroyed whatever credibility you have. I don't think the Ayatollahs are smart in geodiplomacy. That's my term, geodiplomacy. They don't understand that you have created a situation where you're going to be reviled and not trusted for decades.
No, but sir, if I can just take forward what you're saying, and before I let you go, you're talking about the IRGC and the fact that the Iranian regime, so as to say, the Ayatollah-based regime may not have much support even in the Gulf and West Asia right now. I can understand that. But in a country, can you eliminate all support, all supporters of a regime like this? Will there not be remnants left, pockets of support left? And what happens in the longer term?
Why did they support the Ayatollah? They wanted deaths to America. They actually believed that they could destroy America.
Yes, the big Satan.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. But do you think that they were going to go and hit New York or Washington or send their troops there? It says, ma'am, may I say so in Hindi? मैंने देखी है ईरान की हकीकत लेकिन दिल के खुश रखने को गालिब ये ख्याल अच्छा है. What is this death to America? What have you got in 46 years? They've sold you snake oil. Your lifestyles have collapsed. Your women are oppressed. Your people are oppressed. This is Gen Z. They're out on the streets as we speak. Nobody wants the Ayatollah regime except a few diehards who were benefiting, transferring their money to Dubai. What's the point in trying to hit Burj Khalifa? Who are you trying to impress? So what? So, ma'am, my own feeling is within the next 48 hours, you'll see a transitional government. I've seen this. I've been 52 years in diplomacy. A transitional government in Iran is going to come. Now, I see that you have some brilliant people there, so I must take leave.
Thank you so much,
match
sir.
their eloquence. Thank you, Beta. God bless you.
Thank you
And
so
please
much
carry
for
forward.
making time. And thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
your inputs today, this morning. It's been a very eventful morning. Sushant Sareen, geopolitical expert, is also joining us. My colleagues continue to be with us. But Sushant, do you want to take that forward? Exactly how does a transition happen? Will the, that house of 88 clerics appoint somebody quickly enough to suggest that, yes, they're still very much in control, or is that all done and dusted with Khamenei?
No, I think Khamenei was anticipating his own death, which is why there were reports over the last couple of weeks that a line of succession, and at every level of the Islamic regime, a line of succession was already defined, and not just the immediate successor, but 3 or 4 people, down the line.
In line of succession, yes.
So, I would imagine that he probably already had nominated somebody who would succeed him. And if he has nominated somebody, then you can be rest assured it's not somebody who's going to be some poster boy of some liberal organization. It will be probably quite outlier, somebody who will take the Islamic regime and its ideology forward. The question is that once Khamenei dies in the way this has happened, one of 2 things can happen. One is that he is replaced by a hardliner who's probably in some ways even more radical than he himself. I wonder what that will achieve for Iran at this point in time when it has its back to the wall. The other option is that because Khamenei is dead, there is a new kind of an order that will take place. So somebody who's more pragmatic, somebody who is a little more moderate, somebody who's ready to walk in step with the rest of the world will probably succeed him. The problem, Shivani, however, is that even if you get somebody moderate who is ready to compromise, accommodate, will the people who have waged or declared war on Iran be happy with that transition, or would they want more? And I think that will be very, very critical. And given the kind of mood that exists in rest of the Middle East right now, where Iran has been attacking countries like UAE, Saudis, Bahrain, Qatar, all these places, albeit because they have American bases, but there is a lot of anger out there. I don't see how even a kind of a moderate kind of a regime can really last for any length of time until and unless it is going to transition to something which makes a clean break with the Islamic regime, which then brings back the same question that if the Islamic regime is fighting for its survival and fighting for the survival of the Islamic State, then how does it manage it under the current circumstances? So I think honestly speaking, I think there are more questions than answers.
At this stage. But we're still in the very early hours of the aftermath of the elimination of Ayatollah Khamenei. I'm also joined by Gigi Dwivedi, strategic affairs expert. But before I go to him, Major General, just be with me. I want to bring in Aman and Sanjay Suri as well. Sanjay, your thoughts on the next few days, weeks and months in Iran?
So far we've seen the success of air power, and that is, however challenging, in a sense, easy in a political sense. It's easy to demolish a compound, finish people, but the change that is to come is very likely to be long and messy rather than quick and surgical. For a start, whatever one may wish the state to be and whatever we may think right and wrong with any dispensation, the fact is that there is a considerable body of Islamist political forces and personnel in place within Iran. The second fact in that context is that Israel and the US are not about to send ground forces into Iran.
Yes.
The change would have to come from within, and a change would have to come within when there is a sufficient Islamist force, and this, even if it's a fraction of the population of Iran, is the powerful fraction. It has been for a while. Whether it is going to surrender itself and announce an immediate change of heart or ideology, very unlikely. This is a divided society. The minority is in charge, and that is going to not surrender and surrender its ways in a hurry. So a change, a replacement, and a transformation are not going to be as swift and magical as some of us would like.
Yeah. Donald Trump says this is the best ever opportunity for the Iranians to take back their country. Now, what happens from here, exactly which set of the Iranians are going to, quote unquote, take the country is the big question. There's a certain direction, certainly, Aman, that Donald Trump would like. He's already hinted. He has an idea about who's going to take over. But, this has the potential. This action has the potential now to change the entire Middle East region, its politics. Our experts have been pointing out at the fact that, Iran, possibly in its desperation to hit back, ended up attacking a lot of civilian areas in a lot of these Gulf countries, and it's not really earned any friends because of that. India is also a very important player in this region. It has a lot of friends. Iran is a long time, almost a civilizational friend of India. So this will be a tricky area for the Indian government as well.
Oh,
but before you come in, Aman, I'm really sorry, I'm getting some breaking updates coming in. Brigadier General Ahmed Vahidi is the new Commander-in-Chief of the IRGC. This has just come in. Remember, the Iranian state has confirmed that Khamenei has been eliminated. They've talked about a 40-day mourning period, but already a new leadership for the IRGC, Brigadier General Ahmed Vahidi, has been announced. So clearly, all is not eliminated on ground, and neither has everyone put down their weapons. I'll take our experts on that very quickly. But yes, Aman, on the question that I was asking.
Well, absolutely, Shivani. See, Iran has been complaining, and now Oman is also complaining that what were these talks all about? You're carrying on these talks to achieve a compromise, but clearly America had its own plans. Donald Trump has his own plans, and he has shown it by the way, the kind of the strike which has been carried out. Eliminating Khamenei is no small deal. The kind of coordinated strike between US and Israel together to do this strike in the daylight. Take out Khamenei, take out his top commanders, take out his family, and of course there'll be a succession in place which the Iranians will try to prop up. But clearly Iran has been dealt a very, very severe blow, and the retaliation it has done. We were all expecting that Iran would be attacking, the US bases in the Middle Eastern countries, but I think it has done a complete faux pas by going after the civilian infrastructure, targeting the Abu Dhabi airport, targeting the Dubai airport, targeting the Palm Jumeirah, Al Burj Hotel. When you target these civilian infrastructures, there is also a big concern among the Middle Eastern countries, and they are in a way coming together against Iran. Of course, India has its big concerns in the area as well. India, the big Middle Eastern population, Indian population in the Middle East. Mr. S. Jaishankar has been working the phones all night, calling up his counterparts in all these Middle Eastern countries, asking them to assure the safety of Indians here. Thousands of people are stuck at airports in the Middle East because all these airports, the busiest airports in the world, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, are shut. The Strait of Hormuz is also shut. That is also a ticking thing for India, because if it remains shut for the next few days, the price of oil could really rise. So I think India also has a lot to worry, and that is why you see Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar in an overdrive calling up all his counterparts in the Middle East, and also India has impressed upon Israel that there needs to be a de-escalation now.
Included in those counterparts was, of course, the Iranian foreign minister as well, with whom he had a conversation last evening. But I want to go to Major General Gigi Dwivedi with us. Former diplomat Prabhu Dayal is also joining us. Major General, can you put in context the IRGC for us? Can you explain to us how this, the Royal Guards function? What would their role be? How much in control would they be or as US is suggesting, they're all going to give up, and if they give up now, there will be immunity, otherwise there will be death. Just give us an insight into the IRGC.
Well, before I come to the question per se, I'd like just to give you a little backdrop as to how the military campaigns are planned and what are the aims and objectives. Every military campaign has two dimensions. One is the political dimension, one is the military dimension. Military dimension is easier to execute because these are very straight-cut, objectives and the plans. But the political objectives are always very complicated. You know, right now we are seeing the military dimension as a military. From the military perspective, they have achieved their first phase aim. They have eliminated the top leadership. They have hit the certain, defense installation, degrading the Iranian potential. But when it comes to the political dimension, that's a very difficult because it has a lot of complexity. Now, there are two issues to it. You see, in Iran, both the political and the military, they share power. After all, IRGC is I would say, the military wing of the clerics of the military wing of the dispensation. So therefore, they are quite deeply linked, and they are part of the running the country, part of the process, and executing the political aims and objectives. You see, in every military hierarchy, there is a very clear-cut, line of succession. Even in the lowest of units, you will have the people, one after another who will take over. So IRGC succession is easier because it is well defined, and they have already, as you mentioned, that they have Brigadier General Ahmed Wahidi has been appointed. Now that is one part of it. But how the political succession is going to take place, that's very complex because there are two issues to it. One is internally driven. If they have the internally already chalked out who will be next or next, that is one. And external driven is how much work the CIA, the Mossad have done to penetrate the system of the Iranian system or the IRGC. Now that will be the second dimension. So we will have to see which way it goes, because either the internal succession will actually fructify, or the externally driven succession could also take place. Now that we have to wait and watch, because as I started with my first statement, that militarily the issues are very simple and straight cut, but when it comes to the political issues, they are very complex and they are very difficult to predict. Yeah.
Prabhu Dayal, take forward from there, please. We do know that regime change was a stated objective, but I'm sure even the Israelis and the Americans know that just decapitating a regime like this is never going to be enough. So yes, Trump has asked for surrender of all supporters of Khamenei. Either you get immunity now or death later. But how do you see this panning out?
I see an escalation of the conflict. Of course, the talks which were being held were just a show. They were a facade. Because there was such a huge difference between the respective positions of the Americans on one side and the Iranians on the other, that the talks were never expected to yield any good result. Now, just 2 days ago, the Omani foreign minister had said that no, there is good progress and the Iranians are willing to accept that they will not do any nuclear material stockpiling. But Trump had said, I'm not thrilled by the outcome, I'm on regime change, etc. So it was very clear that the Americans wanted a regime change because their close ally, the Israelis, wanted that. This war is being fought because the Iranian establishment continued to be a huge threat to Israel. And Israel wanted the Islamic regime in Iran to be eliminated and a new system to be put in place there. America is Israel's closest ally. Of course, America and Israel don't have any good relations. When I was posted there, America used to be called the big Satan and Israel the small Satan. Now, because of the fact that there is such hostility, and which has continued over the decades and was only accentuating because both sides are better equipped, both the Israelis and the Iranians. So the conflict was bound to take place. It will escalate. I think the American might, together with the Israeli might, is much bigger. and the Iranians will have to capitulate.
Well, I don't think there is any dispute. The manner in which, and Sushant Sareen here with us, as well as our other experts. Very good morning to all of you viewers. This is an epic day, and I'm now paraphrasing the words that were used by Trump to define the operation. The operation that they have conducted to decapitate the Iranian regime.
You know, if civilian infrastructure and civilian places are targeted, there could be heavy casualties, and that is what India is the most concerned about. But because I was saying earlier, India has a huge population in the Middle East. We have a lot of people working there, you know, a lot of people living there, and that is why India is most concerned, and that is why Mr. S. Jaishankar has been working the phone all night, you know, calling up his counterparts in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in UAE, in Saudi Arabia, basically asking for assurances that Indian population will remain safe. That said, India has also impressed upon Israel in this call that Mr. Jaishankar had with his Israeli counterpart last night, saying that party should de-escalate. India is appealing to Israel to de-escalate. This is very important because Prime Minister Narendra Modi was just in Israel earlier this week, and shortly after his return from Israel, we have seen this conflict assuming this massive proportion. So in a way, India has a very close relationship with Israel. Both the leaders, Netanyahu and Modi, have a personal good relationship equation. Will India be able to press upon Israel? We don't know. You know, right now, I think Israel is determined to eliminate the I would say the entire threat from Iran. The US has said it very clearly. They want to annihilate the Iranian Navy. They want to completely destroy any offensive capabilities that Iran has. They are looking for a new Iran. But, you know, can you build a new Iran after demolishing and wrecking the country the way the US is bombing almost the entire nation of Iran remains to be seen. But if you see Trump's post on Truth Social, he's very clearly said Iranians need to look forward now to a new regime, to new leaders who can guide the country, who can build a new country. Well, these are big words by Trump, but how far that will be remain, work on the ground remains to be seen, because the conflict only seems to be increasing.
And this is putting mediators in a very tricky position right now. I'm sure Sanjay can weigh in on that, because remember, you mentioned the Omani officials, Sanjay. They've also said that the talks seem to be going on to a technical level, I remember was the word that was used by the Omanians. And they said that we will be resuming these talks in Vienna next week. What happens to these peace talks now? Is there any scope for these peace talks, even more so if indeed the Ayatollah has been eliminated?
No way, Akanksha. There's no way that the government in Israel is going to be listening to any of these peace initiatives. I must say, by way of a quick aside, it's a little challenge to have this conversation. I'm getting a very loud blast of feedback in my ears. But trying to take this forward, it seems very difficult, if not impossible, that the Israelis will listen to any appeals for a peace and calm at this stage. They've launched something, they're on to success, they've managed to hit Khamenei. They're not going to let go now. They're not going to now listen to any intervention from Mr. Jaishankar or anybody else, or the Omanian foreign minister or anyone else, to now pull back. There's no way that will happen. India and Israel certainly have very close relations, but which is not to say that Israel is going to listen to the Indian government and retreat or from this position.
Sanjay, there's always a lot of chatter about what is endgame Iran for the United States. But today I want to hear it from you. What is endgame Iran for Israel?
Well, for Israel, it's a question of survival now. This is not primarily the US fight. Again, a very quick aside, Akanksha, if you can please stop this feedback through this conversation, we could then take it forward.
I think you should just take cover right now. Normally. You should just take cover right now, given that the situation remains extremely fragile over there. Sanjay is in fact encountering some audio issues over there. Remember, there are emergency sirens being let off every hour. Explosions continue to take place. And so he is reporting in a very, very fragile, highly volatile atmosphere. But Aman continues to stay with us. Aman, as we've been now also contemplating and observing, I want to also bring our viewers up to speed with the kind of global support that the US president is receiving. Just for the benefit of our viewers, Sir Keir Starmer has already talked about how the UK and its own military forces are now involved in this entire military operation against Iran. In fact, in that joint letter that's been issued not just by the United Kingdom, but also along with France and Germany, these three countries have united. They have sent out an appeal to Iran to give up its nuclear program and to stop targeting civilians. If European voices are now joining in the US military operation, the Israeli military operation, Aman, this certainly could mean a very, very tedious, tumultuous scenario, not at the risk of, warmongering. This could very well be the worst nightmare coming true, that is of a World War III situation.
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. I think that possibility cannot be ruled out at all now. Given the kind of strikes which are happening, and the latest we have, in fact, from the Israeli military, and I read out that statement which has come, that Israeli military says it has launched another wave of strikes against Iran's ballistic missile and air defense system. So the counter-strike by Israel is still on Iran, and is launching a second wave of strikes. The Israeli military is saying against Iran's ballistic missile and air defense systems. Also, Iran's state agency, so we have heard about Mr. Trump saying that Khamenei has been killed. What the Iran state-linked Fars news agency, Akanksha, is now reporting is that several family members of Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei have also been killed. This includes his daughter, his son-in-law, his grandchild, and his daughter-in-law. So not just Khamenei, perhaps his entire family has been killed in the US-Israel joint operation which was carried out yesterday. That is what Iran's state-linked agency is also saying. And clearly, US Defense Secretary's statement earlier saying that a massive US-Israeli strike on Iran, Washington says it killed the country's supreme leader, and it shows that those who harm Americans must pay a price. So these are the big updates which are coming, that Israel is now launching another wave of strikes on Iran's ballistic systems and its air defense systems to neutralize whatever is left of Iran's offensive capabilities. And also this news coming in that not just Khamenei, maybe his entire family, much of his entire family has been wiped out in this massive attack that has been carried out on his residential compound yesterday by the US and Israel together. So these are the big updates which are coming. Of course, a concerning situation, and what you are saying, Akanksha, about this quickly snowballing into a World War III,
right.
Well, looks much more possibility by the time, with the minutes going by, than the developments which are happening.
In fact, as we speak, we all know that the Canadian Prime Minister, along with the Canadian delegation, are very much in India. And we are getting in a statement from Canada's Foreign Minister, Anita Anand, who sent out an open letter of condemnation on these strikes against Iran. She's saying that Canada stands with the Iranian people. We strongly condemn the attacks of the Iranian regime against our partners in the Middle East, is also what she's gone on to say. These attacks must stop. We will continue to provide all possible support to Canadians throughout the region. Over the course of the past 18 hours while in India, I have spoken with my G7 counterparts regarding the evolving Iran-related hostilities in the Middle East. I have also been in touch with foreign ministers of several countries, including Israel, Qatar, UAE, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Quickly over to Sanjay, as he's also back on the broadcast. Sanjay, you were covering the G7, and if Canada is also now reaching out to the G7 nations, do you think the global community will be able to usher in diplomacy and urge for peace at the moment, given that a very whimsical president like Donald Trump already has declared that there will be... was somebody who was a terrorist, but the US deemed him fit. He is now the president of Syria. Look at the case in Venezuela. You have Delcy Rodriguez. Again, she's trying to keep the US administration happy. So the US also trying to find a middle ground over here, because they know the kind of power that the Islamic clergy also is wielding. So even as far as Mustafa Khamenei is concerned, this is going to be somebody who will be able to sort of do that balancing act between the IRGC, between the Islamic Council in Iran, and perhaps also be able to ensure the return of democracy. Maybe if the US wants it, the youth would want that. As far as the cost of living crisis is concerned, that is addressed, but it is the Transition Council that is going to now play a very important role.
Where is it going to be based, viewers? Of course, that remains to be seen, but there are really two power centers. There is the one where obviously administrative power lies, which is Tehran, and then there is Qom, which is the spiritual center, and this is where those protests that we just showed you are taking place. This is where the pro-regime protesters are out in those mosques chanting deaths to America, deaths to Satan, deaths to Zion, deaths to Israel. So that's where that is happening, and that's, if you were to draw a line between Qom and Tehran, they're roughly on the same latitude, just that Qom is more west than Tehran, but it's in that northwest part where, of course, some of the attacks have been concentrated over the last few days. And you can see some of these attacks on Urmia and Kermanshah. Isfahan here is where one of the prime nuclear research facilities, this is right in the center really of Iran, is located. So this is really the geography, if you can see. This is Qom here, this is Tehran, and this is Isfahan. This triangle really at one level is where things are or manifest themselves in a way that keeps this regime in power. This is the grid. This is the grid. And let me just go straight across to George Birnbaum, who joins us. Good morning from India, Mr. Birnbaum. Thank you for joining us here. We're talking of now potential regime change. When does America and Israel decide this operation is over, that the objectives have been met? There's been a decapitation strike. It's been confirmed now by Iran. What do you think is that point?
So there are two objectives, as one of your guests previously mentioned. There are military targets, missile launchers, warehouses of drones, those kinds of things. And then there are political targets. And regime change is not as simple as just cutting off the head of the snake. As your colleague said regarding Venezuela, we got rid of Maduro and Delcy Rodriguez is there, and you still have the head of the army. And in a country like Iran, you have the Republican Guard, you have the internal security forces, you have the military, the police forces, many of which at the higher levels of leadership have been a big part of the crackdown on the civilian population. So regime change is not just about removing the Ayatollah. It's also about removing enough of that next tier of leadership in such a way that when the people do try to take back the country, they have the ability to do so without the threat of violence and the crackdown. So it's a process, and that process is not as easy as dropping a bomb on a bunker of a leader. That requires a little more, let's call it human boots on the ground, if you will, and other means by which to decapitate that level of leadership such that you can have regime change. That's not a quick process. That takes time. Is that weeks? Is that months? Time will tell. But I am sure we'll see an effort over the coming days and weeks to remove that next level of leadership in Iran in order to allow for the regime change to take place.
George Birnbaum is former chief of staff of Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I do want to ask you, we've already seen some quick announcements from the Iranian regime. A new commander who was the deputy commander so far to be the new commander of the IRGC. A leadership council announced with the President Pezeshkian part of it. Till last evening, there were doubts about his safety and well-being as well. We don't really know. But the Iranian regime has announced he's part of this council. So they're suggesting he's well and alive and can take this forward. And now Mojtaba Khamenei to be taking over as the new supreme leader. He's the second eldest son of Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. I want your thoughts on this because they're already announcing a lot of their leadership, the transitional leadership.
Yeah, well, your viewers might recall after October 7th happened, every time a leader of Hamas was removed and they announced a new leader within a day or 2 or 3, that leader was also eliminated. I'm not suggesting necessarily there's going to be a series of Ayatollahs, of spiritual leaders day after day, but I am suggesting that, as I think your colleague mentioned, depending on the tone and depending on the approach that the new spiritual leader takes towards the United States and Israel, we'll see whether or not they become targets or they become partners in moving Iran forward towards a more democratic process.
So you're suggesting that the US and Israel will kind of adopt a wait and watch approach to see where the leadership, what tone and tenor they're adopting. But George, the US has already announced that this entire operation would be at least a week-long operation. So I want to understand this timeline that they have set already. What all is still in store according to you?
Their primary, secondary, tertiary military targets, as I mentioned, they go a little deeper than just actual missile launchers or factories. I think that goes to command and control centers around the country. As your host had shown, there is home. There are other cities in which we have to focus attention where the Iranians have hid weapons, hidden capabilities. So the primary targets were really what you take out in the first 24 or 48 hours. And then you get to your secondary and tertiary list of targets. Once you have air superiority, which has been established in the past 24 hours, the Americans, the Israelis can fly over the skies freely without the threat of surface-to-air missiles, without the threat of any other air-to-air combat. So now you can really focus on those harder-to-get targets and use your military might in ways that you couldn't in the first 24 to 48 hours.
So let's just very quickly open this up because there's a lot of news coming in. And Mr. Birbaum, I have to ask you, and we also joined this morning by Bishambar Dayal. Thank you, sir, for making time on a Sunday morning. Look at what's happened. The world is changing very quickly as far as the Gulf is concerned. New equations coming into play. But George Birnbaum, look, I agree that the Ayatollah and those other horrific mass murderers needed to go. There's no doubt that they're a scourge on humanity, that they had committed untold crimes against their own people. Having said that, do you believe we've crossed a Rubicon now where we have set a precedent for countries to step in and carry out blatant regime change in this manner? There were covert operations all through the Cold War. They have lasted over the last 2 decades, but they were more or less covert, unless, of course, there was a clear and absolute threat emerging from a regime to a particular country, and that was really called war. Now, here we have a preemptive strike. This is clearly not a preemptive strike. If this was a preemptive strike, this would not have led to a decapitation. So under the guise of a preemptive strike, now we have full-blown war. We can't control the escalation ladder because we don't know this unpredictable regime there with its back to the wall, what it's going to resort to. It's targeting other Islamic countries in the Gulf. This war is spreading. Have we unleashed something that we can't control? And where does this end? That's the question I was asking.
No, it's a fair question. However, Iran, I think, is unique in the sense that this is a country that clearly stated it wanted to use every and all of its capabilities to rain terror of not just on Israel, but around the world. They have been at the nexus of funding terror around the world, along with Venezuela, through gold and drug money. And they were developing nuclear capability to put on ballistic missiles. I mean, I don't know any of your viewers, if they had the chance to go back in time and ensure that Pakistan would not be able to develop 170 nuclear warheads, that the Indian military would have done what it needed to do to prevent that from happening. So this was an opportunity in time that was necessary, not just for Israel, not just for the United States, but for the stability of the world, because this does decapitate a network of funding of terror that has been going on for decades. So there was no choice. This wasn't a strike on a country that was keeping to itself.
Look at what is happening even as we speak. There is talk now, and these are media reports, that the Iraqi resistance is attacking US bases. And this is happening in what is known as Kurdistan, I think. There you go, which is, of course, still something that has not found independence in that sense. So there are going to be unintended or even intended consequences, and this is going to become bigger and bigger. Can there be an off-ramp? Bishambar Dayal, I want to bring you in on this. This conflagration could actually spread out, could radiate, there could be no end, and it could lead to large-scale instability. Sushant Sareen was referring to that. What's your take on this?
See, all this has been, before taking this operation, I'm sure America must have war-gamed this number of times. All contingencies must have been thought through. There's no doubt, because the system of governance in Iran is very, very complex, and to expect a complete change of the entire system, it is time consuming, because there are 3-4 power centers, whatever we may say. It may not be. That means there may not be a complete change of leadership also, but there may be a compromised leadership. But the region will remain unstable. Iran particularly will remain unstable for a long period of time, because whatever you may do, I mean, the war may come to an end. America will have no reason actually once you have eliminated Ayatollah Khamenei. Once the world knows that there are no nuclear capability with Iran, they do not have anything there, they are willing to compromise. Somewhere we have to understand, Rahul, that all this 1 month, when these negotiations were going, some leadership in Iran has compromised. Some leadership in Iran has given indication as how the things can unfold after the strikes. So there's a well thought out strategy, well thought out operations, well rehearsed operations. Whether all contingencies in a war, everything does not come through.
No, are you saying this was wrong, that there were indications that the Iranians were moving to the center, they were ready to moderate, they were ready to accept
There would be elements in Iran. Otherwise, in the first strike, you just see in the first strike, the defense minister is gone, Ayatollah Khamenei is gone, their chief of their armed forces is gone. So if the first strike is so successful, that means things have been rehearsed. And
no, that is true. But are you saying that there is now a second tier that is willing to be more pragmatic? Because we need an off-ramp.
There will be different. In second tier, there will also be dissensions. There will be different elements. There will be an element which will be very close to the Ayatollah Khamenei. That element, how long will it resist? And there will be an element which would be looking at a compromise. So I think after a few days of intense war, few days of intense instability in this area, I think the people in Iran, those who wanted a compromise, I think they will their voices will start coming.
Let me bring in JJ Dwivedi. He's raising his hand. JJ Dwivedi, yes, over to you.
Rahul, how this thing will pan out, there are 2-3 issues that we need to take into consideration. First and foremost, the conventional war actually will slowly taper down, but low intensity conflict means these Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas, these people will be creating some situation. And secondly, within the Gulf region or within the Middle East, there are power centers which are very well inclined to the theology or theocratic states. So these elements will also come into play and making the whole region quite unstable. So point I'm trying to make is, while the conventional campaign will possibly end up in a week or 10 days, but the low intensity conflict is going to spread in the region. And 2 issues are very important. One is, again, I'm coming to the groundswell, how the locals are actually going to influence the whole situation. And secondly, the new leadership that comes, are they more going to soften up the whole way of governance, or they are going to stick to the old system? That is very, very important. So 2 points that are made. One is the low intensity conflict could quite spread in the region. And secondly, how the new dispensation comes about, that will dictate the overall geopolitics of Iran as also the whole region per se. Rahul.
Now stay with me, sir, because I'm going to show you some maps, and this is how it's going to work, viewers. We're going to project the map here, and both Shivani and I are going to sort of talk you through this map. So this, really, viewers, is Iran. And you can see this is the Strait of Hormuz here at the bottom. If you can just lift that so I can show our viewers what we're talking about. This is the Strait of Hormuz. This is where the Gulf nations are. That is where Dubai would be. That's the narrowest part, about 20 miles. Is the difference there at the Strait of Hormuz. Can we use the jib cam perhaps to get a view of the bottom of this map? Because I just want to give our viewers an idea really of the geography we are talking about. So let's cut to that and let's lift that and pull it out. Here we are looking at this small area this small area is the narrowest point, Shivani.
Yes.
Here, this is the Strait of Hormuz, which extends, and this is where all the oil comes out of. Now, this Strait of Hormuz, this is blocked, isn't it?
Yes, and it's very critical. 20 to 25% of all global oil supply passes through this strait. So there are going to be global consequences. Of course, India is part of this because India already imports 90% of its crude oil requirement. And there are 20 million barrels that are supposed to cross this very narrow part of 21 miles. That's it. And it's also a very shallow strait, which is why it makes it militarily very susceptible to, for example, naval mines, etc.
And look how close this is, this area, to the Gulf countries. So you have Dubai, etc., all of that here, the UAE, you have other Gulf states here. And all of this is within easy target range from Iran. And that's why you're seeing so many of those targets being hit in these Gulf nations. On this side, of course, is Israel.
Yeah.
And this is where some elements of the US fleet are. That's where they all are. This is Israel. And it is from here that this targeting is happening. So it is this expanse, which is Syria, Iraq, Syria, and then, of course, Israel. Where all of this is happening. That's the airspace that is being used. It's over this airspace that there is all these projectiles that are going back and forth. Most of these targets that are being hit are now pretty much all across Iran because, and I want to bring in JJ Saab here. JJ Saab, the munitions that are being used by the US warships that are stationed here, I want you to tell us a little bit about them because they seem to have all that reach. They can go all the way across to almost this entire part of Iran, even eastern Iran. Could you talk us through this a little bit? Tell us a little bit about the munitions that the US is deploying.
Well, Rahul, you have displayed a very good map, and this gives a very good perception to the viewers. You see, the Gazelle Ford and one of the carrier groups is in the Mediterranean and very close to the Israeli coastline. So the projectiles which are being used basically are Tomahawk missiles, which can hit all the targets. Then they have the air-launched missiles from the F-35 and other air platforms. So they are using combination also. Don't forget, from the ships, lot of the missiles are being launched. But the airspace that is being used is the Iraqi and Syrian airspace. This is about 1600 kilometers. So therefore, whether you are using the air platforms or you are using the ship-based platforms, these missiles are able to hit most of the targets. And please remember, like missile like Tomahawk, they have a very close circular error of probability, means they can almost hit the target within meters. So this is exactly where the major effort is going on. And don't forget, on the other side, the carrier group Lincoln is also there. So they are complementing from the both sides. So it is the two-sided, missile warfare or the aerial warfare that is going on. One from the, from the Arabian Sea, and second, of course, from the Mediterranean, very close to the Israelis. This is where the pounding is going on. So
what
it
we're
is
being
two.
told, sir, and General Dayal, I want to come out to you. What we are being told is Pakistan has said that no one is going to use our airspace. So basically, there's not going to be an outflanking, so to speak, of Iran. Most of the, and if not all of, the munitions that are going to come into Iran are going to come over this airspace, which is Iraq, and of course Syria. And they're going to land into Iran and knock out some of these targets. We're going to, of course, discuss some of these targets and its importance. But why is the US fleet here? And why hasn't it moved, for example, here into the Arabian Sea so that there's a pincer? Why hasn't that happened? Why is it hiding behind Israeli defenses, so to speak?
See, I mean, in the naval concept,
Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln will move to Arabian Sea, right? But presently, it is all air warfare, right? It's a air and a missile warfare. So in the air and missile warfare, Rahul, we must understand that America and Israel are not planning a major land offensive. They have not mobilized their airborne divisions. They have not mobilized, like in Iraq, they mobilized everything. So it's the CENTCOM operation which will take place. They do not need Pakistan actually. You know, they have got enough airspace available of Iraq, even the bases which are there. The Gulf countries, they've said we will not allow our bases to be used for operations against Iran. But since Iran has already violated that and started firing, I'm sure soon these bases will also start firing on Iran.
Okay, so give me a sense of why some of these areas have been struck, and right after that we're going to pull out the other map, that is Iran's response and where they have been hitting. So that second map we're going to come to, but yes sir.
These are the important known places
what
in
is
Iran.
Kerman Shah about?
Why
is Kerman Shah being attacked?
Where the Revolutionary Guards, where the military headquarters establishment, where the missile forces, they have got a rocket and missile force, which these are located, and also where they feel that there is some uranium enrichment, whatever they've been calling till now. So these are those places, identified military objectives.
So I'm going to bring Shivani into this. Shivani, come up to the map.
Yes. So
let's talk about these
Rahul, the IDF spokespersons have already told us that these are initially, in the first 1 day of strikes, these are predominantly military and political sites that have been attacked. So in Tehran itself, the presidential office was attacked, which is exactly the compound where Khamenei is believed to be killed. Now, of course, it has become a matter of great discussion why Khamenei was in his compound. We can come to that later. But this is also the Ministry of Intelligence in Tehran, and also a neighborhood where the former president Mahmoud Ahmadinejad lives is suspected to have been hit in Tehran itself.
Do we have any status updates on
him?
Mahmoud
Ahmadinejad, no. On current President Pezeshkian, no, but he has been announced as part of the Leadership Transitional Council, so I believe the Iranians are suggesting he's much
And what about the family members of the Ayatollah?
Yes, so there are many family members of the Ayatollah in the presidential office. It's bizarre that they were all there, knowing that he was the target and he was the first target, but they have been killed, his daughter and a grandchild. At least these two we know that have perished as far as these strikes are concerned. Natanz is one of those strikes that was hit last year as well. Fordo, Natanz, etc. were the uranium or the nuclear sites.
So the enrichment.
Is that the enrichment? The nuclear facilities.
Is that enrichment? Let's just bring in Mr. Dayal. Yeah, General Dayal. Yes.
See, Rahul, the problem is that last time also, about 6 months back on 22 June, you said B-2 bombers fired.
Yes.
And you destroyed it.
Yeah.
But if still there are some elements, I think the foreign ministers of Iran only few days back with the Vice President of America had very categorically confirmed that you are willing to visit. We are allowing you to visit, see everything, and we are compromising. So they may have some element. There's no doubt about it.
No, the people have been talking about a dirty bomb as well.
General Saab has spoken, but I also want to bring in JJ Saab in just a few seconds. I would just ask the Director Saab in the window on the corner at the bottom if you could put some visuals, because we're already showing the map in this window. So we can do that. Yes.
No, I'm saying that there were, the general can come in on this, he would know much more, but there were talks about a dirty bomb, right? You don't always need a very sophisticated nuclear weapon.
Right.
You can always have a very small, dirty weapon as well, which you can put to use not through even a missile. Right? There are talks that you can just put it in water, for example. You can put it in the sea, and many lives could be at stake.
You see, carrying a uranium, making into a weapon means you need a warhead, and then you need a carrier. Probably Iran does not have a warhead. It has carrier means it has got supersonic missiles. It has got the hypersonic missiles. Its missiles are really effective. It has got today drones. Probably a small thing can be dropped by drones also.
Does it have the capacity right now to launch those missiles? You see, what happened in Operation Sindoor was that the Indian Air Force went out there and they knocked out the airfields. They knocked out, of course, some of the...
You have BrahMos. So your BrahMos, they don't have any... they can't decipher the seekers of your BrahMos.
They don't
General
have
Saab is coming in.
They don't have anything...
JJ Saab is also coming in on this point. Yes, JJ Saab.
Now, the point is, at this time...
I can't hear him what he's talking.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
We'll give a fallback in the studio for our studio guest as well. Yes.
See, the point is that at this time, Iran has about 240 kgs of enriched uranium. That is about 60 to 70%. They have to enrich it to 90% to get into the warhead capability. Second point is that they don't have a warhead as yet assembled. They have the uranium. So warhead means you have to have a trigger mechanism and you have to have a warhead. and then of course a delivery, because delivery they have. Even the Fateh missile, which is
So 1 second, what was the kind of munition that was used? Now those pictures on the bottom of our screens, viewers, is where the headquarters of the Ayatollah were, his administrative compound,
his presidential office
in Tehran. What kind of munitions would have been used? Now we are being told 40 missiles were fired. What were these missiles?
Well, these missiles actually, they have a combination, what is known as the deep, bunker busting bombs, which can almost hit about 80 meters deep. Now, these bombs are actually in 3 stages. They do the initial penetration, then there's another trigger which goes another deeper. So these bombs are the one which can go about 60 to 80 meters deep, and these are the ones which are used, and also the combination, because missiles, one are the ones which take on the infrastructure on the surface, and second are the bombs which go deeper inside. And Rahul, one important point, such pinpoint strike means that Mossad and CIA had done full homework, and someone has compromised the locations of these leaders real time, because they keep changing the location. So that means that it was a compromise of the intelligence.
Compromise, someone leaked it from inside. That's the answer.
Yes.
Shivani Gupta, they thought they were buried in some bunker somewhere, and no one would know, but they
Rahul,
were...
the biggest thing is, why was he still in this compound? Wouldn't this be the first target? I don't understand where the military intelligence
It's simple. Yes. During the negotiations, there has been a compromise. There's no doubt. I say there has been a compromise. And secondly, he has been lured that attack is not coming. It's a total surprise.
Yes. No, sir, it is hardly a surprise. Everybody knew that this was
going to happen. What General is saying is that there was the hope that the war clouds would perhaps
part. But this is poor military preparation and intelligence to suggest that they will fall for this.
But let me tell you what the issue is here. The issue in strong authoritarian states is that they don't get information from varied sources. They get it from one or two of their
So if you're very close person, is compromised, you're gone.
Absolutely.
Your key elements, one of your key elements get compromised, and you get a filtered information. Secondly, you see, we used in Balakot spike, no? That's come from Israel. You see how deep it went.
Yes.
The Mirage 2000 was upgraded 2007, 8, 9, I mean, and spike went deep inside. So the Israelis have got 2 types of missiles, surface to surface and air to surface. In this case, I think the Israelis have used air to surface, because surface to surface, there is still scope of interpretation by the S-300. But if you come by the air to ground missiles like the spike, then there's very little you can destroy.
Rahul, can you imagine 30 to 40 bombs?
Yes, because that's
presidential office.
That's the air superiority.
If this is air to ground, it would have to be from close proximity.
Because the air superiority is there. No, you see, even in the last 10 days of battle, 12 days, we realized that Iran does not have means to air denial. Today it is not air superiority. First you should your airspace to be denied. Iran cannot deny its airspace to the Iranians.
Was it blind? Let me bring in JJ Saab. Was Iran blind, radar blind? They couldn't see what was coming to them? Because look, this happened, this is a preemptive strike. This happens before any other missiles were fired. There wasn't in any way suggestion that there was some sort of a decapitation of radar facilities. So everything should have been tip-top. Yet these missiles come in and they create this crazy hole in the ground, and Mr. Khamenei is gone. Ayatollah is gone.
Rahul, this is a very important point you raised. You see, whenever operations are launched, there are 2 terms we use. One is SEAD, suppression of enemy air defense, and second is DEAD, that means the destruction of enemy air defense. This is done by 2 ways. One is the electronic means. You have the total electronic domination, and then you are able to suppress the enemy's electronic gadgets or electronic systems. And second is you use the force. I think what the Americans and Israelis had done, that they had ensured that the complete electronic domination of this complete air battlefield was achieved, and then they went in for the DAD, means destruction of enemy air defense system. So this is exactly what has happened during the preparatory stage. Lot of electronic warfare, cyber warfare has gone through, and of course we are talking about.
Let me bring in also George Birnbaum on this point. George Birnbaum, clearly preemptive, yes, but so effective that in Tehran you basically took out, and here is Tehran, here it's on the map, it's pretty much in the center, and there you can see up on top is the biggest sea in the world. Here it is, Tehran, right in the heart of it is that control center of the Ayatollah's regime taken out. How did this happen?
So if I can make a few points. The first is regarding intelligence. I know we live in a world where we see in movies and TV a lot of cyber technology and high-tech science fiction. There's no substitute for human intelligence on the ground. The Israelis have been operating in Iran for decades. We've had human intelligence assets there for decades. The fact that we knew where Khomeini was going to be at what time had to do 100% with human intelligence. So we knew where it was. Secondly, in terms of surprise attack, I believe that what Trump did was, we'd call it a reverse Uno card, if you will, in that usually it's the Arab regimes that buy time in negotiations in order to set up a strategy. I believe Trump had every intention of bombing Iran for weeks and weeks.
Yes.
The coordination that was required to have hundreds and hundreds of U.S. aircraft in the air, hundreds and hundreds of Israeli aircraft in there, Tomahawk missiles, carrier groups, that took time to coordinate. The attack took time to coordinate. I believe that the negotiations that were taking place, while albeit making the Iranians feel like there may have been a path and making them feel calm, I think it was all a ploy in order to buy time for the Americans to deploy and coordinate with the Israelis. And finally, with regard to the attack on the compound, and your guest is right, approximately 200 Israeli jets cleared the air corridor from Israel over Syrian and Iraqi airspace into Tehran. That airspace was cleared so that a handful of jets with air-to-ground bombs could attack the compound in Tehran where they knew Khomeini was. So it was a combination of not just days or weeks, decades of human intelligence. I think it was brilliant diplomatic maneuvering to buy time to coordinate this attack with the Israelis.
Right.
And then it was the matter of air superiority that allowed them to go in and take out the target.
I don't know, we're still waiting for the munitions that were used by the US, but I don't think they even needed their bunker busters in this case. So why wasn't the Khamenei better protected? I think this is a big question right now. And also, I think 24 hours before this attack took place, Donald Trump had given, I think, all the indications to those who would read it correctly that he was going to bomb Iran, because he had said that he's not happy with the negotiations, that Iranians are not doing what they want them to do, even though the Omani said that yes, the Iranians had agreed. So there was disagreement, but I think he had given all indications that this was coming. So I find it very, very, curious why they did not read it.
I think General Dayal has told you that there was a Trojan, and that Trojan was leaking information, and that was the end of that.
We're getting a new statement from US President Donald Trump. He's saying that the negotiations with the Iranis are going to be much, much easier now. Rahul.
Oh, wow. So he sees... So hang on.
This is clearing the deck.
Well, let's have a look at this. First of all, George Birnbaum, I'm just coming out to you. George Birnbaum, tell me, why is Trump now feeling optimistic that the Iranians have been softened up and that they will moderate a little bit more? Is it because of the people in charge, or is it now because their survival is at stake?
It's a combination. You've eliminated the head of a snake. You have your foot on their neck militarily. You have air superiority. They're decapitating the military as we speak. As I mentioned, they had the primary targets, now the secondary tertiary targets. They're in survival mode, and so being in survival mode is a good position if you want to negotiate to have someone accept your terms, and they are clearly in survival mode, a desperate survival mode, if you will.
Desperate survival mode. So the Iranians are beginning to read the writing on the wall. Is that why Trump says it's going to be much easier after the US-Israeli strike? So is this bluster? Is this also psych games? Because they're getting beat up badly, says Trump. So he's attributing the softening because of what he believes is American superiority, weapons superiority, military superiority. So he's saying that the Iranians are now seeing the end Is that really the culture in Iran amongst this leadership? Would they walk away from all years of power consolidation because they feel that their survival is at stake, or are they going to embrace, as they say, the shaheed or martyrdom?
Rahul, Iran, and the culture is not like that. Iran also has got factions within the society. And if you see the power centers, no, it is quite complex. Yeah. I don't think that there is a leadership there which, after Khamenei, can be that bold, can be that strong, can have that sort of hold. Because nobody in hierarchy, like you also said, in religious hierarchy, this is a different type of monarchy.
Yes.
So there, the second rung leadership looks for a compromise. So I somehow feel there will be a resistance. See, you cannot change the entire system of Iran. Nobody can change it, right? There will be still factions. But instability of Iran does not mean instability of the entire region. Iran may remain boiling for quite some time.
Isn't that debatable? I mean, I'll come to that point because we'll have another map, but I just want to quickly talk about this. So we have Qom here and we have Tehran. Qom is your spiritual center, and Tehran is the center of administration of politics. So there is a split here, and they're pretty much on the same latitude, perhaps about 200 kilometers, I'm told, away from each other. Now, how does Qom, that sees itself as the guardian, ideological guardian of Iran's outlook, defer to the pragmatists in Tehran? Can that happen?
I somehow feel that already there is a mix-up between the two. See, Ayatollah was the supreme.
That's right.
So president is also answerable to him. So is your parliament. So is your judiciary. So is your IRGC. So is your military. So everything was centered there. Now there would be elements which will fight, and that's why there will be an intense war today, tomorrow, 2-3 days.
George,
they'll try and fight it out of this.
Who are the people that are most likely candidates that will be receptive to US, Israeli, and perhaps overtures from other Gulf monarchies?
Well, I think in Iran, I think you're going to have to look to some of the military leadership that would be not necessarily the Republican Guard, but certain military leadership that can also help keep calm and also control some of these maybe radical factions from having any response. I will say this: I think the Iranians saw what happened in Gaza. They saw what happened 2 years ago, and they saw that there was zero willingness on the part of the Israelis to let up until the job was done. I think they see the writing on the wall. They're in a similar position now. I think they know that given the amount of force that's surrounding them right now, that if they don't find a way to compromise, if they don't find a way to move forward, their fate is going to be the same as what happened in Gaza. And those people do not want that to happen. They are certainly, I think, in a desperate survival mode because of what they've seen happen in another part of the Middle East over the past 2 years.
George, you make a very good point, but I also wanted your understanding of this complex system that our guest was talking about. So there is the clerical system, the 88 cleric body in Iran. How do you, deal with that? And what is its future going to be? Plus, there is the military complicated structure of the IRGC. I want the Israeli understanding of how these two are to be dealt with if you want some sort of a long-term solution in Iran.
Well,
for George, sir. Sir, I'll come to you for George.
Yeah, so that's a very good question. It'll be a combination of things. At first, the spiritual councils are going to have to take some kind of position, renouncing the spread and desire to fund terrorism around the world. I think if they can get to a point where they want to just be a spiritual faction within the country, in order to serve an interest of a part of the population that is devout Muslim, then they have a role to play in providing spiritual leadership. But it will have to be separate from the political leadership. There will have to be a firewall between the spiritual councils that are going to be spiritual leaders for that population versus the political leadership.
Okay.
And we'll have to see something similar that happened, back in the days where there was under Pervez Musharraf in Pakistan, where you had the military leadership keeping control away from the Islamists, and there was some level of stability back then. I think you could see something similar happening in Iran, where you would have that type of leadership that provided political stability while still having a spiritual faction in the country.
Okay. Yes, General Gigi Dwivedi, you wanted to come in. In fact, there could be some suggestions of, Iran, completely becoming what Pakistan is. There have been some suggestions to that effect, post an action like this.
Well, Shivani, we need to understand the structure of the governance. You see, spiritual pillar is the strongest pillar. There are two complementary pillars. One is the political dispensation. Second is the military or the IRGC.
Yes.
You see, even when the political people are selected, it's very orchestrated kind of elections. And Pezeshkian is known to be moderate, but the moderation has the limits. So spiritual power is the first one. And please remember, Khomeini has been embedded for last 49 years. No second person can be in same sort of stature, whether willingly or unwillingly. It cannot actually replicate Khomeini. Second point, Pezeshkian is known to be a moderate. So therefore, moderate powers will also come into play. And third is the IRGC. Within IRGC, there's a lot of factions. It's not a very homogeneous entity. There are people who have a lot of divergent views. So the point is, at this time, it is to be seen whether spiritual leaders can actually dominate or whether Pezeshkian like people are moderate.
So what we're being told, sir, what we're being told, and this is big breaking news coming in, that the Washington Post is reporting that the Saudis and the Israelis, actually pushed the US to attack. They pushed for Trump to escalate. They pushed. And this is coming from the Saudis itself. So it tells you how Iran is isolated even in the Arab world, which is obvious because there's always been a tension between Iran that sees itself as non-Arab, as a civilizational state, and the Arab countries. But in the Muslim world, there is a fault line. Call it the Shia Sunni fault line or what have you. But these are pictures also coming in from Tel Aviv. It's not as if, and it's not as if, yes, it's not as if, the Israelis have got away unscathed. There have been, and let's just show those visuals again. I want us to open the screen. Director Saab, let's open the screen. Let's see some of these visuals. Let's see some of the action on the ground because we're getting too caught up in the studio look here. I want you to also know, viewers, that there is a contest going on. It's not totally one-sided. Yes, it is predominantly in favor of the American-Israeli axis, but the regime in Tehran has hit back. And I'm going to show you some more geography here. We're going to show you another map, which is going to show you how Iran is actually hit back at some of the Gulf nations. And we're also going to show you pictures on the side of how those impacts have actually left scars on some of these UAE kingdoms, these Gulf kingdoms. So we're talking about Oman here, which is
so I don't think Oman has taken a hit.
No, it hasn't. I'm just talking
this
about
is
Oman,
about the military business.
which was somebody who was seen as a state that was willing actually to work with both these countries, Israel, Americans, and of course the Iranians, to bridge differences so that we could perhaps have some sort of a off-ramp and avoid all of this mayhem that we're seeing. But Oman there, sitting right there, out of the game right now, it's hoping still that the administration, the new regime, the new players who've come in will still heed and see reason and logic. But it's the UAE, and in that Dubai and Abu Dhabi that have taken some collateral hits. And we've seen the Burj being attacked, and I'll pull out those visuals of the Burj being attacked. Those visuals came in overnight. There was a Burj that was attacked, and then you had Qatar. So you have bases in Qatar, Bahrain, and also Kuwait. All these three. Now, Kuwait is an interesting state because it said it was completely neutral. It didn't want to be in this game at all. And Kuwait gets whacked because Iran believes that Kuwait is providing military ground, really the staging ground to the United States, and it was really upset and it took it out. And Kuwait's airport, we're also going to show you pictures of Kuwait's airport. So, Director Saab, we need to keep up with me here. We need to be talking about certain places, and you're going to have to show those visuals to the viewers because this is how it's going to work, okay? So when I'm talking about Kuwait, let's pull out the shots of the Kuwait airport. The Kuwait airport was hit Shivani.
Yes,
And there were people inside it
Yes.
who got injured. In fact, we're told that there were a large number of Indians also there who were sending videos out from there.
From Bahrain, from
Yes.
Kuwait, from Dubai, there is a large population of Indians or Indian origin
That's
people.
Dubai Airport.
Yes,
You were
Dubai
talking about-
Airport
so Dubai
has
is
had
here, viewers.
a strike
It's just
there.
in this horn area where the strait begins to narrow to the point where there's hardly a difference between Iran's territory and the UAE's
UAE or
territory.
Qatar, yes.
So there you see it very close here. This is Dubai. And in Dubai, viewers, I believe that our former badminton champion.
Yes, our current badminton champion
Current,
still
right.
playing. Our contingent was on its way to London for the
London.
All England.
Okay.
But apparently these strikes happened, the airspaces have closed. So I think they've made some sort of a landing in Dubai, or maybe they had a connecting
Those are the
flight.
pictures. Let's blow
and
those
they've
pictures
been
up.
stuck
Kuwait
in the
and
Dubai
Let's
airport.
open those pictures up. Let's make them full screen. Split the screen in half so you have Dubai on one side and Kuwait on the other, and we can show you more of the Dubai skyline. This is what was coming out around 9 o'clock yesterday.
Yes.
I don't know if there's been fresh wave of
some of
attacks.
these visuals, some of these are from last evening,
Yes.
but I think the Dubai airport visual that we are running,
Yes.
that is, I think, as fresh as it can get. From the account of PV Sindhu also, we have got to know that there were some recent strikes that did land near or around the Dubai airport. So those are some of the visuals that we're also running. There are civilian properties, properties like the Burj Khalifa. There's all of this, even residential areas, as you can see in those pictures from
Where was
Dubai
this?
that have
This
been
is-
hit. And this is not going to go down very
is,
well.
This is the Palms area, right?
Yes.
The one that was
The Palm
developed and you could see it from satellite pictures. That would have been here somewhere, wasn't
Yes.
it? It's just here. It extends into this bay. And this bay, viewers,
In the
was
shape of a palm in the
shape
sea.
of the palm. Yeah. So this
Yeah.
is what we're talking about. This area of Dubai was hit, struck, and you can see it. You see on Google Maps, viewers. If you were to look at Google Maps, you'd see the frond of the palm coming out, and a lot of Bollywood stars have properties there.
Yes, there are many Indians, prominent Indians, Dubai being in some ways a tax haven as well. But there are many Indians, business people, others, film stars, sports stars have properties in Dubai. And Dubai is the symbol of a modern world and for modern Islamic identity. And I think for Dubai to feel so unsafe, it's especially for us Indians, because so many Indians live or work there, I think that was a rude awakening last evening. But I think things will settle down as all of these countries in the Middle East feel.
Unpredictability has been injected, because see, viewers, we don't know how this is going to unfold over the next few years also. I mean, we're talking about today. You might have residual elements, General Dayal, in Iran that might say that, look, our appetite for getting back at these people who betrayed us is not going to be whetted because of some deal. Maybe through other malcontents, proxies, these areas now become, I'm sorry to say, but hotbeds of...
Iraq also continued.
Yes.
You changed the government, you brought your new president, but the element there, so I feel in Iran also there will be over 50 years, 40 years, the hardliners have been working since 70s. So there would be element which will continue this resistance in different forms.
My
You
God.
may
So
have
that
a
means that
compromise overall.
all these areas which had become the new, see, most of these UAE nations had begun, and that's why they've also been dealing with India across the Arabian Sea. Why are they dealing with India? Why are they looking towards India? Because India is the muscle. It is the foundry of the world, and they want to diversify away from the oil economy. They want to move away from the oil economy, and they want to get into financial services. They want to get into computing. They want to get into developing the next innovations in AI, and you will go there and you will see, and you've been there most probably, you will go there and see massive educational campuses coming up. Now that is all going to be in jeopardy.
And a large foreign population in places like Dubai
Expat
and Abu
population.
Dhabi.
Yes,
Expat
because people are
population,
coming in.
businesses.
Yeah.
Dubai airport is a hub today. What London used to be, possibly. Dubai has obviously aimed to be that as the center, the true center of the world, the map as we see it. So, these are going to be long-term questions. And the question you ask about, the resistance in Iran that will continue, those are civilizational questions about the Western world versus the Islamic world, right?
Yeah.
Will that question go away just because the Ayatollah is not around? I don't think so.
So are we going to look at a situation, and I'm going to also bring in George here, are we looking at a situation, General Dayal, where perhaps instability is now going to become over the next few years endemic to this region, where people will be constantly looking over their shoulders to see when the next proxy is going to strike. Because if Iran is degraded militarily to that point where it can't use overt offensive capability, it's going to resort to what Pakistan, for example, does.
Rahul, Iran will remain unstable, let's be very clear. But I think the Gulf countries will find a stability, because unless the regime overall takes the attitude like that, if the regime softens up, then hardliners will first sort out within Iran. So they'll be too involved in the domestic this thing. See, yesterday's action of Iranians is by those hardliners who wanted to transfer this panic and fear and this confusion to the Gulf states, including Saudi Arabia, because see, the intimidation by the Americans was over. Yesterday was a panic, fear and confusion in Iran. So out of that, they worked out another situation where they wanted to transfer this to the Gulf states. But I'm sure the period will start where capitulation will seep into Iranian authorities. And I think the Iraqi president, Iraqi foreign ministers, I think somewhere they will emerge as moderate.
Well, hope
They're
lives
the people
eternal.
who will go into, it may not be a complete change of regime. It may be a compromised regime, same regime, agreeing to the Western philosophy, not philosophy, I would say, accepting the Western principles of governance here for some time.
So let me bring in George on this point.
The oil is the game. Energy is the game.
Look, how long is the oil game going to last?
They will corner, this is how you can corner China actually.
Okay.
See, this will emerge into China and Russia now coming together more, because China will become more and more dependent on the Russian energy. So it gives a breather to Russia also, but ultimately it will end up at the Russian door. Marginalization of America, marginalization of China, and capitulation ultimately of Russia is deep state's main aim.
Okay, George, how do you see this? Because look, I mean, these states, and I've shown them on the map to you, these states were at the cutting edge now. They were known as the tiger economies of the Gulf. Now they're in jeopardy, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's going to be a problem here.
No, first of all, I just want to say to your viewers, I'm in the United States right now. I have two daughters in Israel. Both have been in bomb shelters for the past 19 and 16 years old. And my wife is actually in Dubai on her way to New Delhi. She's a speaker at the Ricina Dialogue, and she's hoping the airspace will open so she can get to India next week to participate in the dialogue. So this has been very personal for me also in watching everything that's been going on. I think what you're seeing, I think the stability of the Gulf is going to be fine. In fact, there has always been the past 5-10 years talk of a NATO-type alliance of the Gulf nations against Iran. And I think they'll be able to contain any factions that the Iranians may have. But there is one thing that we really haven't spoken about, which is the effect of this on the Russia-Ukraine war. Russia has been able to prosecute this war largely in part due to the drones that have been supplied by the Iranians to the Russian military. When that supply gets cut off, we may also see now the net effect of the Russians being forced into a negotiation because they won't have the military supply that they had from Iran. So I really do believe that the Gulf nations are going to be fine. They are looking to the future. They are this pan-Muslim, pan-Arabic alignment that existed 20, 30 years ago, which was us versus the West, doesn't exist anymore. They've seen Iran as the pariah. That's why the Saudi Arabians, according to the reporting of the Washington Post, were pushing Trump to do this. Whether that's true or not, I can't tell you. But I can tell you that they have all come to the conclusion that Iran was a pariah in this region. And so they will do what they need to do to protect themselves, to defend themselves. They will continue to be a financial hub for the world. I'm not too concerned about that.
So George, let's just theorize on that a little bit more. Let's extrapolate. You're saying that this could soften also Russian resolve, Putin resolve. And General JJ is also there with us. I'll bring him into this. But before that, George, how does that happen? If you were to game theory this, how would that happen? Give us a sort of timeline, perhaps also, and the scenarios.
Resolve is a tricky word. I don't know that this is going to soften the resolve of Vladimir Putin, but it may bring him into a reality check in the sense that if he sees that the supply of especially the Shahed drones, which have played a huge part in their attacks on Ukraine throughout the country, not just in the eastern part of Ukraine, but central and western Ukraine. If he's unable to prosecute that war because there's not an appetite for large-scale ground troops continuing to try and and get further into Ukraine. It really has been a drone warfare, remote warfare for quite some time. If he has the inability to prosecute the war that way, he may come to the conclusion, regardless of what his resolve is, that there needs to be a negotiated way out of this, because there's not going to be a way to keep continued pressure on Ukraine, and by virtue of Ukraine, Western Europe, if he cannot be supplied the weapons he's been using to fight this war the way they've been fighting it.
Are you surprised that the Chinese and the Russians haven't stepped in more assertively here to defend the interests of Iran? This had become a sort of a test case, and this goes back, of course, to the 1800s, the early 1900s, when the Ottoman Empire was collapsing and the great game was unfolding over the Persian Empire, over Persia, which is now, of course, called Iran in the modern day. So all of that sort of feeds in. That continues in another way, and one would have expected perhaps the Russians and the Chinese to have maybe threatened a little bit more.
Rahul, can I come in for a minute?
Yeah. Can I just...
George, that question was for you.
Yeah. So I'll answer quickly so the other guests can answer. The Chinese have been playing for the past few decades a long game in terms of natural resources. They're active in Africa in terms of gold, rare earths, lithium. Their goal is supply chain dominance when it comes to natural resources. I think they're less concerned with these military alliances, if you will, especially regarding Iran. So they're focused on, and especially economically within their own country, they need to make sure that the investments they've been making in Africa and Latin America in terms of dominating the natural resource market continue. So I'm not too surprised that the Iranians stayed out of this. And quite frankly, the Russians don't, Putin is an expert geopolitical chess player. He probably saw the writing on the wall in terms of the American dominance in Iran. He's got his own war to prosecute. He's got his own economy to worry about. He's got to be concerned about the price of oil for the markets where he's still able to sell it. So I think he also strategically said, I've got to sit this one out. The Chinese, though, are a different story. They're focused on a whole other set of strategies.
George, just interrupting you for a brief minute. We're getting more visuals now. After Khamenei's demise that has been confirmed by the Iranians, the flag at the Iranian embassy in India, in New Delhi, has now been put at half-mast. Those are the visuals that are coming in, Rahul, of the Iranian embassy in the national capital, where the flag is at half-mast.
But I can also tell you that there are protests breaking out across certain geographies in India. So in Lucknow, viewers, and in Srinagar, there are protests. And to me, I believe that this is misplaced.
It's not required.
This is not required. This is misplaced. This is political signaling. Who are we actually propping up here, viewers? We are propping up a regime. Look, I'm not here engaging in the morality, the larger morality at play. Yes, you can have a quibble with the manner in which America has undertaken this, the unilateralism, or the manner in which Israel feels that it can sort of ally with another power like the United States and do what it has done. That is not what I'm looking at here. I'm looking at the response. Who are we standing up for? We are standing up for a bunch of actors, 50% of Iranians themselves, which is the women in Iran, were upset with. So much so that a number of them came out onto the streets risking their lives and have
been
paid.
Killed. They've been butchered. They've been beaten. You've seen visuals of them being dragged out of their cars in the metro from the buses.
So I want to ask you, Shivani, I want to ask you, as a progressive, liberal Indian woman who stood up for Iranian women, when you see these pictures, and I don't want to make this about gender only, because there were enough men also, progressive Iranians, who were killed, who supported these women and supported larger societal reforms. So how do you feel when you see a whole group of Indians running through the streets? Let's show those pictures again, Director Saab.
Rahul, let's not mince any words. This is naked religiosity-related political concern, right? This is nothing else. How are your lives affected or connected to this? I don't understand. So I don't think there is very much currency left in this. I don't think there is very much stomach for this anymore. Not many Indians are going to be swayed by this. And, we've seen this, for example, for Gaza. Yes, a tragedy unfolded in Gaza. But again, there was a war that was initiated against Israel by Hamas in Gaza. You can't, completely ignore that reality. You've had Iranian-backed terrorist groups hitting at Israel. You've got the Hamas, the Houthis, and others. So, you cannot ignore these realities. You can't be poking the bears, so as to say, and expect they're not going to retaliate. I'm sorry, you live in the real world. We've got more breaking news also coming in.
Before we take that, there's also hypocrisy at the heart of this, viewers. There's hypocrisy because when, for example, the ISIS was attacking other non-belligerents, fellow Muslims, none of these individuals took to the streets. None of them came out and said that the ISIS, in fact, in Kashmir, the political leadership there at one time was saying, oh, ISIS flags are being raised because misguided youth have misplaced sympathies.
No,
they don't understand.
They don't talk about Sudan. They don't talk about other African countries where there are real genocides going on.
Boko Haram, Nigeria.
I mean, the hypocrisy is writ large. So like I'm saying, there's very little appetite for this. I think there is just a small little political constituency that it serves. I don't think even in Jammu and Kashmir there is very large appetite for this.
But unfortunately, it feeds back into a political loop because there will be political parties who see some of these individuals as their vote bank. And we are probably going to see some political leaders now emerge. You're also going to see certain Muslim groups here in this country. And I remember when that horrific, horrible individual, the head of Hezbollah, Mr. Nasrallah, was eliminated in the heart of this capital, in Latian Zone, in the Islamic Cultural Center. There was a huge seminar that was organized in praise and in condemnation of the elimination of a terrorist.
Yeah. The cause, quote unquote, the Palestine cause, the Gazan cause has been used too often to justify terror. We've seen this in our neighborhood, the so-called Kashmir cause being used to, terrorize the Indian populations. That has already died, more or less a natural death and a political death, 90% of it, I think. And I think these are remnants of those who want to hark back to that world where the Islamic identity is above and center, everything else and the geopolitical realities or even terror, for example. This is just, this is a defense of terrorism, I'm sorry to say. Islamic terror has become a nuisance all over the world. We'll get into this a little bit in detail, but this is masking of that, and I don't think it's going to work anymore. But Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, has vowed that retaliation will be there for the killing of the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. He has warned that those responsible would regret it. This great crime, he says, will never remain unanswered. This is his office statement that has been released today after all that has transpired. So we're already, George was talking about what is the tone that the new leadership takes. This is the first indication of the tone that they're going to take. We've got more breaking news coming in. Fresh swarm of Iranian drones that have hit Dubai. Now, we were talking about Dubai just now. These are visuals. Like I mentioned, there has been a fresh wave. So what happened last evening is last evening, but there's been a fresh wave of drone attacks that we've seen in Dubai. It is bearing some of the, possibly the largest brunt of the Iranian onslaught. This could be
so
because of
location. Those
latest
pictures there on your screen?
Yes, these are all day
visuals.
visuals.
Put them at the back of me so that we can blow these up, and we're going to show you, viewers, these pictures that we're beginning to see. Let's put them out here. These are the pictures that have come from this morning. That's the skyline. That I'm not sure.
These are day visuals.
Is this Dubai or is this? This must be Dubai, isn't it? These are the pictures from Dubai. If someone could confirm very quickly, this is Dubai. This is the skyline.
Yeah.
So this is the skyline. I'm not sure which area of Dubai this is. I've only been there once, but fundamentally, viewers, these plumes of smoke, not unlike what we saw yesterday. So we were just talking about about perhaps an incipient instability. This is Dubai airport area, so this
again,
is a critical.
This is an important installation. Of course,
Yes.
an airport is extremely important, but these are civilian installations. this is a big question mark on why the Iranian drones are targeting airports where there are civilians stranded and many Indians stranded.
I don't know,
there
maybe
at
they
Dubai
think
airport.
that if you degrade these capacities, the US will not be able to use these as bases
But
for
they have
its
separate
fighters.
bases.
They might
Rahul, they have separate bases.
Yes,
they don't
absolutely.
need the airport in Dubai to function.
So this is exactly what we're saying, viewers. The Iranian regime here is walking into everything that has been said about them, that it's a dangerous regime that poses a threat to the larger regional geography of the Gulf, and therefore it needs to go. And it is proving itself.
Yeah,
isn't it?
absolutely. This is not going to go down very well. You know, there's already been one death. I think it was in Dubai that the death was confirmed last evening. And I don't understand. You by the way, for the context for our viewers, this is exactly where PV Sindhu and the rest of the Indian badminton team was actually stuck for many, many hours. And I think this was the fresh wave of drone attacks that PV Sindhu has mentioned on X as well.
And that happened about 3 or 4 hours back.
Yes. So these are visuals, I think, from early morning this morning. But this is going to be a huge question mark as to why this is happening. We got another visual, actually. I think these are correlated visuals, but we'll establish that and cross-check that. We had a visual of the Dubai airport where from inside you could see some of the damage that was because of these drone
So
strikes.
these are the underpasses, viewers. These are it's coming back to me a little bit. When they're about 5 or 6 years ago, before COVID, I remember passing through some of these tunnels that took you all the way to the airport. So here you have a situation, viewers, that civilian infrastructure, as you're saying, is being targeted.
This is also a symbol of modernity as far as the Islamic world is concerned, a symbol of stability. You've got, the high net worth individuals all having bases in Dubai. You've got a large expat population. So this is, of course, going to make them feel very nervous. And I wonder whether the Americans had kind of factored this in, that Dubai would come under attack
those
so
are
much.
some we've got some visuals also of a building that seems to be in that vicinity. There you can see it. That's another building that seems to be also...
These are all the skyscrapers, I think also from Dubai.
Yeah, exactly. So viewers, let me just put this into context. And we were showing you the map. Dubai is very close to Iran. It's just across the ditch, as they say, just across the Strait of Hormuz, which is very shallow at some points and very narrow at other points, 20 miles. So you have Iran that is beginning to target the symbols of what is the current engine, the non-oil engine of the services-based economy of the Gulf. Now, why is this a strategically important target for Iran to attack? What the Iranians are trying to do here is to create pressure. So here is that map. Let's have a quick look at this map. Here is Kuwait, here is the UAE, here's Dubai, and that is Iran. And you can see it's just this water, and it could be any one of these batteries located anywhere in the south of Iran that is unleashing this.
UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, all very close.
What this tells you is that the Iranians still retain some capacity to hit pinpoint accuracy at the targets that they want
No,
to
but Rahul,
hit
these
and
are
target.
drone attacks.
These are drone attacks. Okay,
drone attacks are easier to mount. We've seen that in Operation
because they
Sindhu.
go under the radar and this, that, the other.
Because you can swarm.
Okay,
First
you can
of all,
swarm.
you
Right.
can swarm the place that you want to attack.
Yes.
And also, these are low-cost operations. I don't know, the general can maybe update us a little bit. How many IBCMs does the Iran have? How many missiles does the Iran how much capability do they have? Are they saving them for Israel? Are they saving them for US bases? Because these are drone attacks. These are
drone
easier
attacks.
to mount, and you can swarm and maybe 1 or 2 land. We don't know what the extent was.
Do you think these have come from within? Are they actors sympathetic, or they have come from across?
No, they must have come from Iran. But I don't know what the extent was, in the sense that were there 400 drones fired and only 1 landed? We have to see this in context.
And have a look at these pictures, because you can see the panic. The person who's taking these videos has suddenly started sort of running for cover because they're sensing, and we're being told that there could be there are multiple explosions that are being heard. We've just got visuals of one part of the skyline concentrated and focused near the airport.
But we did see this last evening as well.
Yes,
many residential buildings, plus that drone, one drone I think that managed to land around the Burj Khalifa complex. So there were plumes of smoke. There were people in their residential complexes in balconies making these videos. They could see the drones, particularly sky. You can actually spot it easier, and many of them were making these videos, but these are all from earlier this morning.
So these are all from earlier this morning. Let's show those pictures. Let's open them up full screen. We've given the viewers the idea of the geography. Now let's look at the impact. What exactly is happening on the ground, and we can also bring out visuals from yesterday. The Burj overnight was targeted by another drone attack, as you're rightly saying. So these are more drone attacks, a swarm of drones coming through. Where they're coming from, we don't have an idea, but clearly there are some capacities that that's the Burj Khalifa. And then you can see, there's the drone coming in. You can see it'll come in.
It's a swarm
It's
of
a swarm,
drones.
yes. 1, 2,
It's
3,
5
4,
drones.
5. It's coming in, and then one of them will manage to strike the Khalifa.
I don't know what the capabilities, we'll get our military expert on this, what the capability that Dubai or, UAE has in terms of intercepting.
Let's
as
get
far
in
as
General
these
Pandey.
drones are
Just get in
concerned. General Pandey is now
because
walking
General
into our
Pandey-
studio. General, you can come with us here.
Come to us. Come to
Are you
us. Are
mic'd
you
up?
mic'd up, sir? Are you mic'd up? I think General Pandey might be mic'd up. Manoj, let's get General Pandey mic'd up. Are you mic'd up, sir? Wonderful, sir. How lovely to have you. Good morning. Good morning, sir. General Pandey, what are we seeing here?
Why
What's
are
going
these
on?
drones managing to, land in Dubai especially?
Please understand that even during Operation Sindoor, a lot of perception was there that air defense with the layered air defense is perfect, that will not allow anything to come through. There are two challenges. When you swarm an air defense system, the control which are required to be done and carry out strikes and number of missiles which are required to take these systems out in the air, that becomes difficult. So that is one part. The second is there are systems of ballistic missiles which are hypersonic in nature, which are pretty fast moving. They have got the capacity to overwhelm even the Americans. Why do you think the Americans have tried to go in for this? The most important reason which they are fighting against, contesting against Iran, was the ballistic missile system, which had the capacity not only of reaching America in terms of distance, but moving with very, very high speed. While Americans could have protected this thing, they would have time to actually intercept over the American continent. But the Saudis and the other Gulf countries were not very comfortable with this idea.
Even Israel.
So can I ask you, sir, you are a military expert, you know the insides and the outsides. How do these operations, how are they mounted? How is Iran being able to, we're showing you the map there, how are they being able to cross the Strait of Hormuz when supposedly the capacities are quite degraded?
And
how does
US
that
bases
happen?
are there. Are they going to be intercepting these or not?
I mean, how does this happen?
In just about not even 24 hours have happened. In the serious strike, you can't just degrade a military power of a country. They are not Pakistan, and they are surely, they have got a significant capability, and which has been actually, which was degraded in about 8 months back to us. Some degree of extent, but eventually after the 12 days of Lion Rise operation, they were not degraded sufficiently. But in this 8 months, the Iranians knew what is going to happen. They have actually surged the capacity in terms of making of drones. If you recall, the Shahid drones which you are talking of, which has got a range of about 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers to strike with a pretty high speed, and they carry about 100 and 200 kgs of explosives on them. They can actually take out a floor of a building, of a larger building. That's the capacity.
So these are the pictures that were coming from yesterday also.
They were Shahid, they were Shahid actually.
Shahid
the ones with a wing which you can see.
That's right. They look like mini aircraft.
Yeah, they look like mini aircraft. They look like mini stealth bombers actually. So they are very difficult to capture and catch. Also please understand that there is an evolution of technology which is taking place. So while in the race, the air defense systems which have 8 months back, they were relevant. The technology has changed to beat back the air defense systems.
Can I ask you something? The US bases in these countries, and this is a map of the US bases in the Gulf, they are not being used to mount any attack on Iran. But would they be allowed to retaliate to Iranian drones?
Yeah, so what has happened is that two things have happened. Actually, the biggest tragic mistake Iranians have done is to have actually involved the Gulf nations. Because they were the ones who were telling the Americans that don't get into it, right? And they had very clearly articulated that we will not allow our airspace, our ground space to mount any attack against the Iranians. In fact, a month back, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia had called up the President of Iran and said, we will not allow. But once they have struck, they have involved and enforced an unwilling coalition, which was not willing earlier, and they have found a coalition now with Americans.
Why would they do this, sir? Some people are saying that, and I want to bring in George also. Give me a second. George, I want to bring you in because you were mentioning how your daughters are in Israel, they're in bunkers. An update from them, and I just hope that everything is okay with them. I also have a daughter about that age, and I know how the heart palpitates. And I have a son who's also overseas, so we all know how that goes as a parent. And secondly, your wife is still in Dubai. Is she in this airport or is she in a hotel? What exactly are you hearing from her? Has she told you about the situation there right now? You can see these streaks in the air. Obviously, these are drones that have been intercepted, and you can see the flak, I suppose, call it what you want, and the streak in the sky. So that's evidence there.
Yeah. So thank you for asking about my daughters. They're fine. They're with their friends. They're in the bomb shelters. They're ordering food for delivery services to the bomb shelters, which are delivering food, believe it or not. So they're fine. Thank you. In terms of my wife, she's in an apartment building downtown, and she's actually been getting. The reason I was looking at my phone a moment ago, they were just a series of alerts sent by the Dubai government to people in the area to find shelter. So she's sheltering I believe in an interior corridor in the apartment building right now, or in the basement, perhaps in the parking garage. So they are now getting, the Dubai government is now issuing citywide alerts or emirate-wide alerts to the population when they have these attacks coming. And she says it's quite loud. They can hear the interception of the incoming drones and missiles, since Dubai does have a defensive missile capability. I don't know which system they're using. I don't know if they're using Patriot missiles or a different system. But yeah, it's quite intense in Dubai this morning as these waves of attacks come, and they are using the Shahed drones. You can see by as the general said, you can see by the look of the drone and the shape of the drone, these are the same drones that the Russians have been using to attack Ukraine for the past several years. So it's unnerving, to be sure, because those drones fly low, they fly slow, they fly in a horizontal way, so they can go into a building as opposed to a missile, which comes from the sky down. That makes it more difficult to directly hit the side of a building. So it's terrifying. But again, as I mentioned earlier, I believe that this pan-Arabic, pan-Muslim mentality that existed 20, 30 years ago doesn't exist anymore. The general rightly said that the Iranians have made a bad calculation. They have unified the Gulf nations now against them, where they were already unified. As I mentioned, looking at Iran as a pariah state in the region, and this, I think, will go a long way to consolidating that group in making sure that Iran, doesn't continue to do this in the future.
Even as we speak of this, there is, of course, those elements of a fight back that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps is talking about. They're saying we've carried out a 6th wave of attacks on Israel and American military bases. I would like to ask General D.P. Pandey, we've got MJ Vinod joining us, former fighter pilot MJ Vinod joining us. How long do you think, or how much capability do you think Iran has to continue to mount these counterattacks, particularly on Israel and US bases? I'm not talking about the drone attacks that we've been talking, but what are their real air capabilities, their jets, their missiles? How long are they going to last?
Good question. In fact, I've traveled to Dubai very often, and just a couple of days ago I was there. And these are places very, very familiar to me, where the attacks are happening. And as we speak, a lot of my friends are currently stuck there. In fact, one of them, just before this news, I talked to him very close to Burj Khalifa. He lives. And they all, like you said, are in their car park basements, and some of them have taken refuge, believe you me, in the metro stations, where the metro station is under the ground. So it is a panic, and Dubai, since UAE is probably coming to the Emiratis coming together, and its inception has not seen such a kind of attack on its soil.
Yes.
So in the modern days, we have now, if you go back to known history, as Dubai or UAE has been this kind of an attack never. So this is something new for Dubai. That said, just taking on your question as to how, I had the opportunity of looking at the low-cost drones of Iranians given to Pakistan, which was launched against us, many of which did not reach the target and landed. So I have the opportunity of looking at it up and close, intact. So these are extremely low-cost drones, and like you know, we make it. So I know the exact cost. The cost to cost this drones would
Okay,
Rahul,
I'm just,
come down
Captain
to
Vinod, just give me
4
30
lakh
seconds
rupees.
because I'm just speaking to the PCR here. We're just going to reorient this screen. Let's do it this way. You keep the guests on the left of your screen, one above the other. So let's open a 3 window with the guests on the left, and let's keep all the visuals on the right and split the screen if we can in 4. If that can be done, I would be delighted. What we're seeing, viewers, and let's just look at these pictures for a few seconds. On the left of your screens at the bottom are visuals that came from yesterday.
Yes.
This is when Dubai was being experienced the first wave, so to speak, and you had the Fairmont Hotel that was hit. Now, we don't know what exactly happened there. How is it that that particular projectile, was it an intercepted fragment that fell? And on the right, of course, is the Burj Khalifa, again from last night. But in the middle of your screens, we are being told that these are visuals that are coming from, where are these visuals? In the middle of your screens coming from? Do we have an idea? From Doha. We're being told that these visuals are from Doha. What's happening? Let's blow them up here on the screen behind me. Let's see what this is. Let's see what this is. General Pandey, what do you make of these pictures that are coming in from Doha? Let's put those visuals out. Can we put those visuals out? There they are.
One.
Look at the swarms. What are these projectiles that are coming through? There are all sorts of birds flying around. There is also, we can see some activity on the ground. There is the minaret of a mosque, and behind that there is a plume of smoke. So clearly some building, it appears, could have been targeted. I'm not quite sure. The pictures are very grainy.
Clearly, we've not captured the drone in this one, but there is a plume of smoke. So something has landed, and there is a siren that can also be heard in one section of that
So
video.
why Doha?
Yeah, so that is where I think the Iranians have gone wrong. I think they've ensured their isolation, and not only their isolation, in fact the isolation of the entire Shia community for some time to come in the future by carrying out strikes, while they are saying that they are carrying out strikes on the military objectives. But actually, if you've seen in last couple of hours, all the strikes are at civilian infrastructure.
But why Doha?
Airports.
Why would you suddenly choose Doha, which is pretty much at the bottom, a little out of the way?
No, it's not. They need to. They made a commitment when they started. The whole thing started. Rather not whole thing started. Anywhere where the US bases are, we are going to carry out strikes. That was the commitment they made.
Yes, sir.
You know, the point is, what does Iran want? Iran wants it to become a regional war, because it wants that America and Israel should feel a pressure. Because they cannot fight for too long. Iran has a problem. It has a stockpile of missile almost about 2,500. It won't last more than 5 to 6 days if they have to fight with the same intensity. The same Middle East countries which were by and large with Iran to some extent, Saudi, UAE, they declared they will not give their airspace. But what has happened? The Iran, while it was hitting toward basically military bases, in addition to the military bases, it has also hit the civilian targets. Now the complete Middle East countries.
So General Siraj, what we're hearing is there's an activation of air raid sirens in Kuwait and Bahrain. So these are now widespread. This is yesterday. Yesterday's entire modus operandi playing out again. So this we began to see towards about 4 or 5 in the evening India time, which was perhaps more in the afternoon. So General Siraj, why are they choosing first of all the day to do this? You had the entire night. Is there a difference between day and night anymore? So I want to ask both the General first you.
See, the point is, as far as the drones are concerned, the drone technology of Iran is one of the best. The Shahid drones which were used by Russia in Ukraine, they could penetrate or they could go deep inside Ukraine and did a lot of damage. So the Shahid drones of Iran is known. Now initially Iran has only hit the military bases which are there in Middle East. But then they changed their strategy. They said that in addition to military strategy, they start hitting the civilian target. And that is the time when in Doha also it has taken place. And then you find the complete scenario changing. All, the governments in Middle East, whether it is Saudi, UAE, you can say Bahrain, Qatar, they have become negative toward Iran. So Iran, as it is, doesn't have too many friends.
So you know what we're going to do? What we're going to do is that we're going to look at some of the missile technologies. We've got graphics on that of Iran and also of Israel. So we'll pull those graphics out in just a few moments. But General Pandey, there is finite and limited stockpiles. How is Iran going to augment? Because we saw also, I mean, this also applies to Israel, by the way. The Iron Dome was also overwhelmed last time, and we saw some important targets in Tel Aviv being struck by hypersonic missiles that came out of Iran. So both countries have that problem. How do you replenish stockpiles quickly? How does Iran do it, for instance?
Rahul, it is incorrect comparison between Israel's industry and Iran industry. What has happened is that a very significant portion of ballistic missiles and the storage conditions were taken out at 8 months back, right, during the land rise.
So you're talking about Iran right now?
Iran.
Okay.
The second is Israel and US are not targeting only Tehran or certain military bases. Their targets are entirely onto the defense infrastructure where ballistic missiles are being made. If you recall, in the last night, in the a couple of hours back, there were ordnance bases which have been struck in this thing, which are far away. They are towards the eastern side of Iran, which is at a great distance, and they have been struck and destroyed. So a very calibrated strikes were being done, which is very intelligent from US and Israel, onto the places where the manufacturing of military equipment is going to take place. In case of Israel, while Israel is a smaller nation, it has got a very close coordinated air defense system, and the Air Force of Iran doesn't have a capacity today even to fly out of his own country. So they have to rely only on ballistic systems. Now you're saying about why is it during daytime? In technology today, day or night doesn't matter. Second is they need to carry out not sneak attacks. They will have to carry out attacks in waves. So when you look at that IRGC saying this is the sixth wave of attack, that means a large number of missiles or drones are launched, something which
let's have a look at the comparison between Israel and Iran's projectiles, their missile systems, and so on and so forth. Let's project this onto the screen.
I think a comparison of their military capacity. So the overall manpower, Israel is active personnel much lesser than what on paper would be from Iran. I think 1/5 of it, 170,000 active personnel on Israeli side, 610,000.
So there's not much in it. There's not much in it.
I don't think how much it matters whether Israel has that much active, serving personnel.
Given the fact that it's not a ground operation,
and this is not a man-to-man fight in any case. These are all in military fights.
So you wanted to make a point?
Ground attacks.
Yeah. Ground attacks.
The point is that...
No, but this is the total aircraft number. 597 on the side of the Israelis, 551. Now, this is an interesting number. There's not much to choose.
So let's talk a little bit about
the air power which is there with Iran is all obsolete.
Okay.
The biggest problem is that
what aircraft is...
They have an old origin of a Chinese and Russian version. They are not even the fourth generation aircraft. The problem with the Iran is their air defense and air power is far inferior compared to Israel and America.
Effectively, they don't have an air force.
So they depended on what? They depended on ballistic missile and the cruise missile. So that is what they did.
Countries invest, based on their strength. The strength of Iranians was ballistic missile systems, right? So they have invested. They don't have the sanctions of last about 40 years has ensured that they have not been able to actually build up the technology to take on a good modern air force. The second is when you're looking at the numbers, you're comparing numbers of 14th military power with 15th or 16th military power. They are neck to neck in terms of numbers and whole numbers. But when you add the two carrier strike forces,
but look at the artillery
and you add about 150 modern aircrafts which are there in the region.
Why is there such a big differential where rocket projectors as well as artillery pieces? There's a big difference, and it's sort of...
Why does Iran have much more than Israel?
Okay, in this rocket projectile systems, again, I just said that a country decides on a strategy. The country's strategy was not on air force because that was a major challenge to build up equipment, train, fly, and so the air defense. By the way, air defense is extremely costly. Firing of missile systems are much more cheaper. So they have invested in ballistic missile system. They have invested in rockets. In this rockets, you're not counting of the Hezbollah rockets. You're not counting what is with Hamas.
That's a very important point. And then you have the naval power, 107-62. So where is the Navy? Why aren't they using offshore?
They will use the Navy, and I think they have already started using the Navy. I believe that yesterday night, No, the Navy is very potent of Iranians. That's the most dangerous element. They got unmanned systems, which can, they can have a system which can lay mines, which will block Strait of Hormuz for at least couple of months, if not 2 years, which has been anticipated. More importantly, they got...
And submarines also, they have.
The point is, this is, you see, remember that as far as Iran is concerned, the number may be there, but they are not state of art. And second thing is that what is Iran capability? Iran Navy is more of a regional, because it's more of a defensive. Now, there was a challenge, what they were trying to do, what Iran was doing, when this 2 aircraft carrier group has come, Abraham Lincoln, as well as US Gerald Ford. Now, they were trying to hit one of these ships. And how do they do that? They have a very good water drones. They have got speed boats. That was the challenge which was there with the American, but they have taken care of it. So the point is that as far as Iran is concerned, their Navy is not state of art.
Okay, so is that the reason why, sir, the US fleet is sitting in the Eastern Mediterranean and not in the Arabian Sea?
Absolutely. So the distance, the range of Iranian Navy to strike, right? If you look at only through the rockets and through the missile system which are on these fast boats, they got a range of moving about 150 kilometers deep and then firing rocket systems or missile systems which are actually flat trajectory, which are much more dangerous because it takes time to pick them up and thereafter neutralize, and they're pretty fast. The ranges are about 300 kilometers. So they need to, American carrier group has to ensure that they got a distance of at least standoff distance about 300 to 400 kilometers. While they have the ranges of aircrafts to fly in and carry out the strikes, but they don't have the ranges. They need to protect themselves, and that is why the distances are there.
Well, that's roughly how this equation works out on the ground. But let's go back to those pictures, because what we are now hearing, viewers, is that there's a fresh wave of attacks. So at mid-morning point here in New Delhi, we're getting news that we were getting yesterday mid-evening or late evening, weren't we?
Sixth wave is what the IRGC is calling it.
Doha.
A few are landing. These are also activation of sirens that have happened. Now, the only real damage, which I believe has happened via missiles, Rahul, not via drones, is actually in Tel Aviv. There was already a report of some that had landed till last evening, and I think there are more explosions being heard in Tel Aviv.
If we have Captain Vinod with us, and if we have George with us, I want to go back to both of them. Let's go back to the visuals, Director Saab. Let's go back to the big visuals. And we'll come back, of course, to all these other graphics in just a few moments, because we can discuss the various combat capabilities. But here are the visuals. Captain Vinod, a couple of questions to you. How do these operations take place? Are they difficult to intercept? Why are we seeing so much terror across significant geographies? We are not talking about just one area like Dubai. Now, this is an extended sweep of the coastline of the UAE states of the Gulf.
I'll just take the lead from what the general was saying. And like I was saying earlier, the missile technology of Iran is no less. It's very potent. In fact, I feel Russians have helped them a lot. Those, a mushroom kind of a missile that you see is very similar to the Orshenik missile that Russia has in its kitty. Orshenik is impossible to intercept for simple reason. Orshenik comes at hypersonic speeds. Your interceptor missile is on maximum trisonic. It's only 3 Mach. So how can you catch up with something which is flying at 5 to 7 times the speed of sound with something which is only flying at 3 times the speed of sound? Impossible. So they are those missiles in numbers is less in Iran. Those are the ones which are making it to Tel Aviv unimpeded. Let's get that part aside. You were talking about the drones, whether it is Shahid drones or Yaya drones or all kinds of drones that Iran has. They are extremely low-cost drones. Like I was telling you, I have seen one physically up and close. In less than Indian rupees, 4 to 5 lakh rupees, you can muster these drones. A point about overlooking the Strait of Hormuz, which both of you were talking about. Iran has a stranglehold from Hormuz down to where Kuwait is. the entire Gulf, because Iran is sitting on a higher mountain. So the north of this particular Gulf, if you look at this terrain in 3 dimensions, it's hills. And from there,
Okay, more
none
pictures.
of these.
Have a look at these pictures, Captain Vinod. Look at these pictures. These are now fresh pictures that are coming out of Dubai, I think. And that's the airport. That's that plume. Now we've gone in. We've zoomed in really from a different direction. So we're beginning to see the impact point. This is Bahrain. I'm being told this is Bahrain.
Yes.
So this is not Dubai. This is Bahrain. And what area in Bahrain is this? Can someone give us a bit of an update maybe from the news pit? We can have Kanksha come in or someone come in and tell us a little bit more about these pictures.
What we do know is that
yes.
the UAE now is telling us that they've intercepted as many as 136 missiles
Yes.
and over 200 drones. So
Okay.
now that gives you an idea of the scale of the counter-attack that Israel is mounting in UAE or Dubai alone. But this is, of course, a visual that is coming in from Bahrain.
Yeah.
You could estimate possibly, General DP Pandey can come in here, 200 drones intercepted in UAE, 136 missiles. This would be the same number that possibly targeted, Bahrain, Kuwait, etc. as well.
Yeah, so numbers like Bahrain would have a lesser number of strikes going on, probably because it's a smaller country, smaller location. The hit has taken place on the 5th Naval Fleet Headquarters of US. It was I think they were able to intercept, but the certain elements of the explosives landed near the building, and I
Those
believe
were the visuals we saw yesterday.
Yeah, correct. So I think virtually what they are trying to do is to hit wherever possible with numbers and overwhelm the air defense which is there.
No, so they're saying they've hit 27 US sites in the Gulf. Now, I believe there are a dozen bases in the Gulf that the US has. What are these 27 sites? What are we supposed to read into this?
No, when
You mean, this would mean that 27 hits have taken place?
Yeah, correct.
27 have landed.
Well, it could also be, that there are,
Other sites that
other
they're attacking.
sites that
But
they have
it's
also
interesting. Iran is
deployed.
calling them US sites.
Because I was
But these
seeing-
are civilian areas.
So I was seeing some CENTCOM videos.
You know, the point
Yes.
which we're saying is that what has America done to this bases? They have moved THAAD and Patriot missile system. If you see it, the development which taking place last 2-3 months, that they're the best terminally high altitude area defense system, and Patriot missile system is very, very good air defense.
Okay.
But what happens is when you are firing a drones or missile, you cannot basically neutralize 100% of that. You will find in fact hypersonic missile, there are chances of almost 20-30%.
Okay, so hang on, General
Pandey.
Pandey, I want to ask you this because I was seeing some CENTCOM videos that have been posted of missile batteries which are placed, it doesn't appear to be in any facility. It just looks like they're in the open desert. So could these be deployments that have taken place beyond the bases?
Obviously, because when you're saying about sites, it doesn't mean headquarters or place. They are not centrally located. So in Tehran, when you look at it, the headquarters are there. But then there are islands of deployments which take place otherwise. And second is, when you deploy the missile batteries, they don't come into the site which they have to protect or the location they have to protect. They have to be deployed outside and much far beyond. If you look at the carrier strike group, which is located, the fort, which is located off near Israel, right? It is not anchored there. It is off, but it is providing a larger umbrella.
So very, very important. Now, can Director Saab, we put this 4 window on the screen behind me so we get a sense really of this in larger than life terms. Let's put this 4 window that you have in the screen behind me so we can talk through each one of these visual elements. So what you're seeing is Doha that has been struck. This is Bahrain. This is Bahrain. This is visuals that have just come in. Shivani, these are pictures of a strike that has taken place in this current sixth wave.
Yeah, I can't say exactly what this location is, but it doesn't quite look like this is some sort of a military installation or a American base.
This
Again,
is
it
Haifa,
looks like
Israel. This is a port city.
Yeah, there of course is the damage
This is quite
different.
close to where the US fleet is. Also where some of the batteries must be, the intercepting batteries, so that the US fleet also stays safe, General.
State one thing simple.
Yeah.
That these high expensive, high value air defense systems are not meant for Shahed strikes.
Right.
Shahed carries about 100. It's something like, for a needle kind of a thing, you don't require a hammer to manage. So these are costly systems which will be actually against the ballistic missile system, which will carry larger load packages, which are going to be striking high value targets. It will just not be, and these are all AI, all automated control systems. They verify what is taken off, what time is going to impact, what is the load which is carrying, and thereafter they match the anti-missile system to fire.
So
right?
on the other side, one second, General Saab, just 1 second, I'll just come to you. On the other side, viewers, is video released by the IDF, strikes on missile launchers in western Iran. Now these videos have been coming out continuously, and the IDF is very good at packaging their successes and putting them out in videos. What are we seeing here? General Sivach and General Pandey. Yes.
See, what happened is that when we were talking about the drones, what has the Israeli have done this time? They made a multi-air defense system. They have Iron Dome and Iron Beam. Iron Beam is the one which is striking the drones. It is a beam which is there, it is neutralizing the drone. Then they have a David Sling, Arrow 3 system, and they also been given a patrol missile system. If you see this time, the damage in Israel is minimal of even the missile which have been fired by the Iran. That's what has happened. Now, as far as
so you're saying they've augmented and modified,
you know,
their
what
air
lesson
defense.
they learned from us, that in Operation Sindoor, the India has utilized that multiple air defense system, which we had Akash-Tir also, S-400.
It was an escalatory and calibrated,
depending upon the target and the weapon system we used. That was almost 90% where the Pakistanis, nothing could come to us.
Right, General Saab.
So, you know, high speed, high value, heavier package will be taken on by the expensive version of air defense. So what General Shivash was mentioning is that once this layered defense is meant for different set of incoming missile or drone systems. But please understand that Shahed missile, right, Shahed drones are slightly more difficult to be picked up and neutralized when they come into the form of swarms or a larger numbers. And plus they also understand that where is it, these are actually technically fire and forget. And that is why it is much more difficult to actually overwhelm and control them or destroy them in non-kinetic means. So either you impact and destroy. But what happens is that they are able to find out where they are going to land. So if they are going to land at a place which has low value, it will be allowed to go through. But the expensive systems will be able to take out even the Shahed drones, even flat trajectory flying at the high value targets.
So let's quickly talk about these visuals. This is the latest set of visuals that has come in, viewers, and this is coming from Bahrain. Then you have Doha. This is exactly here. We're seeing again all sorts of projectiles entering the Doha airspace. Now we don't know if these are intercepted residual missiles or they're an actual hit. We don't also know right now if this is drone or non-drone. So we need to have confirmation on that. This is Haifa, Israel. This is obviously the retaliation.
This definitely looks like a missile attack.
This is definitely a missile attack. It would have to be a missile attack, and it's going over two airspaces, literally Iraq and Syria. And that's how it enters Israel. But this is also interesting because it crosses, not that there's much of Israel to cross, but it's going from west to east, and it's the eastern Mediterranean.
1,500 kilometers have to be traversed for a missile to strike.
There you
and
go.
if they have been able to breach, you look at the speed of that missile. But yet, again, I come back to the same thing.
What would be the reaction time, sir?
I think it's just about a couple of minutes actually.
Wow.
So the aim is to actually take it out into the high atmosphere when they reach on the top. That is one of the best places. But when they are actually dropping closer to the target, there's a time they get much more confirmation, and they can use lower end of counter ballistic systems or missile system to neutralize.
But is it too late by then? Is it too late by then? Will you have debris?
No. Actually, what happens is that if they are able to neutralize it, strike, then only the remnants fall. Yesterday you saw a strike which was taking place in which a large projectile came down and hit, and you had people running away from that location. So it was, they were trying to actually neutralize, but they could not. But the projectiles, explosives had not fallen, this thing, they were intact. So it was a localized, not a very high profile. Missiles need to hit with the speed which they come.
You're talking about that street, I think that was Doha, living quarters. There were a large number of people who were saying that, look...
the issue which we need to see is that how much information is actually coming from Israel.
Right.
All these images which are coming are coming from other Gulf countries. This is again, in today's narrative warfare, it is important to show that these areas are being hit,
yes,
and they need to respond to Iran.
Right.
Israel is not showing exactly that.
So there are mind games being played, says General Pandey. Very clever mind games that are being played.
You know, one thing more in that, the civilian area do not have that much air defense system. If you are hitting a civil target, it is very easy to hit the target. And that is where it is making a difference. When you are hitting a military target, it has got air defense system. That's why you find in Israel, the targets are not being hit, they have been neutralized. In the sense, all the missiles, drones by and large are neutralized. But when they are hitting Doha, they are hitting other places, whether Saudi, UAE or Bahrain, you are finding hit are coming. Why? Because the air defense system is not there in civil area.
That hit in Haifa looks pretty serious.
Haifa also, yes. The point is that the swarm system which is there, that the drones or missiles, when they fired together, it is impossible for any air defense system to neutralize.
Yes, but you know, we've also got updates that in Tel Aviv there are a lot of interceptor, missile, audio, etc. that can be heard, sound because of the interceptions that are taking place. Air raid sirens are now blaring in Kuwait, after Kuwait is also seeing possibly a fresh wave of these drone or projectile missile attacks. By any account, Iran cannot keep this up for too long. As far as we know. So this is going to be possibly a last-ditch effort, and I think by what our experts have pointed out, the harakiri that they've committed by attacking all of these Gulf countries.
I'm going to show you what is being targeted now. We're going to get the over the shoulder camera very soon onto this map, and if you just have a look, Shivani, these are some of the areas, and we're just going to get the OTS here. These are some of the areas, and this is a map that has been put out by Iranian state media, which is being reported by the Wall Street Journal staff report. So this is a graphic which we will just put out there. You can see the Erbil Air Base, which is in Iraq, Tel Aviv. You have the Ali Al Salam Air Base in Kuwait. The US 5th Fleet is here in Bahrain. You have in Riyadh, you have strikes there apparently. Al Udeid Air Base, which is Qatar. And then you have the Al Dafra Air Base in UAE. So let's have a look. Let's come in. Let's come into the frame. Let's go into this and let's hang on to this and show these are the areas that we are talking about. Viewers, this is what I want us to focus on. Director Saab, can you please cut to this camera here? Wonderful. There you can see it. Now, if we can just get the resolution a little better on this, you can see the Erbil Air Base, which is in Iraq. That's Iran there. That's Tehran. It's pretty much on the same latitude. So it overlooks the territory of Iran. And this is, of course, you're looking at Western Iran. Here is the Ali Al Salam Air Base. If you can zoom in more, sir, there it is. There it is. And that's Kuwait, just opposite that strait. There's Bahrain, the US 5th Fleet, and there's Qatar, the Al Udeid Air Base, and there's Dubai. So this map we're just going to put out for you, viewers, on the screen to give you a sense of the geography that is right now facing the strafe from Iran. And that is something that, viewers, we're going to be keeping an eye on. That's what we're going to be keeping an eye on. And these are the areas. These are the areas that are being harried right now by the Iranians. Now, whether this will lead to the Americans and the Israelis pulling back or not, we don't know. But clearly, as of now, they are trying to, at some level or the other, saturate the airspace over these areas. Maybe because they are trying to distract General Pandey. The larger weapon systems, the radars of the United States and Israel, maybe they're going to conduct something bigger. Is that possible?
Yes. During Lion Royce, one very major lesson which Israel drew, and possibly that led to a certain degree of de-escalation, was Israel's entire air defense systems were actually they fired the best systems quite early on. And that is why, if you recall, in the later stages, the Iranians were able to breach the air defense systems of Israelis and land quite fatal strikes. And this time, I think that is why they have gone for one simple calculation, that they will firstly surge the production and ensure their missiles are this thing, and now they will be only targeting the ones which are relevant, which are going to strike high value targets. So this is a change in possibly a strategy which Israel has taken. They need to conserve, because in last about 7-8 months, Iranians knew that they are going to face this war, come what may, because talks or no talks, they were quite fully prepared. They didn't want to change their strategic orientation, and Americans were going to come after them. And therefore, they have done well enough for themselves. Actually, just because they have taken out Khamenei and the top leadership of this thing, the regime has not changed. The response are going to continue, and this is not going to end very well for either of them as of now.
Well, let me also tell you that there are some releases that are now being put out by the MEA. So we're going to try and go out to those. We're trying to get connectivity here in the studio so I can open that link up. But I'm just trying to go straight in because there are updates coming in, advisories mostly, Shivani, that are being put out there by the Indian government, telling various people that part of the diaspora, huge diaspora isn't there in the Gulf.
Yes.
Huge
Millions.
diaspora, millions of Indians, especially in these geographies that we are looking at right now.
Are there.
90 lakhs, which
Yes.
means 9 million.
9 million is there, and they are all across. And the point
All across
is,
these countries,
all
from
across.
Kuwait to
And also
Saudi
remember
Arabia,
another
UAE.
thing, the oil which is coming from this area is about 40%. Now, if Strait of Hormuz is blocked, the India is also going to be hit very hard. Not only that, the rates of oil will also go more than $100 per barrel. So there are challenges as far as we are also concerned. What happened to Chabar port? You know, the one which we are operating, that will also be now a question mark. So there are a number of issues which will happen due to
Actually,
if this
the
war
issue of
prolongs.
oil is very interesting because what happens to everything that has been going on in context of the tariffs and the Russian oil, given what has now transpired and what with the Strait of Hormuz.
So I have to ask this question now. It was passed off as a preemptive strike, General Saab. This is not a preemptive strike. This is some sort of a offensive strike. This was a strike that left no options open for diplomacy, General Pandey, because I don't see, even after the transition that we've been talking about, this 3-member council that has been set up, led by the grandson of the Grand Ayatollah, the founder of this Islamic regime, and so on and so forth, Muhammad
Mojtaba
Khamenei. There seems to be no lifting of the foot off the gas. These Iranians are pretty set on continuing.
So please understand, let me just give a context how the strikes have happened. And if I understand, and I have read enough about the Israelis and Americans, and that is how a powerful or intelligent nation should operate. This whole talks, schmozzle, gossip or facade or charade was ongoing to find the right time, right opportunity to strike, right? So while the 10 days talk were ongoing, they struck on the 9th day where some degree of everybody was saying that possibly, and a lot of people are commenting adversely. But I look at it, it was an entire charade in which they wanted to get. When they get an opportunity, when entire leadership is together. Yesterday, the first strike went at the time of 8:15. It was in the morning. Generally, the strikes happen in the night. They went through at 8:15, in which they got entire top leadership of Iranians. So I think they were pretty committed.
Committed. On that point, Iranian parliamentary speaker has come out, prepared ourselves for all scenarios. As I said, viewers, the Iranians are not taking a step back. We are prepared for all scenarios, which could even mean a ground invasion, which could mean anything.
They're saying that plans have already been put in place, were already in place for a post-Khamenei phase.
Well,
so they, of course, were anticipating.
They were, and they probably, they led him to believe they were so well prepared that he walked into the path of direct fire. In the first strike, he was taken out. But look, viewers, clearly regime change is the objective here, because had that not been, in the first wave, they would not have taken out Khamenei. They would have maybe dropped things around him, softened him up a little bit and said, okay, come to the table, agree to all our terms, open up your country, maybe even step aside. But they haven't. They've actually taken him out.
You know, the problem is that when US is talking about regime change, there is not possibility of regime change until there are ground troops which go there. Yeah. Boots on ground is very important. Now when you have such a head, there can be regime collapse. Someone else will take on. There is a succession plan. So thinking that the government which will come.
You might carry out a decapitation strike in the hope that others who are more amenable to you. I'm not saying in the classical sense that you are there to guide a process like you were in Iraq. But General Pandey, this is a political choice. I'm just talking about not a military choice, it's a political choice. It's a political attack which has been given the gleam of something bigger.
You know,
a preventive strike, that is.
So as Jan Schwartz said, that regime change doesn't change with change of a spiritual leader or the top leader being taken out. There is a whole structure, there is a whole system which is in place. But what has also happened is, what we are not recognizing is, there is a certain degree of corruption, there is a certain degree of divide which is there already in the country. The people who were supporting the religion, the people with money, the businessmen, business community is not with the regime. While the force power of IRGC continues to remain in the hands of the regime, but yet there is a significant population which is today not with the regime, because after all, they are seeing all this progress and process all across the world, and they were quite unhappy with the falling economy, falling prices of real and stuff like that. So I think please understand, the Americans have gone inside. They will have a plan. If the plan was to leave the region into chaos, there has to be a strategic outcome out of it, which we can debate and talk about later.
Yeah.
But today I think the regime still continues to be in place, but I think there's a fracture inside which will ensure.
But
that,
can I just say that there are two moral standpoints from which Donald Trump has justified these strikes, quote unquote preemptive strikes that Rahul was talking about. One is, he said this was protecting American lives because he has told his domestic constituency at least that Iran was, planning weapons against USA, whether those are missiles or nuclear weapons, etc. The second moral standpoint that
here it is, US Embassy. US Embassy, this is in Baghdad that seems to have been attacked. This is pictures coming out from Baghdad on the ground. This is what we are being told. This is a handle called Naya for Iraq that has put it out. You can see bulldozers. There is a overrunning of the US facility there. These are big pictures, dramatic pictures, sympathizers. Perhaps these might even be Shias, I don't know. But there is clearly an attempt to overrun the US Embassy. Now, I do believe that some of the US personnel had been evacuated from Iraq a few days ago, but I'm not sure if that was possible. What is going on here? Clearly US assets here in the Middle East under attack. And is it possible, General Pandey, that we might see this being replicated in other parts of the Gulf? At least in 2 or 3, it may not. Maybe not in Saudi Arabia, may not be in Dubai, but other areas.
No, it will happen in Dubai, it will happen everywhere, right? We have not even seen 24 hours have not passed. Actually, barely 24 hours have been passed. You will start seeing proxy elements coming out in support who are hardline. You have taken out the most important person of the Shia community, and that is the Ayatollah, right? Everybody prays to him, everybody looks at him. There will be fringe elements, not fringe elements, there will be organized elements who will carry out, if not symbolic, if not proper attacks, surely symbolic attacks, which will happen. And I think in anticipation, if you recall about 2 months or 3 months back, the entire Iraq base where 25,000 troops were positioned were taken out, right? So they have diminished, they have reduced the footprint of US presence all over the Gulf to ensure that they don't get hit when such a situation comes up. So these are all indicators towards what is going to happen eventually. And I'm sure they have got enough capacities. Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis and other Shia terrorist groups have got capacity to carry out strike. How effective they will be, it is only the time will tell. But yes, there are going to be collaterals which are going to happen, not only to US citizens, but also to the Gulf entities and other countries in the region.
The another point is, as far as wherever there is a more Shia population, why it is happening in Iraq? Iran has about 55 to 60% Shia population. For Shia population, Ayatollah al-Khamenei was a religious and supreme leader. So wherever it is a Shia population, you will find such sort of action taking place by these certain proxy groups. And how much they will be affected, time will only tell. It can start in Syria also. It has started now in Iraq. But I think in Sunni dominated countries like Saudi, UAE, Oman, Bahrain, there the chances of such thing happening are very, very less compared to where there is a more population of Shia.
Yeah. The visuals, of course, speak for themselves here, Rahul. As far as that US base in Iraq is concerned, there is this Iraqi resistance, you know, that we've mentioned earlier as well, that was trying to, of course, get into this conflict. It is a Shia-backed Iraqi resistance, isn't it? Backed by the
I'm trying
Iraqi
to get hold of voices now. We need to connect to people in Bahrain, in the UAE, lots of Indians living there. I want to find out really what's happening. What are they perceiving on the ground? Are they safe? Are they not safe? Let's get that connection going. But here it is, viewers, dramatic visuals now coming in from the center of Baghdad, the US Embassy there. We're going to try and pull out a map and show you where the US Embassy is exactly in Baghdad in just a few moments. But these are visuals, dramatic scenes. This is the beginning of a pushback at a popular citizen level. I don't know if these are ordinary citizens or if this is the resistance, if these are people, but certainly they don't look like militia. They could be plain clothes, I don't know, but they certainly don't look like militia. These are people who've taken JCBs and they're trying to overrun a facility there. Whether there are people inside or not, we don't know.
But
thousands and thousands of people.
Being heard.
There are explosions. There are all sorts of things happening.
Possibly gunshots being heard here.
Yeah, so we don't know if this is just a part of an exercise to overwhelm and show others and rouse others around the Gulf that, look, this is what we need to be doing. We are being overrun by Americans. We are being overrun by the so-called Zionists. So there is all of this. And there is also a new warning that has come out from Trump. US President Trump says we'll hit Iran with a force that has never been seen before. Let's go straight across to Siddhant. Siddhant, what can you tell us?
Well, that's right, Rahul. So it's a message from President Trump, because there have been several warnings coming from Iran. In fact, Iran is threatening countries in West Asia of retaliatory strikes, and the warnings came from IRGC and several other high-ranking officials from Iran. And now this is the response coming from President Trump. President Trump writes on Truth Social that if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. So it's the first response coming from President Trump after Iran threatening of retaliatory strikes on the countries in the West Asia and the US assets in the region.
So what exactly is this statement saying? Can you read out this statement to us for the benefit of our viewers?
Yes, that's right. So Rahul, President Trump writes on Truth Social that Iran just started, that they are going to hit very hard today, harder than they ever hit before. They better do not do that. However, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
So
first
why
response coming from President Trump.
Okay, so why is Trump now suddenly sending out this message? Because earlier he was saying, just about 1 hour back, I think, and let's just bring out those two messages and put them side by side. 1 hour back, he says, it's over. We've softened these people up.
He said it's going to be easier to now talk to the Iranians.
Now he's suddenly using a threatening tone. So is he coercing General Pandey, or is he suddenly realizing that this is now taking a nasty edge? Maybe they've underestimated.
No, I'm quite sure they know that it's going to take a nasty turn. But these are all public posturing. So Iranian foreign minister, the parliamentary minister, the new leadership is going to talk about how they are going to hit back and strike back. And that means they are under control, the regime change is taking place, people are, the new leadership is coming. And similarly on the other side, the Americans and the Israelis are going to talk about differently that in case you retaliate, we are going to come after you. This is all posturing to ensure that everybody comes up, somebody has to cede the ground. Actually, and the first statement which came out was by Trump regarding they have been softened up and there is a scope for talk now to reach out. These are all addressing two segments of population. One segment of population is in Iran, which wants the change of regime, and therefore they need to talk, and we should not go ahead with continued retaliation and stuff like that. Right now, please understand that while the Shia groups will come out onto the streets and carry out certain degree of strikes, but there is an element which Americans control and they are not talked of very often, and that is ISIS.
So let me,
right.
ISIS.
When ISIS is going to be unleashed against the Shia community,
wow,
that is the time when, and
no, but then what you're suggesting is a full-blown regional conflict that could then take years.
Yeah, that's true.
It could release jinns we don't want to be released.
Correct. So that is why all these people, especially the Iranians, need to actually understand that which is the path they need to take, because US has got not only one strategic domain to look at.
And on the other side, you have Iran that is threatening Israel, saying you have crossed the Rubicon, you've crossed our red lines, you're going to have to pay for it. Let's just quickly go across to Siddhant and also Ashok Sajjanar, who joins us, a noted diplomat. First, Siddhant, over to you.
Well, that's right. So there are two responses that we have from President Trump, Rahul. One, which he wrote on Truth Social this morning, where he confirmed that Khamenei is over, he is dead, and in fact, he says that now they can have immunity, later they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country in the greatness it deserves. So this is what President Trump wrote this morning. Now he has come up with a warning. In fact, he is threatening Iran that if Iran, IRGC and the forces decides to attack US interests or the countries in West Asia, then he is now threatening that because if they do, we will hit them with force, and that has never been seen before. So this is the second response coming from President Trump. In the morning he said that everything is over, everything is done. Now the forces, IRGC, etc. should support the Iranian patriots and join them. Now he's saying because there have been multiple warnings coming from the IRGC and the other senior officials in Iran of retaliation, of attacking US interest in the region. So now Trump has issued a warning saying that if they will do this, then we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before.
But on the other side, the Iranian parliamentary speaker Rahul is saying that the time for final revenge has come. So the tone and tenor in Iran has certainly not gone down any notches. If that is what the American president was expecting, maybe what he said earlier to CBS News about that it will become much easier to negotiate or talk to the Iranians was also giving them a hint that if you tone it down, it will be easier for you.
Meanwhile,
but that's not happening.
Meanwhile, I'm going to show you now visuals. So Lucknow, Srinagar and Kargil now, viewers, Shia as well as other sympathizers of the Iranian regime are out on the streets protesting, and they are protesting loudly because they believe that their spiritual leader is no more. Viewers, this is pan-Islamism of a kind that is completely out of sync with India's secular ethos. The people that they are celebrating are not individuals who in any way represent the ideals of our constitution. So this is a disconnect, viewers, which I feel should not be tolerated. These protests should be actually controlled, shut down, because the last thing we want is a restive population here that is trying to milk this for political gain and create instability in our country. This should be stopped. This should be post-haste put an end to. All of these are pictures now coming from different centers. So you have Kargil, you have Srinagar, you have Lucknow, you have all these centers. General Pandey, what is going on? This is ridiculous. These people
These are men and women
who are out
wailing with the pictures
the women
of the...
who are wailing here are the same women who in Iran were butchered, massacred for standing up for basic rights. What is going on?
So Rahul, you are handing me the so-called hot potato to answer.
No, we must
question.
take it
but
on.
To be candid, what has happened is that there are communities within India. It's not only the Shias, but many communities in India who draw their ideological moorings, not only ideological moorings, but political moorings from across the world and not from our civilizational history. This has been allowed to be nurtured for political gains for last about 70 to 80 years in our country, and suddenly for the present government to change that line of thinking is impossible. So I guess it is sporadic. It will blow out.
Okay.
It should be allowed to be released rather than getting contained.
Okay, so you believe let them let off their steam. Okay, viewers, I want to bring in Ashok Sajjanar. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Thank you for being so patient with us. It's been a crazy last 24 hours to be very honest with you. No one thought we would get up at 3 in the morning. I was woken up at 3 in the morning to be told there's been a decapitation strike on Khamenei. Was this really a preemptive strike then? Mr. Sajjanar, this doesn't look like a preventive strike to me. This looked like something greater.
Thank you very much, Rahul, for having me. I compliment you that you've been up since 3 o'clock, but still, your levels of energy and enthusiasm continue to be as strong as ever. So my compliments to you. Definitely not. It was not a preemptive strike. It was an all-out war. It was an all-out conflict. I think the preemptive strike of any nature would have happened last year in June when the 12-day war took place. This was, after Bibi Netanyahu visited Washington, D.C., and he had conversations with Donald Trump. Both of them decided what the plan of action was going to be, how they are going to do it in concert. If you permit, I'll just make two more points. Number one is, there are three segments who will definitely rise up wherever they are against the action that has been taken by Israel and the United States, particularly in terms of taking out Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Number one is, of course, the Shiite population, the Islamic population, as far as, those who are extremist Islamic in Iran. They will, of course, continue to oppose whatever is being done by US and Israel, because it is an existential threat as far as their own survival and their own continuity is concerned, because they have invested, they are identified so very closely with the regime that was being led by Khamenei. Second thing, as far as the Shiites are concerned, the world over, you talked about India, we've spoken about, in Iraq, there is around Basra, at the estuary of Tigris and Euphrates, there is a huge population of Shiites. And that is why you remember even in the Iran-Iraq war that took place from 1979, etc., there was a lot of support for Iran even from those sections of Iraq. So wherever they are, whether it is in Iraq or they are in Bahrain, mind you, there is a significant population of Shiites in Bahrain also. So they will definitely rise up because their supreme leader has been taken out. The third element is the elements of the axis of resistance that have been there, that have been set up by by Iran, whether it is in the Houthis, whether it is the Hamas, whether it is the Hezbollah, or it is in elements of Syria, in Iraq, they will also rise up. So I think we should be quite prepared for that. I'm sure Israel and the United States would have been quite prepared for that, and they will deal with it appropriately. These are sort of, just the changes that are taking place. Now, what Mr. Trump might have expected, that his exhortation to the people in Iran to rise up, but they need a leader who they can come behind, but there is no leader. So that is why if you have no plan for the day after, the situation is bound to be messy. And this is what I had mentioned on your channel yesterday, that this is what we can expect. There is going to be very messy things happening in Iran. Rahul.
So viewers, we have a situation now where this is beginning to spread further afield. Now, we're also being told that there are air raid sirens as we speak being sounded in Tel Aviv, and clearly there is a pushback also happening. So we are not only seeing attacks in the UAE and in other geographies of the Gulf, specifically in Doha, etc., but we're also seeing a pushback by Iran over Tel Aviv. And air raid sirens, you can beginning to hear them. Friends, you can hear them in the background. Those are being sounded across Tel Aviv. And we just were speaking with George a few minutes back, whose daughters are in Tel Aviv, and they are still in the bunkers. They are right down there. Sanjay Suri, our man in Tel Aviv, is also in a bunker. We're going to be connecting with him very soon, in another 20 minutes or so, when things become a little calmer there. Right now, all communications cut off. But these are the pictures that we're getting from different parts of the Gulf. And Tom Cooper is here with us. Adrian Fontanellas is here with us. Both of them are military historians, experts. They know this game inside out. So, Tom, what are we seeing? Why are we seeing these geographies being struck? I mean, look at these. These are drone attacks, we're being told. They're causing a bit of damage. Is this psychological damage more than physical damage, or is it both? And why are these areas being targeted?
What we actually see is just a little bit of what is going on. We see perhaps 1 or 2 drones here and there, but actually there are dozens of drones. We see perhaps 1 or 2 missiles coming down, well actually there are dozens of missiles, but many are shot down before they reach their targets. So what Iran is doing is precisely what Iran was planning to do all the time in the case that it finds itself at the end, at the receiving end of such an attack like these days. It means for Iranian leadership, all the red lines have been crossed, which is granting Iran the right to strike back with all means at its hands. And this is primarily missiles and UAVs. Therefore, it's now striking on all the countries housing US bases within its reach. It was working, for example, even on a missile to strike Diego Garcia. It hasn't got such a missile, therefore it's striking over shorter ranges. And what is easier to hit for Iran, but US bases or countries housing US military forces within the Persian Gulf, for example, and the Gulf of Oman.
So let's have a look at the map here. I'm not an expert at this, but just have a look at this. This is where Iran is, Adrian and General Pandey, both have a look. This is the Gulf we're talking about. This is the Strait of Hormuz. At some points, it's only 20 miles wide. It's shallow also at some points. It's the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz. All of this has been, according to reports that have come in, blocked off by Iran. And over VHS, they announced VHF frequency. They announced to everybody to no ships are coming in and out. Yet Iran is being able to target some of these bases which are in these areas, the US bases. How can they be doing this when it is presumed that the US bases would be well guarded?
It is an excellent question. I can explain it very, very easily. Can we zoom in?
Yes, we can zoom in. I think I don't know how to operate this very well. I'm not somebody who
it's not happening. Okay, it doesn't matter. Let's do it this way.
Yeah.
If we pay attention at the Iranian geography, there are tall mountain chains, for example, along the coast, which means that Iranians can hide their missiles behind these mountains from the view of the Americans, of the Israelis. Which means, in turn, in order to find them, the Americans have to send UAVs over Iran, which are then shot down by Iranian air defenses. And there are already reports about shooting down several UAVs.
So you're saying that these guys here, the Americans will send UAVs across here to find out where some of the offensive capabilities of Iran are.
Exactly.
Right.
On the other hand, the Persian Gulf is so narrow that when you are flying along this side, let's say at 10 or 12,000 meters, you can see all of Iran on the other side and the other way around. So whoever is flying, there are also Iranian UAVs operating over the Persian Gulf, sees what is going on the other side. So it's easy to target each other for both of them. The question is, how long can Iranians hide their missiles or missile launchers and continue striking, continue firing them at targets of their preference?
So what we've done also, and we're going to pull out those maps and we're going to project them. And Adrian, I want your view on this. We're going to put out that map of where Iran has been targeting these Gulf nations. We're going to put that map out in just a few moments. The director is going to do that. These are the pictures now coming out of Bahrain and so on and so forth. And there it is. Adrian, what are we seeing here? Why are countries like Qatar, Kuwait, and of course Israel is back here, so it's obviously being hit, and this is we're talking about Iraq and Syria, so these are geographies that are being crossed. How is all of this happening when you would expect the US fleet, which is somewhere off the coast of there, as well as
the Eastern Mediterranean,
Eastern Mediterranean, not being able to intercept all of this?
Okay. So I would expect it to be, to me, a matter of size of salvos fired by the Iranian. Since yesterday, because it is important to make a distinction as Iranians have a limited stock of middle-range missiles which are able to reach Israel and Jordania. And this base used by the U.S. Air Force in Jordania, and it's looking like since yesterday that the Iranians are firing continuous salvos or a limited number of ballistic missiles, but all the time, probably in order to force the Israeli and American to expand their long-range anti-ballistic missiles interceptors. And now we are seeing that some of the Iranian missiles are coming through, striking Israel, and there was some impact in this airbase in Jordania too. So this is for the long range. And for the short range attacks, that is against the US bases in Bahrain, Qatar, the Emirates, then it is, I guess, my impression, it is quite important saturation attacks. The Emirati said that yesterday alone, at least 136 ballistic missiles as well as 200 UAVs targeted them. And they spoke only about the Emirates. So, so we had to have had Qatar, Kuwait, which were probably on the receiving end of hundreds more of such.
You wanted to make a point there. You wanted to add to what he was saying.
Pointed out 200 missiles just on United Arab Emirates.
Yeah.
So you have to count additional against Qatar, against Bahrain, against Kuwait. And these are short-range missiles. I said they are fired from southern Iran, from along the coast, probably from... It's relatively easy to dig a hole, hide the launcher inside that hole, inside the mountainside, pull it out, fire the missile, and hide it into the hole, move it back into the hole again. This is what they are doing right now. The Americans, in turn, are trying, their primary strike yesterday was to hit the IRGC, bases, to command nodes, communication systems.
So we should open out the map on Iran in just a few moments. We'll show you the locations where in Iran that have been struck, and you can talk a little bit about the significance of those locations. Viewers, we're talking at a time when the Iranians have launched a sixth wave of attacks. And they're saying that these attacks are beginning to target sites in this part of the Gulf, which is the UAE and Oman. And you have Trump coming out, who has said that, look, don't mess with us. This is going to get a whole lot worse for you. On the other side, the Iranians are saying we haven't even begun. We're going to take you down. So you have a battle of wills right now. We also know that Khamenei, the Ayatollah, has been eliminated. There's a decapitation strike. Now let's focus on this. Let's get close on this. Tom, these are some of the sites that have been attacked by the US and Israelis. So why would Tabriz and Qom be attacked? What is the idea?
Qom is a holy city. This is the center of the Iranian or Shia clergy. That is one of the reasons. The other reason is that there are also missile cities next to it, missile garrisons. Kermanshah is one of the major military bases in western Iran on the border to Iraq. Tabriz is the primary military base in northwestern Iran. So these are all centers of IRGC's capabilities.
Right.
That means they have their bases over there, they have nearby their missile garrisons, they have other stockpiles of their weaponry and so on and so on. And foremost, don't forget, command nodes and communication nodes. So the Americans are trying to disable the IRGC capability to communicate. Why? Because if, for example, Tehran cannot communicate with Kermanshah, they cannot coordinate their operations. They do not know what is going on. They cannot redeploy their troops, for example, in the case that there is protesting. So the Americans are trying to disable this ability of the regime to react. The same for Tabriz, for Esfahan, for Natanz. Natanz is also one of centers of Iranian nuclear program.
An enrichment facility.
Yes. And of course, a big concentration of air defense systems are in this area. So this is all, I said, again, the Americans are trying to disable the regime's capability to communicate with its nodes, with its local commands. Why? Because the better they communicate, the better coordinate they are. The better coordinate are their strikes against Israel and against US bases in the Persian Gulf.
What is here then? This area looks like it's not been targeted too much. What is here exactly?
Yeah, this is one of the biggest surprises, actually. For example, Bandar Abbas, here in the Straits of Hormuz, is one of major military bases of Iran, but we don't hear anything about it. Shabaha, here in the south, It's the biggest, well, incomplete, but one of the biggest ports in Iran.
Yeah, and that port is important for Indian
bases.
strategic interests because
Yes.
just here is Gwadar, which is also, of course, hypothecated to China and Pakistan. So that Gwadar and Chabahar were very important strategically.
Yeah.
But here, unfortunately, we have not heard about much action.
Nothing at all. That is what is surprising me. Also, there are no reports about any kind of US or Israelis cannot reach this far.
You were talking about Kermanshah. I want to go straight across to footage that is just coming in. Military base in Kermanshah. Look at these pictures. What is happening? These massive clouds. I haven't seen this. This is obviously taken from a car.
This is black clouds. This means the fuel is burning.
Right.
Essentially. So that means that Israelis probably in this case have targeted the local fuel depots. In order to immobilize the IRGC.
So what kind of munitions would have been held here? This fuel is required for what?
Fuel is primarily required for the IRGC mobility. It means they're striking the base of whether this is the IRGC in Kermanshah or the Iranian army has a big army base, helicopter base. So they are striking, I don't...
Yeah, we can't make out because those pictures, as you can see on the screen, you can see the big pillars of black smoke. So clearly you're saying that it's a fuel dump. There are also other...
Behind that could be, for example, could be one of the military facilities and something else was hit. But primarily the point is this. This is Western Iran. This is easy to reach for the Israelis. So here they are using, because you have asked about ammunitions, they are using free-fall GPS-guided bombs in this area.
Okay, so GPS-guided bombs. General Sir.
When you show that map and you looked at why there is no strike here, please understand the entire oil concentration is in the south-southwest of the region where no strike has taken place.
Khuzestan.
So when you are going for a military conflict, you don't start striking the oil refineries and oil, oil fields. You start first striking at the military establishments or military sites which are going to fight back and strike back at you. So right now the first step which the Americans and even Iranians will take is to take out the radar systems, command and control systems, the ballistic missile storage systems, the ordnance systems, the systems which are going to feed into the machine of this thing, not on the economic system, right? Bandar Abbas, Charbahar port will come much later when you actually want to alienate the population of Iran. Right now, you don't want to alienate the population of Iran. The first statement Trump said to the Iranian people, get away from the military bases and strikes. We don't want to hurt you. This is with the regime and the military and not with people of Iran. So he's created a distinction between the two. And therefore, all his strikes till now have been factored and based onto these areas.
You know, Rahul, just 1 minute. That I see what happened is that whichever is helping the military capability of Iran, these are the targets which are hit first. IRGC, then the nuclear facility, Natanz, Fordo and Isfahan, they have been hit. Also the storing facility and the military headquarters. Now, as far as the economy is concerned, like southern portion and eastern portion has not been hit, they have got two things. Oil they have got and they have got factories there. So they will hit possibly, if they hit now, what will impact? It will impact the oil prices of the whole world. So they don't want to hit. It is not going to add on to the military capability of Iran. As on today is to basically ensure that the paralysis take place as far as the military capability of Iran is there.
Big breaking news coming in, viewers. Indigo and Air India are cancelling flights. They're saying that crew and passenger safety is our top priority. We're also getting news from Qatar Airways, and I'm going to go into the newsroom for just a few moments because we're going to open this coverage up and we're going to bring in Aman Sharma in just 30 seconds. I'm going to come right out. What we're seeing, viewers, is the newsroom at the back as we work here. We're getting a lot of information coming in. And we're going to go and ask some of our colleagues about this information. There we have Siddhant coming in. Siddhant, you're speaking to someone on the phone. This is very important. Updates coming in. Air India, Indigo, everyone cancelling their flights. Tell us a little bit about here. You can use my mic. Tell us a little bit about what's going on.
Yes, that's right. So Rahul, I was speaking to a friend in Dubai. Yes. So I was just trying to understand, get a sense from what exactly is happening in Dubai. So what I was told is that Interceptor actually fell at Dubai airport yesterday.
Wow.
So it was was not a missile, Iranian missile, but an air defense interceptor fell at the airport. So in a way, they did manage to stop the Iranian missile to hit the airport. Then as far as the Palm Jumeirah missile is concerned, that was the Iranian missile which could manage to penetrate into the skies of Dubai and could hit a hotel at Palm Jumeirah. But right now situation is normal. The Indians in Dubai are safe. They are following the advisories. In fact, the government of India is in touch with the government of UAE as far as evacuation, etc. is concerned. And hopefully, once situation will settle down, then the flights will reopen, and those who are stranded at the airports and at various other places could travel back. So no need to panic. That's the message coming from Dubai.
No need to panic.
Is under control.
So let's go across to Aman. Aman, come across here. This is important because what we're also seeing is some protests happening now in India.
Yes, there is a lot of government is keeping a close watch on the not the protests. I would say these are more marches which are happening in Jammu and Kashmir. There's a big number of people who are collected in Srinagar. They've in fact gone to the UN office and put Khamenei's photo on the UN office there. So government is keeping a close watch. JNK Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, in fact, has put out a statement that let people grieve, don't stop them, because there's a huge Shia population, which is feeling hurt over the killing of Khamenei. All peaceful so far, but government is keeping a close watch. But I think, Rahul, the bigger story which is emerging is also the complete shutdown of the airspace in the Middle East. So Dubai airport, Abu Dhabi airport, two of the busiest airports in the world are shut. Etihad is not running flights. Emirates is not running flights. Thousands of people are stranded on airports in the Middle East. In India also, we've sent out our reporters to Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai airports, where many people have seen cancellation of their flights. So a lot of passenger inconvenience is happening. People are not able to board flights. People are either stuck at the transit airports in Abu Dhabi or Dubai. So that is also a big issue of concern which is emerging. But India keeping a close watch, and India, as Mr. Jaishankar has also been dialing the phone, the phones all night long, speaking to the foreign minister of other countries, asking these countries to ensure that the Indians in these countries remain safe.
So what are the conversations that Mr. Jaishankar is happening as we move? Come with me, because we can just we can show that part of the newsroom which is very busy. That's where a lot of viewers, the visuals that are coming in are being put and treated so that they can go on camera. So that's an operation that is going on here also. But Aman, you were talking about what the MEA has been doing, and I'm going to come across to Chetan also in just a few seconds. But yes, the MEA making a lot of calls, and the foreign minister putting out a lot of information.
See, Rahul, what is happening is that this is unprecedented, that civilian areas in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Doha are being targeted by the Iranian forces, and we have a huge Indian diaspora which lives in the Middle East. India is obviously very, very concerned about the safety of its people there, and that is why Mr. Jaishankar has called up his counterparts in Abu Dhabi. He's called up in UAE. He's spoken to them in Bahrain. He's called up every foreign minister in the Middle East, asking for one reassurance that Indians there should remain safe. It is not possible to evacuate anybody right now because the entire airspace is cut. But India's main priority is that Indian citizens should not get harmed in this conflict, and they should remain safe. All these countries have assured that, but of course India is concerned about the safety of Indians abroad, especially in the Middle East.
Well, come with me. We're going to go up to the desk that looks at social media to see what is really trending as of now. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
How's it going?
It's very chaotic, but it's going great.
So what are the trends right now? What is social media talking about?
What we can see is US and Israel strike Iran, kill Khamenei in Operation Epic Fury. I think this has been...
And then I can see the Srinagar Shia Muslims mourn Khamenei's death in US-Israeli strikes. So there's all that happening also.
Yes,
it's very interesting. Yes.
Elon Musk has also tweeted that this has been the largest that people have used Twitter today. So it's been really chaotic.
So X is seeing the highest ever traffic today. That is what Elon Musk is tweeting, that X is seeing perhaps the highest ever traffic due to Khamenei's killing.
Does he ever waste an opportunity to blow his own trumpet in one sense? always see the business side to things.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm very interesting that the Shia protest in JNK is also trending. So I think that is something that we were discussing earlier. The government keeping a close watch. No repercussion in India should happen. That's the government's top priority. People are grieving, but so far, a non-violent protest. People are just marching in Srinagar towards the UN office.
In the past, when it has happened, we have seen crackdowns. But this time, the government seems to adopt a hands-off approach.
Yes, exactly. The government is not doing any crackdown, and that is what JNK Chief Minister Umar Abdullah is also appealing to the police forces that don't act harshly with these people. They are just mourning with the Khamenei's photograph. You know, they're walking to the UN office. So don't crack down on them. Let them vent out their grief, and maybe that is the approach the government would take to ensure that everything remains under control.
Let's go across to Chetan. Chetan, let's follow me. This is the newsroom. We're reporting constantly on the updates. This is the engine where things are taking shape right now. Chetan, what are you showing us here?
I was trying to show you what Aman was mentioning, that the entire airspace, you can see the entire airspace from West Asia, from this area to Iraq, Iran, everything is shut. There are no planes, zero, nothing is there. And the same I can show you from a tweet from this guy, the Strait of Hormuz. All of these ships, this area is closed, completely shut.
All shut, is it?
Yeah.
And you can see all those ships are blockaded, sort of in the bottom.
Everything is shut. You can see that this neck is closed. So everything, the busiest route, as they say, is shut.
And that's going to create a lot of problems for energy security. Aman, that's going to create problems, isn't it? And we're going to bring in Murli also, who's looking at putting out videos, and he's of course heads the entire output of CNN News 18, the man who's been here from 3 in the morning. That was some call. 3 in the morning, we had a conference call, Murli. You've been here from 3 in the morning, and that really was something that shook us all. The Khamenei incident, and at that time it was only Trump tweeting.
Yeah, it was kind of chaotic at that point of time. I think we got into a quick con call and huddle, and we spoke how to get things rolling. We wanted Aman was the first to respond. Of course, at the screen we had Suri from Israel, who was giving us the first respondent, who was also the first respondent from Ground Zero. He was giving us all the information regarding the, the elimination of Khamenei. But as it was all building up overnight, and we were just waiting for the confirmation, and eventually when POTUS tweeted, all hell broke loose. So it was, and it has been quite hectic since morning, and then we've been trying to catch up with a lot of stuff, a lot of things happening on the YouTube front as well. So we're trying to put out everything.
Aman, of course, is the guy who feeds the entire back end. So all inputs come through Aman. He's the gatekeeper of news into the channel. Now, Aman, we got to ask you this question. Are you surprised that the Indian government hasn't taken a more assertive stand? And of course, we have with us Siddhant also, who looks after the MEA, so I'm going to bring him into this. But what do you make of the Indian government's posture?
I think Rahul, they're just trying to, Indian government is as always, is trying to play a very delicate, fair line. We stand for de-escalation. So we have told both, in fact, Mr. Jaishankar called up his counterparts both in Iran and Israel last night itself and has called for de-escalation. India has also expressed its concern over the situation right now. And I think India is the most concerned about the strikes on the civilian areas in the Middle East, because that is what really directly affects us. As I was saying earlier, there's a lot of diaspora population there. We don't want Indians to get hurt in these strikes which are happening by Iran. We all expected that Iran only will be attacking the defense installations, the US bases in the Middle East, but I think Iran has gone a bit further, a lot further. Is it the case that Iran is turning rogue because their top leader has been killed? I know nobody really is in control, and they are attacking airports. So, Rahul, it's very surprising that they have attacked the Doha airport, they have attacked the Kuwait airport, they have attacked the Dubai airport. Dubai airport, in fact, saw the biggest explosion just a while back. So why is Iran attacking airports is a very, very perplexing thing. Do they want to cripple the aviation sector in this entire region? Because it will also, all the major players, be it Etihad, be it Emirates, all these major world players, if you shut down Dubai airport, Rahul, it's the busiest airport in the world, you're effectively shutting down aviation in nearly half of the globe, because that's a major transit airport. So I think these strikes, that aspect I think has taken us by surprise, because we never expected. Last evening we were talking about that, they will attack the US bases, but now I think it's expanding even further, and God forbid if the NATO gets involved in this.
Breaking news coming in. Fresh explosions have been heard in Dubai, and that means, viewers, that this crisis is deepening and widening as we speak, because there is no let up. We were just showing you how the Strait of Hormuz. Let's go back into the studio to look at the big visuals there. We're going to go back into the studio. This is the newsroom, viewers, and I'm going to go straight to Tom Cooper and get a sense really of what is happening. General Pandey is there with us. You can see them in the background there. General Sivach is there with us. Adrian Fontanellas is there with us. We're all trying to cover this. Let's go in very quickly. Big breaking news coming in now, viewers. Dubai hit once more. So this would be the 7th or 8th wave, and Dubai bearing the brunt. And we've shown you how Dubai is really just across from the Strait of Hormuz, from the coast there of Iran, and it's easy to target them. And they obviously are in the direct line of fire. Lots of Indians there. The airspace shut. We just showed you all of that. I want to go straight across to Tom Cooper and General Pandey to get a quick update from them on how this is going to play out. So Tom, this is looking a little more intense than we thought yesterday, because these Gulf nations are pounding, and they're small, they're tiny. This city was part of a big transformation to move away from the oil economy, to move away into the services economy, to move into the AI and technical economy. And if these engines, these were the tigers of the Gulf, the new tigers economies of the Gulf, if they're beginning to take a pounding, this is going to have a new implication, isn't it?
Oh, obviously, yes. I mean, it is an ironic situation that the US and Israeli government have had it easy to start a war, but have no idea how to end it now. And obviously, most of the local rulers didn't expect this to develop this way. Therefore, they have granted bases to US forces. And of course, now they are at the receiving end of Iranian retaliation. This is, from my point of view, absolutely logical and to expect. But apparently, nobody over there expected it. So the question is, how responsible are they for defense of their own states? Why ignoring what is obvious? Why not taking care to protect the people who are living and working there?
Sort of widen the theater, stretch the capacities of Israel and the US to try?
They do not care.
They do not care.
They do not care because they have their own aims. One of these was to start this war, and what happens after, they are going to blame somebody else.
So are you saying to me that the regime there is so pushed back to the wall that they are prepared to go the extra yard, even alienate?
They have always said so. They had always said so. This was never a secret. That if they have their own red lines, the Iranian regime, and they say, they have always clearly said, if you attack us in this fashion, like Israel and United States have now done, then they are going to retaliate precisely in this fashion. That was never in any way a secret, because the IRGC was always publishing
Okay, so we're just hearing that Iran's Temporary Leadership Council is going to be formed today. So General Pandey, I have to ask you, and I'm going to bring in Adrian also, and General Sivach. General Pandey, we knew that the Iranians were not going to give up as easily as perhaps the Venezuelans or even the Pakistanis did, to be honest, during Operation Sindoor. So we knew that. Now, are you surprised that these individual Gulf states have been caught so flat-footed? This is damaging optics. This is also going to shake public resolve, and it could also turn public opinion. After all, there is, to some degree, a pan-Islamic brotherhood. And we've seen what is happening in Baghdad on the ground there, where the US assets are being overrun, the US embassy has been overrun.
Yeah, okay. I will not like to call it as overrun, but yes, they have been targeted. I think the Gulf countries had thought that in case they don't allow their airspace or bases to fire missiles or carry out operations against Iran, they will be left untouched. Unfortunately, I think, and I disagree with my fellow panelists on this, that this is a strategic biggest blunder which Iran has done. while they have an affinity in terms of Islam in the region, but larger number of people have understood that they can't continue to live off the oil economy, they cannot continue to live off the petrodollars, and there is a requirement to move away to a well integrated modern systems which was drawing the world towards these few countries like the Gulf countries like in Doha, in Dubai, and there was a transformation which was taking. While I am sure the leadership in these countries were well aware that the environment is not secure, but they have sold the pitch. And if you recall, even in India, the communities were saying that it's far safer to go to Dubai in terms of not only investment, but in terms of street violence, in terms of safety of women and
but
men.
now all of that is going to be sort of up in the air.
Absolutely.
People are going to be sort of looking over their shoulders, this unpredictability,
who was
instability.
not happy about what was happening in the Gulf country? There was only one element which was not happy, and that was Iran. Well, in that, the US is surely complicit by ensuring the sanctions, getting on to the economic, making them economically so down that Riyal has got just no value. But yet, if the strategic orientation of a country continues to remain into a Cold War era environment of destruction of Israel or US,
No, but
I
obviously
think
there is a
will be some
military
consequences.
objective at play here. Tom Cooper.
Military objective. It is a clash of ideologies, actually. You have in India here an ideology of dialogue, of meeting people, talking with each other, communicating. And somewhere else, people do not want to communicate, but they want to impress their own will upon everybody else. And this is the system over there. We have actually one dictatorship in Iran facing 6 or 7 dictatorships in Gulf Arab states, plus de facto dictatorships in the United States and Israel now. So nobody of them is particularly nice or friendly or some great guys or whatever.
So Shivani, what's the latest coming in?
Yes, of course, as far as the aftermath of these strikes is concerned, we are seeing large-scale disruptions in air travel. So not just in India, where a lot of flights to and from Middle East, and obviously those that go across the Middle East, all of those have been either disrupted, cancelled till tomorrow, till March 2 already. Disruptions and cancellations have come in. But you also have a lot of Indians, particularly in the Middle East, who are now stuck in those countries. Many of them were actually trying to fly out till before these strikes happened, and airports have been struck. So therefore, they just cannot fly out right now.
Think about the economic costs here. Now look at this footage that is coming on IANS. And Adrian, I'm going to come out to you. Listen, you're going to start hearing, viewers, sirens going off in Tel Aviv. So a ghoulish sound across the skyscraper. This is what you're hearing if you are on the ground in Tel Aviv. And we were speaking to one of our panelists whose daughters are in a bunker right now. Our own reporter is in a bunker. This is not a one-way war at all. There is obviously a state of emergency in Israel also. How well is Israel prepared to weather this storm?
Because I've heard somewhere that
they are quite well prepared in the sense of they have a very dense anti-ballistic missiles umbrella with Arrow and David Sling systems. And what is more, last year they managed to have a very limited number of civilian casualties, because almost every recent apartment flat has a safe protected safe house. So in that sense, they are well protected. However, what is extremely difficult to assess when Israel is on the receiving end of ballistic missile strikes is that they are never communicating about hits on their military bases and installations or in unpopulated area. So we have to keep in mind that we have only a very limited view of the effect of the Iranian missile impacts in Israel. It is very difficult to know, for example, if any Israeli airbase were touched, especially those in the desert. And what I can say, because in our jargon, whilst targeting military installation, we speak about counterforce. And when you begin to start to target civilian infrastructures, it is counter value. So the indication that we can have is if we are seeing more and more impacts in downtown Tel Aviv. Then the Iranians are switching to counter-value strikes in the retaliations for Israeli strikes against Tehran.
Okay, so let me bring in Sajjanhar. Mr. Sajjanhar, we know that the Israeli government is not very popular. We also know that there have been protests against Netanyahu and the wars that he's prosecuting. Some people believe that he wants to entrench himself in power, Shivani. That's something that has been talked about, that he is doing all of this to keep himself in power. There's an election looming in the next few months in Israel, and he wants to consolidate, he wants to build public and rally the public opinion behind him. He's a war prime minister.
Since October October 7, 2023, I think things have changed as far as Israel's mindset is concerned. And since then, we've heard about it for the last 2.5 years. Netanyahu has pockets of, dissatisfaction and opposition. We recently saw that play out when the Prime Minister was set to speak in their Knesset. So, that has not gone away. But I think in all of this, what we've noticed is, and our military experts can possibly point out to it more, that the resolve that this is not going to stop at Gaza, in Palestine alone, but they want to take care of the entire region, which they think is the problem.
Is that actually a fact, Mr. Sajjanhar? We're coming to you, and I'm really, really thankful to you for being so patient with us. We've got a lot of inputs and a lot of ground to constantly cover. Larijani says US-Israel seek to denigrate Iran, and we are not giving up. And just a short while back, we were being told by Trump that he softened up the Iranian leadership enough for them now to be amenable. It looks as if we can actually have a conversation. He's looking for an off-ramp. It's not coming. Mr. Sajjanhar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rahul, for getting back to me. So let me make 2 points here. Number one, what you've been discussing in terms of the fact that Iran has been going out and hitting out at UAE, at Dubai, and all the other places. In my view, Iran is hitting, shooting itself in the foot by doing this. Because the understanding was earlier that when this conflict starts, and Iran had threatened that the American bases in the region are going to be hit. So it was not that, indiscriminate shooting, indiscriminate firing at even civilian populated places and marketplaces and hotels will be undertaken by Iran. So the fact that it has gone out, I think it is behaving really like a wounded animal. It has been hurt. It has been hurt so badly. There is no, in my view, there is no planning in what it is doing. It is lashing out indiscriminately wherever it can. But I think we also need to keep in mind, Rahul, that Iran has been really a pariah state as far as this region is concerned for much of the 47 years. It's only the last few years, 5, 6, 7 years, that relations have started mellowing, relations have started improving between Iran and Saudi Arabia, Iran and the United Arab Emirates, etc. And by acting like this, it is again taking itself back out of the relationship that had come. The second point here is, I don't think there is going to be any softening as far as the current regime, the question you asked, current regime in Iran is concerned, because they owe their existence to the infrastructure that has been created by the Islamic Republic. First Imam Khomeini and now Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So I don't think that they will find any takers, unlike Venezuela, who are willing to work with them. The day after what Israel and US have done, they will have to look for a new leadership. Now, they don't seem to be very convinced that Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former Shah, that he fits the bill. But then they'll really have to come up with another leadership. This leadership is not going to cooperate with him. Having been in Iran in the earlier years of the establishment of the revolution in the early 80s and till recently, I know that those people are inveterately opposed to anything coming from Israel and the United States. Even today, you hear chants of Marg bar America, Marg bar Israel, that is death to America. And they call America Shaitane Buzurg, the big devil. and Shaitane Kuchek, that is Israel, that is the small devil. So, they are not going to compromise.
You don't
with
think
the
so?
United
You don't
States
think,
or with
Mr.
Israel.
Sajanhar, that you're going to see some pragmatists and realists coming now into power, seeing that, look, we could be the next Gaza. You could turn Tehran into Berlin of the World War, of the Second World War. It could be completely reduced to rubble. Do you not see these people sort of realizing that this is a one-way street to Armageddon?
No, they don't. You see, you must also understand, Rahul, in Shiaism, martyrdom is a very big objective. Being martyred to the cause is something that you aspire for. And that is why you will not find any one of them backing out. You have to look at the ideology also. They are not rational people, so that, okay, fine, this is the end of the road and I can sort of, make a turn. No, as far as they are concerned, they will much rather prefer to be martyred to the cause rather than sort of, change their stance.
Okay, what are we seeing behind me, viewers? What are we seeing behind me? We are seeing CENTCOM releasing the first pictures of the 24 hours of Operation Epic Fury. This is what we're seeing. We're going to be speaking to Tom and we're going to be speaking to others to get a sense of what these pictures are, from where they could be taken. Tom, what do you think? These are pictures of batteries, launchers, a battleship, a warplane. What is all this? This is a lot of nice boys' toys, but can you put it in perspective for us? Yeah. You want to come out here? You want to come out here? This is a runway. Which one of these battleships are these? Where are these positioned, and so on and so forth?
For example, this is the HIMARS, this is Phalanx, and we can see a cruise missile launching. This is an F-15. This is a strike on Iranian. I guess it is a launcher. Landing of an F-35. These are guided missiles, and this is aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln. Helicopter, HIMARS again. This is also HIMARS. So they are also using ballistic missiles, tactical ballistic missiles, to strike precisely selected points in Iran. Strike on a Iranian.
And all this
IRGC.
array of weaponry.
Yes.
And people were saying that this particular warship has been deployed for the longest period in American history. I think for the one operation continuously for months on months. What would be the morale on the deck? We've been getting pictures of malfunctioning toilets and so on and so forth. How do these soldiers prepare themselves for the long run? What must be the morale there? Are they wanting to get back home? Is that something that Iran could probably be factoring? Let's fatigue, let's stretch this out, siege battle mentality, let's keep them stewing there. What goes on?
In particular, US Navy sailors, so to say, they are trained to do the job, and they are going to do the job, whatever it takes, no matter how long it lasts. And the toilets, if necessary, they are going to sit, on the railings and do their stuff into the sea. So they are going to do their job and do their job. That is out of question, that they are going to be demoralized to the point where they wouldn't fight.
So what has the US deployed now in its offensive capacities? Take us through some of the weapon systems that the US is deploying to try and knock out Iran and degrade the defenses of Iran to the point where perhaps the Iranian regime surrenders.
Could I have a map of Middle East, please, show?
Yes, we're going to show a map of the Middle East right now. Can we just bring out that map and we're going to talk over that map. But these are the first pictures from CENTCOM viewers of the operation. So 24 hours of what the Americans have been doing. They've shown how all the panoply of weapons that they have deployed are being used. Here it is, the map.
So, for example, we have, here is Israel.
Yes.
And here is Jordan.
Yeah.
There is a huge base in Jordan.
Yeah.
Named Muwafaq Salti, where there are something like 50 US combat aircraft, US Air Force.
Right.
They are flying strikes together with the Israelis, usually via Syria, via Iraq, against targets in northwestern Iran. Then we have in Saudi Arabia one air base with B-52s and tankers. Tanker aircraft are flying up here to support incoming airstrikes from Israel and from Jordan and refuel them so they can accelerate and launch air-launched ballistic missiles deep into Iran to strike the Tehran area. Then we have other smaller bases, like for example in Qatar, in Bahrain and United Arab Emirates, where there are lighter tactical aircraft of the US Air Force. They are flying strikes against IRGC command nodes and command and control centers in southern Iran. Then we have one aircraft carrier in the Gulf of Oman, which is flying its own airstrikes against targets also in the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz. We have another aircraft carrier in the eastern Mediterranean. It's probably going to pass the Suez Canal, Red Sea, and then move up here over the time.
So you don't see this staying there?
No, it's because the range is very long, and the longer the range, the more tanker aircraft they need. So if it moves down here, it's closer to Iran to strike. You know, eventually they are going to try to neutralize the Iranian air defenses and missile capabilities to the degree where they can move their ships really close to the coast. That's the point. And this is what they are trying right now. Destroy the command and communications, destroy the capability to coordinate, and weaken the air defenses to the degree where the aircraft would be free to operate over Iran. So claiming after only 24 hours that they have now control over Western Iran or something else, that is much too early. We have seen this last year in June, didn't happen.
General Pandey, what's your assessment of this CENTCOM video and the claim?
Yeah, so
air dominance over Western Iran, they say.
Yeah, but the fact is that CENTCOM is the one which is controlling these operations in this region. That's they look after this geographical region as part of operations. And these video pictures which are being released, they may be very well pre-recorded videos which are part of the narrative warfare, which is, I don't see any videos of strikes on them or Israel which is being released by the Israelis, but that's all right. I think it's a part of the, it's part of our course. But the question which you asked about Ford having been out in the sea for about 240 odd days plus and having been towards Venezuelan waters and this thing. Please understand the machines are deployed till the time they require a long-term repair, right? The repairs which continue at sea are par for the course. Similarly, the soldiers, the sailors, I believe they got about 4,000 to 5,000 sailors and officers on board Ford, which is one of the which is not exactly one of the largest, but which is a very important carrier, aircraft carrier. They also rotate. It is not that a sailor who is joined last 2 years has stayed only on sailing with a carrier strike force, remains at the sea. They carry out very frequent turnovers, but more importantly, I think they have a concept of a tour of duty. When they go out to operations, they remain for a pre-designed, pre-designated period of time. They are trained, they are organized, something like what we do. When we go for an operations, we are out for a year off and thereafter we get a break or something like that. I think it should not be a big issue for the sailors on.
No issue at all.
Okay, General Sivach.
Remember that, Rahul, once you are at sea, you are at war. In the sense, Indian Navy also, when it goes, it does not mean that they are working 24/7, 365 days. Their system. Now remember, the troops which are deployed on line of control, on line of actual control, on high altitude, that does not mean they remain throughout the year there. So there is a system in place. But what we are talking about, the larger picture here in this context is, now the way the Iran has gone about, which all countries has he hit? He has hit all the countries where there are bases. But then he had initially said that he will be only striking to the military bases of the countries where, there are in the Middle East. But what they have done? They have also hit the civilian installation. So basically what they have done is, they have really hit their own foot. And now what has happened is all the countries which are in Middle East, now they are feeling let off. In the sense, one thing should be who is the security responder in this area. Obviously it was US, because that's why these countries have given their bases there, and that's why they are there. And Bahrain and Qatar, if you see it, they have hit them. Bahrain is where there is a 5th fleet, and Qatar is where there is a central command headquarter and also the air base Al Udeid. So thing is, I suppose the philosophy and the strategy of Iran is faulty. They must have only restricted to the military installation of the US in Middle East rather than hitting the civilian target, wherein all these countries, in case they had a soft corner for Iran, as on today, it shifts.
Big pictures coming in. This is Doha. Remember, we were talking about this just a short while back, Tom and Shivani. This was the minaret. What we were seeing was something from this angle. Now what we're seeing is down the road. So this is a main artery. And as General Sivach was saying, they had said that they were restricting themselves to military targets, but they're actually hitting civilian installations. It could be, I don't know. What do you make of these?
I'm cautioning always against some kind of, the Iranians are just striking civilian targets and we are, Americans and Israelis are striking just military targets. Iranians are very much trying to strike military targets. It's the precision of their weaponry which is lacking. It's the fact that they're not always routing their UAVs in the best way, so they hit high-rise building in between.
Yes.
So I wouldn't bet always that it is intentional strike on civilian targets.
You're seeing this plume of smoke. It's pretty dark smoke. What do you think has caused this? This is a drone attack, would you say, or this is, do you think?
I don't know what was used, but looks like fuel. Burning.
Looks like fuel. Fuel
or
burning again.
Some plastic or something like that, because it's dark.
It's dark. So maybe there was some sort of a storage facility, or it could have been even a factory making some materials.
Factory unlikely, but storage facility in the headquarters of the.
I want us to go straight across to Sanjay Suri, who joins me from Tel Aviv. Remember, viewers, this is the only network that have their own man in Tel Aviv. So we're going to go straight across to Sanjay. Thank you very much, Sanjay. I know it's been a long night for you and you took a cat nap, but you're standing there against what looks like bright skies. Is it really as tranquil as it looks in your background, or is it true that there are continuous air raid sound sirens that go off every so often?
Well, looks can be deceptive, particularly momentary looks. It's not calm here at all. There have been sirens going all night. We've been hearing a number of blasts, and a lot of these are certainly anti-missile launches, interceptor launches. And we have reports of one ballistic missile that has hit central Tel Aviv. It got past the defenses. A number of injuries have been reported. A residential block has been damaged. There are also reports coming in, unconfirmed yet, of one death in this ballistic missile attack. And these attacks are continuing as we speak. There are sirens going on here all the time. Clearly the Iranians are hitting. They are hitting with all they've got, and they've hit Israel at several places, Haifa, Jerusalem, and here in Tel Aviv. The question is how far they can continue to do so. And when we are thinking of that kind of scenario, it's a question of how quickly and how extensively the ballistic missile system in place in Iran can be neutralized by Israeli and US forces. Because as long as that is in place, and as long as you have at least some working remnant of authority in Tehran continuing from the Khamenei setup, these attacks are certain to continue to hit Israel, continue to hit Tel Aviv, and also hit across the Arab world and causing the disruption we've already seen.
Stay on with me, because we're doing what is known as a joint broadcast. So from I-24 News, we've got Natasha Kirchuk, who's joining us straight from Israel. And I want to go straight across to her. Natasha, if you can hear me, thank you very much for speaking to us. I know you must be very busy, just like we are, covering this war. It's so close to home. What exactly is happening right now on the ground in Israel? What is the information coming out from the government and IDF? What has been the impact of your offensive on Iran, and why? I'm sorry, I'm giving you a number of questions here. What really is happening in the larger Gulf region?
All right, well, a lot to uncover here. I think your correspondent spoke briefly about what took place in Tel Aviv last night. We have been seeing waves, over 300 ballistic missiles fired from the Islamic Republic of Iran towards the state of Israel. So Israelis across the country have essentially been running in and out of bomb shelters over the course of the last 24 hours since those strikes began just after 10:15 a.m. But I think the big news on everybody's minds here, and it's important to keep in mind that, many Israelis have been saying they've been waiting for this moment. It's not that Israelis want to necessarily be sitting in bomb shelters and putting their lives at risk. But, the idea here for Israelis is there's finally a chance to eliminate the so-called head of the snake, the axis of resistance that has been run by the Islamic Republic of Iran. And so, one of the moments where history has really shifted in real time was that announcement last night of the killing of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. This is not just the death of a leader, it's a removal of a central pillar of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And, for nearly 4 decades, this was a man who was the ultimate authority in Tehran. The leader above the president, above parliament, above the generals. He had final say over military, over the nuclear program, over foreign policy that has impacted Israelis. And of course, crucially, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is not just a military force, it's an ideological and economic powerhouse that has ultimately been projecting Iranian influence far beyond the borders. So, last night, what we understand from what took place is that there was a precise intelligence-driven strike by the Israelis. About 30 bombs were dropped on the Supreme Leader's compound in Tehran in the opening phase of this joint operation that Israel has been calling Operation Roaring Lion. And so we see the imagery that the compound was largely destroyed. Then President Donald Trump obviously announced Khamenei had been killed as well. And this is really not just a symbolic moment. It was really the decapitation, the strategic brain of the regime being attacked by Iran, and a major reason for Israelis to celebrate, because Israelis refer to Khamenei as the head of the snake. Under Khamenei, Iran developed the axis of resistance. They built a network of armed proxies across the Middle East that were designed to encircle the state of Israel and expand Iranian power and Sharia law without direct conventional war. So even if you haven't been seeing Israel and the IRGC directly in conflict, like we have been seeing over the course of the last 2 years, in Lebanon, Iran has been arming and financing the terror group Hezbollah, which has an arsenal of rockets and missiles that they've been firing into Israel since October 7th. Hezbollah has become stronger than the Lebanese state itself, so contributing to deep economic collapse in that country. So it's
Natasha,
not just
just hold
Israel
your
being
thoughts
affected.
for just a few seconds, because I want your comments on a couple of things.
Yes.
Another big breaking news development coming through. Major General Abdul Rahim Mousavi, who's the Chief of Staff of the IRGC, has been eliminated. That's what we are being told. Chief of Staff killed. That's a big development there. It appears that the top leadership of the regime is taking massive hits. So the Israeli and the US action is proving to be extremely effective on the ground as far as creating some sort of hole or vacuum in the decision-making process in Iran. So I want to bring back Natasha and speak to her a little bit about this. We were told that this was going to be a preemptive strike, in the sense a strike that tells Iran, we're serious, you've still got time to reconsider, come to the table, but when you eliminate the Ayatollah, when you take out the top leadership pretty much effectively, you already have a transition. This appears to be not quite a preemptive strike. This was something a lot more, would you not say?
Absolutely. I mean, the Islamic Republic of Iran does not recognize the legitimacy of the state of Israel. For decades, Khamenei has openly called for Israel's destruction. This was not just fringe rhetoric that was coming from the Islamic Republic. It was official state doctrine. So, yes, you could say that Israel said this was a preemptive strike. In many ways, it was. We know that the Islamic Republic of Iran has an arsenal of ballistic missiles, has been working to develop a nuclear weapon. One of the main targets is the state of Israel. So yes, in that sense, any strike on Iran is preemptive to the Israelis, which is why you're seeing that very emotional reaction from Israelis about the death of Khamenei and other leadership within the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's fair to say, we understand the reports now that Israel and the United States have been working for months on a plan to essentially topple this regime. Trump said that out loud. The goal, at least from the Americans, has been to topple the regime. The Israelis will continue to say what is the truth and was always the truth, that they do not want Iran to pose a security threat to the Israeli public. And when the Islamic Republic of Iran has refused time after time to stop building up this arsenal of ballistic missiles to stop working on a nuclear weapon while openly calling for Israel's destruction, then yes, it is a form of self-defense to be attacking the Islamic Republic of Iran. And that is the argument on the part of the Israeli government.
Okay, so stay on with me. I want to bring in Tom Cooper, who's the world's #1 military analyst, with Adrian Fontazella also here with us, another military analyst. Both of them are also part of this coverage. Tom Cooper, what do you make of this first strike? New news that the chief of the chief of staff of the military outed now, finished, decapitated.
It's a double-edged sword because on one side he was military incompetent, or at least assessed as such. So it could easily happen that somebody far more capable is going to replace him. On the other, and far more hawkish, far more anti-Israel, anti-United States.
Maybe radical.
On the other hand, it could be that due to the loss of his influence, because he was politically influential, and therefore he had a say in lots of things that Iranian armed forces were doing. It could be that due to his demise, that there is going to be a sort of a mini power vacuum in regards of how the armed forces controlled and organized. But yes, it could be a double-edged sword as well.
Adrian, we've been going down now the list really of military leadership in Iran. And I think my colleague here, Shivani, has got the details of who has been eliminated. Yes. How does this work? If you are depleting the leadership, how do people step in, and how are they expected to perform at levels of their predecessors?
It's a pure matter of preparation and structure. So at first, if you build an organization which allows subordinate or regional commands, for example, to operate independently, just in case they are cut off from the higher command, it can still function. And then second, it is how well you organized your succession plans. It is well known that the IRGC organized itself in order to be resilient in the face of such decapitation strikes. It was expected from them since 2 decades. So, and militarily wise, you shall never underestimate an enemy, and always take the worst case scenario. And it is very plausible that actually these decapitation strikes are more like PR strikes, because you can claim that you had this head, and that head, and so you are winning. But at the end of the day, if you are facing an organization which is which has built-in redundancy, then it is not very efficient. And this is demonstrated by history, because it was the case with Hezbollah, with Al-Qaeda, with Hamas, and all these organizations managed to survive decapitation strikes.
Shivani, more news coming in.
Yes, so we've got a confirmation now, and I think these are confirmation coming in from the Iranians themselves, that Aziz Nasridzadeh, the Minister of Defense, has been eliminated in these strikes. So I'll just give you a list, Rahul, and for the benefit of our viewers just joining us, these are just the first set of strikes. 24 hours have elapsed since the first strikes began. So you've got Ali Khamenei, the Supreme Leader himself, taken out in those first set of strikes. Ali Shamkhani, advisor for security affairs and secretary of the Defense Council. Mohammad Pakpour, who was the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Mohammad Shirazi, head of the military bureau. Aziz Nasridzadeh, who was the Minister of Defense. And just we got a confirmation of the Chief of Armed Forces, the Chief of Armed Staff, Major General Abdul Rahim Mosavi. These have all been eliminated. So this is, of course, the top rung. And as our experts have been pointing out, Tom wants to come in, there will be possibly a secondary and a tertiary level of targets that would have been identified. There's some big breaking news coming in.
Locals protesting strikes on Iran have stormed, we're being told, the US consulate in Karachi.
Yes.
Now, this is Pakistan, viewers. And this is why I have been saying, because there are these protests happening in India now, especially in Delhi, in pockets of Lucknow, in Kargil, in Srinagar, that they need to be stopped, because it's quite possible that they may go out of hand. Yes, you can allow for a little bit of what is known as the release of the pressure valve, But if it becomes too much, it could lead to this. Look at the outcomes. Now we have two consulates, one in Baghdad, one in Karachi. Both, as you can see, let's go full frame to these pictures. These are dramatic pictures coming out. You can see the American flag, so quite clearly this is not an abandoned premises. You can see it. You can see it's a low building with a single story. It's very well fortified, but somehow these protesters have got through, and they're not one or two, there are hundreds of them. These gates have been overrun. Tom Cooper, this is going to be something that might become, I don't know, might become part of what is the non-military play and could have a huge bearing on the way things play out in the Gulf and will begin to play on American minds. If you have a repeat of what happened in 1979, 1980, a hostage crisis, it could change the equation.
That the Americans are very good at recalling the occupation of the embassy in Tehran in '79, but they do not recall the all-out attack by a mob in Islamabad on the US embassy there at the same time, in which at least 4 people were killed. So they are not recalling something they don't like to recall, and they're recalling something they do like to recall. Yes, it could get this could get very serious, especially because in Pakistan there is lots of anti-US sentiment, and that is not going to change anytime soon.
This is despite, of course, the leadership causing up to the American leadership.
Yes, this is not looking good, viewers, from an optics point of view. You can have very many different ways of exerting pressure. Let me bring back from I-24 News in Israel, Natasha, who was with us. Natasha, these pictures are coming through. It's quite clear what the Iranians are trying to do. They're trying to rouse sentiments amongst Muslims in the Gulf and in perhaps even the subcontinent. This could have other impacts on the way this entire crisis plays out, because if it begins to enter into the civilian domain and there are casualties, specifically American civilian casualties, that could have a bearing on the politics in DC, could bear pressure on Mr. Trump to recalibrate, and perhaps even Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We are now in a direct state-on-state missile exchange. That is what is happening. We've been seeing Iran try to fight these strikes from both the United States and Israel, both militarily and also through rhetoric. We've seen Iran fire over 300 ballistic missiles, but you have to remember, they've not only been firing at the state of Israel, they've also been firing at nearby Gulf states. We are talking about strikes in countries like Kuwait, in the United Arab Emirates, in Qatar. So while they may be trying to rouse the sentiments, and you could say try to get the goodwill of the wider Muslim Republic, the Gulf Arab nations are also seeing that Iran is striking them as well. So this is a very complicated picture. You know, obviously we know that in Iran, the picture is complicated. The state TV has declared these 40 days of mourning. But there are also reports of widespread celebration by Iranians. So the regime is dealing with a significant domestic unrest, along with this economic hardship, these strikes from the United States and Israel, and it's really just kind of pulling at the last straws to see if there's anybody who is left there to provide some support. But at this point, it seems like the IRGC is going to try to consolidate their power quickly. We know that there are succession mechanisms that the system has. The big question, of course, is whether this is a moment that is just going to totally fracture the regime or somehow harden it. And it seems, you know, for the broader Arab world, the implications are really just massive, because if Iran's ability to coordinate and finance Hezbollah and the Houthis and all these other militias is now disrupted, we could see major shifts in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Syria, in Iraq. Some governments in the region are definitely quietly welcoming the weakening of the network, even if they don't necessarily love that it's the United States and Israel that were the ones to initiate these strikes. So I think, you know, instability is definitely looking like the strongest possibility right now for the Islamic Republic of regime. And I think everyone here is kind of just waiting to see how long this is going to last and what it's ultimately going to mean for those who end up succeeding Khamenei.
Well, as of now, the Iranians don't seem to be backing down. Of course, it's only been 24 hours, early days, and they're taking a lot of casualties. Thank you, Natasha, for joining us. I want to go straight across to Raj Shekhar, who's joining us live from Abu Dhabi. He's a resident there. Abu Dhabi saw some strikes yesterday. What's it like, and what are you hearing? Because we're getting news that there are more and more strikes now in Dubai also. So, what is the information that is coming to you, Raj Shekhar? How secure are you? How secure do you think you will be over the next few days? You're just across from Iran.
Yeah, hi, sir. Actually, like before launching any missiles, we are getting some alert messages in mobiles. They are telling us to not to leave our camps or workplaces. They are telling us to stay wherever we are instead of roaming in open areas. Because we, before getting alert messages, we can see missiles flying. US, we stay here near 2 kilometers away from Al Dafra US airbase. We see US airbase people are counter-attacking those missiles with their missiles. So those counter-attacks happening and debris is falling down. Because of the debris only, civilians are dying. Some civilians are dying, and it's danger to roam outside. So it's better to stay in our camps or in our workplaces instead of roaming openly.
Raj Shekhar, stay on with me.
Also,
stay on with me, because you said that you are close to a US airbase. How far is the airbase from you, and what's the activity around the airbase? I don't want you to reveal anything. I just want you to tell me if it looks like there has been preparation made to counter strikes.
Yes, we stay 2 kilometers away from US airbase. We can see here above the sky missiles roaming here and there before getting alerts. So after getting alerts, we can see missiles flying on the sky.
Wow.
But for civilians, it's not a problem if we stay in workplaces and also in our camps. But we should not roam here and there.
Okay.
If we roam here and there, it's very dangerous.
So we're going to come back to you and check back with you in just a few moments. Stay on with us. You can disconnect, go back into a safe shelter. We don't want you to expose yourself or people around you. So thank you very much. We'll come back to you in just a short while. But viewers, there's also news now coming out of both Baghdad and Karachi. And this news is of massive, and we just showed you that attack that has just taken place on Karachi. Let's go to those pictures, Director Saab. Let's go full frame to those pictures. There you can see those pictures. Those are coming straight out of... Just go to the picture to the right of your screens, Director. Let's have a look at the Karachi pictures only. Those are the pictures to the right of your screens. There are many more pictures coming in from Karachi. There you can see... Let's just only focus on the Karachi pictures. Can you hear me? Yeah. Let's open this up. Let's open this up. There you can see it. This is now quite overwhelming, Tom Cooper. This is something that has happened. The security wall perimeter has been breached. Are you seeing this as part of a unorganized public reaction, or could there be an element of sabotage, military sabotage?
Oh, it is simply a prevalent public feeling, so to say, outburst of public feelings in Pakistan.
Okay. So you don't attribute bigger motives. Now I want to go across to Dr. Anand Ranganathan. We also have with us Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Dr. Ranganathan, this is happening even in India now. And I certainly have been saying over the last 3 hours, clamp down on this, because it could lead to much more. And you know where we have been with this in the past. We've seen Srinagar overrun when Nasrallah was killed, because there are a bunch of people in this country who think that they can get away by eulogizing bloodthirsty patriarchs who have imprisoned half their population and committed war crimes and all sorts of other horrible crimes against the rest of humanity.
Good afternoon, Rahul, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists on a day with the incredibly fast-moving developments. I have very quickly 2 points to make before others come in. Number one, thank you for saying what you have said. You know, the irony is that the Iranians are celebrating the deaths of the despot on their streets, and the Indians are marching in support and crying. This is unbelievable. And as you said, this has to be stopped. I mean, let me give you a background. This guy who's been eliminated called India an oppressor state. He was the one who's killed tens of thousands of his own people. He's sponsored large-scale international terror operations like, funding Hezbollah and much worse. And here we have tens of thousands of Indians marching onto the streets in Kashmir, in Lucknow, and in other parts. This has to be stopped by the Indian government. And number two, very important point, the way this conflict moves forward is completely independent of what Iran does from here on. It is totally, overwhelmingly and wholly dependent on how America and Israel look at this, because please remember that a long drawn out war will not be acceptable to America, because America has traditionally lost any war that has been long drawn out. Vietnam comes to mind, Afghanistan comes to mind. So the fact is, Americans entered into this war very swiftly, knowing that they need a regime change as soon as possible, because Russia, on the other hand, does not care. It may be a decade before its conflict with Ukraine ends. It doesn't care how many body bags of Russians come back. America, on the other hand, is petrified of that scenario. So it is not going to be a long drawn out war as far as America is concerned. They want to end it as soon as possible, and the results were shown on the first day itself when they eliminated the supreme leader. From here on, it is not at all on what Iran does.
Oh, you think so? Let me bring in Zvika Klein, editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post. Thank you very much for being patient and waiting for us. We're also joined by Adrian Fontanellas, and of course there's Tom Cooper. And we also have with us Dr. Mordecai. Dr. Mordecai, there is an impression gaining ground that, at least as of now in the first 24 hours, that the Iranians will cave in. Do you share that? Do you share that impression? Because they've just elevated, and we had reported this about 2 hours earlier, Mojtaba Khamenei, who is the grandson of the founder of the Islamic Republic of Iran. There's also explosions happening. 11 explosions have been heard in Doha, according to some reports. So there's all sorts of expansion happening of this offensive that we're seeing in the Gulf.
Well, this is the result of the fact that Iran had many tentacles spreading all over the Middle East and beyond the Middle East. And now, after 47 years that the world is suffering from the Iranian expansionism, now when the octopus is being challenged, now all these tentacles are being folded, and therefore you see the ramifications in many places. Definitely, it is time already that the civilized world will say to the mullahs that they should leave the scene, because they brought only havoc and destruction and bloodshed and killing and suffering wherever they were. And it's time that the civilized world will unite in order to get rid of them and to return to the normalcy which Iran was under until 1978.
Okay, let's boost the gnat on those pictures. And Abhijit Iyer Mitra, I'm just going to come to you.
कराची को आग लगा दिया है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रहबर पर हमले का बदला लिया जा रहा है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने को आग लगा दिया है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने कराची को आग लगा दिया है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रहबर पर हमले का बदला लिया जा रहा है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने को आग लगा दिया है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने कराची को आग लगा दिया है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रहबर पर हमले का बदला लिया जा रहा है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने को आग लगा दिया है
There you can hear it very clearly. They're invoking the name of the Lord, and they're saying that they have avenged what has been going on in Iran. And this is happening. US consulate in Karachi, the flag, according to the person that's speaking, has also been set on fire, at least at the lower level. The consulate has also been set on fire. You can see the flames. I don't know if they've been able to breach and go into the consulate. Certainly they've been able to breach the perimeter fencing and gone into the compound. So Abhijit Iyer Mitra, what are we seeing here? There are also celebrations, of course, that are taking place. videos coming through from Iran and the diaspora that are thrilled and ecstatic at the fact that the top leadership, so Khamenei, the defense minister and the chief of staff all eliminated. So there's also that happening. Which way is this going to go?
I'd also urge you to look at the massive protests for the regime mourning Ayatollah Khamenei that are happening in Iran as well. And there are people there who are not hijabis. They're modern secular Iranians also mourning. Let's remember that. This is number one. Number two, as far as Pakistan is concerned, you see every event. I've never seen a population more ready to come out and riot than the Pakistanis. Essentially, every international event is like putting bananas in front of a bunch of monkeys. They can't resist themselves, especially when it comes to embassies. This isn't the first time, like a fellow panelist pointed out. In 1979, they attacked the US embassy, burnt it down. And what I want to know is, where is the security around this consulate right now? The external security is meant to be provided by the host country, which is to say Pakistan. After an attack has happened, which you know can inflame tensions, where is the security around it? Where are the, the barricades and so on and so forth, the concentric layers of security that should have been provided? I don't know if you've gone past the American embassy in Delhi today. I'm not in Delhi, I'm in Madras. But my friends are telling me there is significantly ramped up security and barbed wire fencing and things like that that have come up outside there. Now, if Delhi is willing to take that precaution, sitting in Karachi, why are they not willing to take the precaution? These things happen in Pakistan when the Pakistan government wants to send a message. Now, what kind of message? I don't know what it is. On one hand, they should be aware.
Yeah. The Americans, this Trump regime has gone and once again warmed up and cozied up to Pakistan at the expense of offending India, and they've done it with complete and utter disregard for warnings that have come from every quarter about doing this. So, Abhijit, I'm glad that the Americans are getting a taste. I'm being very direct here.
Do you remember, Rahul, in your last program when the Americans flipped after Sindoor?
Yes.
I told you I wish the Pakistanis on the Americans and I wish the Americans on the Pakistanis.
You said that. I remember that. Now, is this going to change? Look, you're somebody who understands this. Is this going to change the mood? If there are casualties, American casualties, and we're very sensitive there. I mean, Trump is not the most popular leader either in his country, and neither is Benjamin Netanyahu. If there are civilian casualties, and if this is today the US embassy or the US consulate, what's to say that tomorrow the Israeli embassy and the Israeli consulate in another country is not targeted similarly? Or there might even be a hostage crisis. What happens then?
I'm sure there is going to be some kind of incident somewhere, because remember, not all security is equal around the world. This was bound to happen. I think both the Americans and the Israelis know that things like this are going to happen. I'm sure they've taken their own precautions within the compound as well. My real worry is with the external, out of compound security, which host countries provide. Now, you can be fairly certain that in countries like that are extremely developed and therefore have a good security force, like say the Emirates and things like that, or Bahrain, this won't happen. But in the less developed parts of the world, there is a high likelihood that some kind of situation like this will happen. I also want to point out, Rahul, if you noticed yesterday, when Iranian missiles were landing in Qatar, Pakistanis were sitting and cheering the attacks. They were saying, Inshallah miss ho jaye. Inshallah, may the interceptor, not the missile coming in, may the interceptor miss. In Bahrain, of course, there is, Bahrain is a Shia majority ruled by a Wahhabi monarchy. And they have a long history of antagonism with their ruling family out there. So in Bahrain, it is more understandable. But imagine Sunnis living in Qatar, supporting missiles attacking the place where they live, work, earn, send back money. This level of, self-sabotage is really, it's unique to Pakistan. You never find a country more adept at self-sabotage than Pakistan is. And of course, my greatest reassurance is the fact we can never do to Pakistan what the Pakistanis won't do to themselves.
Very good point. Dr. Ranganathan, let's open this up and go a little deeper, because what we saw was a recalibration. There was a period when America had dehyphenated relations between India and Pakistan, and now we're seeing a recalibration under Trump, and he calls that failed general of theirs the best and his favorite field marshal. The failed marshal has become his favorite field marshal. Does Trump understand foreign policy? Does he even understand the situation on the ground here? Does he even know what he's up against in Pakistan? And I just written a piece a few days ago cautioning Sergio Gore, the US ambassador, saying don't make the mistakes of the past. And I said I've written an open letter and it went viral. So I want you to comment on this, because this is something which I think the Americans deserve to know, discover for themselves.
A couple of points out here. You know, when that rogue Kissinger said that to be America's enemy is dangerous, but to be America's friend is fatal, I think he can also include Pakistan in there. And I think Trump, but you know, there are two ways of looking at it. One, Trump was wholly ignorant about the history of Pakistan and the way Pakistan behaves. Or two, he knew exactly how Pakistan behaves. And I'm inclined to believe, I think the latter, because Pakistan, let's take it, is a vassal state, is at the beck and call of America. And any state that is in that situation, it is up to America to dictate what goes on internally inside Pakistan, because they know very well they control everything that Pakistan is going to do externally. So if this is happening, and if the security that at all times has to be more heightened than anywhere else, any other US consulate around the world, and they let the mob in, you have to accept the fact that this is all premeditated, that this has been done in consultation with the states. What could be the repercussions of this? Number one, America is trying to assuage the situation, maybe put pressure to, as I said, it is in America's complete interest to end this war as soon as possible. In their interest, they will go all out to do that. They are petrified of body bags, and you know, then the entire insinuation of Epstein will, you know, it's already bubbling in the American Washington circles that all this has been done, like what Clinton did, you know, years ago in Somalia. So to kind of put that at bay, America is trying at least 3 or 4 things. Yes, on the ground, but more so diplomatically as well, and also conniving this kind of thing to happen in Pakistan.
Now, let me tell you, viewers, the psychological optics and the impact of this on American diplomats and perhaps even Israeli diplomats in different capitals, especially in those Abhijit Iyer Mitra was telling us were not very developed. And Chief, I'll just come out to you in a few moments, and thank you for being so patient. But I'm also going to show you pictures now from Dubai, viewers. The streets are emptied out. It's a ghost town. This is the marina. This is overlooking where all the hotels are. This is the marina where you can see all the big billionaire boats. Not a soul. You can only hear the crows and a couple of birds chirping in the background. This is a psychological impact. This is a city that aspired towards a glitzy modernism, a reinvention away from the oil economy, brought to an absolute halt because of this particular conflict and Iran's very targeted and specific strikes on some of these Gulf states. They have the most to lose, of course, viewers, because they were counting on becoming like the new Londons of the world, for example, attracting the services sector, lowering taxes to get in business, and so on and so forth, to kickstart an evolution away from fossil fuel economy. And that is crumbling here, Tom Cooper. This is going to cost these economies a lot. People won't come in. There's going to be long-term instability, people looking over their shoulders. You know, we know this because Delhi went through that. India went through lots of terrorism by proxies. You couldn't see these enemies. They were in the shadows. Sanjay Suri is there with me also. And this is something that will have to be calibrated.
India lost in a matter of, what was that, not even 4 days, 80 billion or something on revenue, on income. So this is likely to go several times higher than that. And primarily because, well, certain people want to have it their own way and no other way.
Yes, Mr. Feintunez,
Speaking from the perspective of the Qatari, Emirati and Saudi also, I think it is a very important shift because they were allied to the US and they were relying to the US for protecting their best interest. And in a sense, with this operation, it's crystal clear for everyone involved that their protector does not care about them and does not care about the cost. They will have to pay for this combined Israeli and American military operation. And I think it is important because they might be inclined to find in the future other security guarantees, maybe by an alliance between themselves or perhaps even China.
Okay, let me just go straight across to Sanjay Suri. 1 second, Doctor. I'm just going to come back to you in 30 seconds. Sanjay Suri, a simple and straightforward question. I know that you will have restrictions upon you. You can't be speaking about, obviously, the security situation in Israel. I know there is a code, so I'm not even going to take you there. But I'm going to ask you a specific question or two. Why has Iran attacked everyone in the Gulf but Oman? What's happening there in the backdrop? And secondly, most importantly, and this is something that has struck me, what is the appetite really for what is known as a long contingency where war could extend more than 4 or 5 days in Israel?
Well, the first question, Rahul, it's very clear what Iran's tactics are. Iran sees these Arab countries as allies of the US and in fact hosts to the US military. So to an extent it will attack US military bases in these countries, but then it will attack these countries almost even symbolically. Half a dozen missiles that get through and cause damage, and you see the result already. To hit these countries economically, it cannot destroy everything within, it cannot destroy facilities seriously, but if it hurts the economy, as Iran has managed to do, then that is damage enough. Second, we speak of resilience in Israel. Oh yes, the tenacity is apparently endless. They are in it for as long as it takes, and they are a very hardened, tough lot. Consider simply one fact, Rahul, that will answer your question. The population of Israel is less than 10 million. The population above the age of 18 is about 6 million, and above the age of 18, every Jewish Israeli is not just military trained, has had military deployment. So this is a nation of soldiers. They can take it.
They can take it. So, you know, viewers, now you're having two different reactions coming through. You have the UAE that is on tenterhooks, viewers, on tenterhooks because they don't know what's coming from across the ditch, so to speak, from across that strait. And you can see pictures on the right where Pakistan is erupting in fury. It's an irony. The Americans have called their Operation Fury, and the fury is erupting where? In Pakistan, viewers, where the Pakistanis, the great new friends of the United States, are turning on their benefactor, the man who gave them billions of dollars. These Pakistanis are shameless, viewers. They have no loyalty to anyone. They have no loyalty to their own people. They didn't show any loyalty to the Bangla friends across the subcontinent, viewers. They betrayed them. They betrayed the Iranians. They betrayed the Afghans. Now they're betraying their only benefactor. Remember, that state is held up by the 3 A's: Allah, America, and the army. One of them they have betrayed, viewers. Let's be honest about that. I never measure my words, because when it comes to Pakistan, you can't measure your words, viewers. But I want to go straight across very quickly, once again, back to Sanjay Suri and also to Anand Ranganathan. Anand Ranganathan, first to you. You were raising your hand, you wanted to make a point.
No, very quickly. Look, I speak as a layman. I've already said you're amazing experts on your panel, and Tom is one, and I really latch on to every word he says. But may I slightly disagree with him when he talked about rightly that India lost billions during Operation Sindoor? Well, you know, those billions were lost and then, of course, subsequently recovered. But that's the way stock markets react to every war. You're going to see that tomorrow. I mean, stock markets are going to crash the world over. But the fact of the matter is, today we see after a couple of missile strikes, Dubai has emptied out. We never saw such scenes in Delhi. You know why? Because we have our own indigenous Akash defense system to thank for. And Dr. Ramarao, he constructed something on shoestring budget that intercepted 664 missiles and Pakistani drones in a neutralization rate of 99.4%. So, you know, this is happening in Dubai when you had an overarching ally, America, not able to protect it, whereas we withstood 884 Pakistani missiles and drones, and Indians were freely moving on the streets.
Well, Air Marshal is here with us, and Air Marshal is also going to give his little input. So, Air Marshal, you keep sitting there, please. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions. How is this happening? How are all these Gulf states that thought that they were very secure under the American-Israeli umbrella getting reminders every so often, every couple or 3 hours, that they're not safe?
We don't look at this operation which began on 20th February. In my appreciation, the planning must have started after 7th October 23.
Right.
And if you go to 26th October 24, when the massive Israeli strikes took on the key air defense verticals in Iran. Top it up in June 2025, when the US and the Israeli forces struck, called the Operation Rising Lion, they took out the key elements, though they said that they will strike the nuclear facilities, but in short, they crippled. The Israelis and the Americans are threatened, in my appreciation, of the ballistic missiles which the Iranians now possess. The advanced missiles which the Chinese have given them can target even the America. The fissile material, as I was listening, has, you know, with the deal with Oman, the Iranians had agreed that they will, you know, put a stop to it. But that is not the whole aim. The whole aim of this present strike, in my opinion, is twofold. One is to checkmate China. If you see, the January action in Venezuela was related to oil, and this strike also is related to oil. The Chinese get their maximum oil from Venezuela and Iran. So with this strike, what happens now? The prices of oil will shoot up. The supply through Gulf of Hormuz.
Saw that picture we showed you, how the entire Gulf was actually completely log jammed there. That particular Strait of Hormuz, beyond a point, completely emptied out, and there's a warship there also. What you're seeing, viewers, the mob has entered the US consulate in Karachi. This is the same country that till yesterday was swearing allegiance to America, whose leaders were praising Trump, saying that you are a great man, that you are deserving of the Nobel Prize, that we are going to hypothecate our forces so that you can use our forces to go out there and maintain peace in Gaza. This is that same country, viewers, Pakistan. Look what they've done. There's shots ringing out. There's all sorts of disruption. There are flames. They've entered the entire compound. Is there going to be something dramatic unfolding on the ground there, viewers? This is a dramatic twist playing out. US citizens, I don't know if they're in that consulate building. I just hope they're not, because this is going to turn into something very, very serious if there is a hostage crisis. Tom Cooper, I'm going to come out to you, but I'm also going to walk out and talk a little bit to my colleague Zaka Jacob. Zaka, we've been doing this, of course, complete relay since very early. And what we're now seeing, of course, is something that we didn't expect. This is Pakistan turning its back, or the people of Pakistan turning their backs on America.
You remember all of those talk about, Pakistan being used as some kind of a staging ground for attacking Iran from the east. Clearly, that couldn't have been done because of this. The public sentiment in Pakistan has been in favor of the Ayatollah. But look, Rahul, this is a absolutely consequential moment in the politics of the Middle East. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, for almost 40 years, ruled that country with an iron fist. He's dead. His entire top leadership, his defense minister, the commander of the IRGC, all dead. Well, is it regime change? Well, if this doesn't look like regime change, then I don't know what does.
This was certainly not a preemptive strike. This was much more than that. They went straight in. There was a decapitation that happened. They funneled 40 bombs, JDAMs, whatever you call them. The leadership is wiped out. We don't know what's going to replace it. Trump thinks that this is something going to be more, perhaps more moderate, less radical, but they don't seem to be giving up here.
It could be the exact opposite. You could get an even more hardline regime. The successor for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei could be even more hardline. But Trump doesn't really care about that. He can now claim this as a big victory. Something that 4 or 5 presidents prior to him tried but failed. He can now rightfully turn around and say, I went in, I killed this man. The biggest threat to the United States and its interests in the Middle East is now eliminated. He's been decapitated. He did this with Gaddafi, they've done this with Saddam Hussein, but this is the biggest. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is far bigger than any of these regime change operations that we've seen being done at the behest of America in the Middle East. What replaces Khamenei? What comes next? I think that's going to take some time. That's not going to happen.
Well, what is coming next is something unanticipated, viewers. You're seeing visuals of a US consulate. Now, Zaka, this could be something that's replicated, because if this has the catalyzing effect of actually rousing Muslim world, you could see this happening in other capitals and not necessarily against US interests. It could even happen against Israeli interests.
Yeah, and that is a concern. Look, the most immediate concern is all of these long-range and ballistic missile attacks that are happening. You're hearing explosions in, Dubai, Doha, in Bahrain. Look, these countries will have to try and bring some pressure to bear, both on America as well as Israel, because look, their civilians are being targeted, airports are being targeted, and that is a significant concern for these countries. Hopefully some pressure will come to bear, but also at the same time, there is absolutely no love lost for the Ayatollah. All of these countries, from Saudi Arabia to the UAE to Bahrain, Qatar, everyone is welcoming the man, because he was fundamentally the biggest destabilizing factor in the Middle East. All of these countries, they've been threatened because of the Ayatollah regime, so no tears are being shed there. Yes, some populations, some crowds will come out. We're seeing that in Pakistan, we're seeing that in some parts of Srinagar as well. But I suspect, Rahul, the principal players in this, Trump, Netanyahu, they're all playing the long game. And the long game means that they know that they have to, go on with this operation, ensure that, Iran exhausts its list of ballistic and long-range missiles, because there's a finite number. A conservative number is 2,000, a not-so-conservative number is close to 10,000. They will have to exhaust it at some point. There will have to be a new government or a new head, a new supreme leader in Iran. Trump just needs to play until that time, but he will now go down. Whether or not it will have consequences domestically in the US, I don't know. Clearly, he doesn't want to get entangled in a long-drawn war.
A quagmire would be.
He's not going to get stuck here for months or years. This is not going to be Iraq of 2003. He's looking for a quick exit. He's found a big victory, decapitated. Cut the head of the snake, as they say. He's cut the head of the snake. What replaces it, like I said, is going to be long-drawn, it's going to be hard, but that's not Trump's problem.
What's going to be the off-ramp in case, and I just wish this doesn't happen, in case there are reprisals, and there are reprisals against US citizens in other parts of the world, and this sort of goes sideways, as they say. Is there an appetite for Mr. Trump to continue? Because obviously there will be then expectations of him to retaliate, to teach the Iranians once again a lesson of their lives as he talks. There will be a lot of pressure if there is any inconsequential or even consequential damage to American lives.
Look, as long as American lives are not lost, I think Trump will be fine. His MAGA base itself is against these long-drawn wars. That's part of the appeal. That's part of why he came to office. You remember people like Charlie Kirk were against this war that's been going on in Gaza, almost never-ending war that's been going on in Gaza. And this is part of Trump's base. So Trump has no appetite for a long-drawn war. He's not going to get entangled. And you ask about the off-ramp. This is exactly the off-ramp. He's got the victory that he wanted. He can tomorrow morning address the country and the world, his new State of the Union, and say, I did what Obama could not, what Biden could not, not, what Clinton could not, what Bush could not. I went in there and I cut the head of the snake, and that's his victory.
Well, will he take that? Will he take that? We've been covering this, of course, viewers, and we're going to hand over to Zaka in just a few moments. But I'm just going to take you through the newsroom since the morning. Very, very active. Shivani, why don't you come out to me? And of course, Siddhant, who's been tracking the Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian reaction and all the politics. Shivani, this is turning out to be an endgame that we didn't envisage. Now, it's 24 hours plus. The Iranians don't look as if they're softening. There are reprisals happening in other parts of the world. You can see what's happening in Doha. Can you see those pictures there on your screens?
Fresh visuals of strikes that have taken place in Doha. We're bringing you visuals from Karachi. But can I just say, the US and the Israeli army had already said at the start of this offensive that this is going to take at least a week. So they have a week-long plan. What happens beyond that, we don't know. But can I also tell you, even as we were keeping a watch on what happening in Karachi, we had a few visuals come in from the Iranian Culture Center at Tilak Mark in the national capital. We saw a few people arriving in autos and getting off there. Ladies with their headscarves, etc. Some Iranian cleric also seemed to be going inside. So I don't know whether we could see a repeat of some sort of a protest. If not what we are seeing in Karachi, but maybe some assembly outside the Iranian Culture Center in New Delhi to also voice their opposition.
Well, what you're seeing on your screens, viewers, are those pictures coming out of Doha. I'm telling you, the Middle East is looking over its shoulder. We just showed you pictures from Dubai, completely a ghost town. That's going to cost it economically, as I'm saying, at a period of transition. Siddhant, what's the response coming out now from the Indian government? We had one statement. These are sort of statements expressing serious concern about the situation. There has been a decapitation strike. We have historical ties, civilizational connect with Iran. We haven't got a comment really on that development.
Well, that's right, Rahul. In fact, there are more than 2,000 Indian medical students stranded in Iran. There are more than, if I'm not mistaken, 9 to 10,000 Indians in Iran at present. In fact, I have managed to speak to many Indian medical students there. They are sending me their sound bites, urging Indian government for evacuation, etc. They're saying that their passport is with the university. They cannot move out. They're writing letters. Even their association here in Kashmir has written to EM S. Jaishankar for the evacuation. But right now, it looks like that it's going to be very difficult for the Indian government to evacuate students from Iran.
These visuals from Doha, I just want to give our viewers an update. These are visuals of thick smoke that are erupting from the Doha's industrial area. This is earlier today on Sunday. Multiple explosions rocking Doha for a second day. These are Iranian-launched missiles. Obviously, the target is the US's Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, but a lot of the industrial and civic spaces being targeted as well.
Well, Oman is the one country that hasn't seen any action, and there are lots of questions being asked as to why. Here is what is also another aspect of this. The airspace, Chetan, you've been showing us this.
I just want to show you that most of the traffic passes through this area.
Yes.
And now look at this airspace. This is completely wiped out, blank, nothing, zero plane in this area. Also,
so
I wanted
to just flying over the Caspian and the Black Sea corridor.
Yes, and almost across India, around 440 flights were postponed. I also wanted to show you across this image from the Israeli commentary Twitter handle. This shows you the complex of Ayatollah Khamenei before and after.
This is the before and after. This is a dramatic picture. Just go back to the before.
This
there it
shows
is. That's you. What it looked like. Orchards in the middle, beautiful garden, and there,
this
massive,
this
massive
is what
hole, a crater.
The bunker buster drones can do. So this, as per them, this is what
the Mossad commentary is. Okay. Well, let me just hand you back to Zaka, because there is a pivotal moment now, as he was also saying, in this particular conflagration. Zaka.
All right, we're seeing heavy smoke that's billowing out from the Jebel Ali port in Dubai. It's one of the busiest ports in the world right now, and certainly one of the busiest in that part of the world. The Jebel Ali port, it's not a direct hit. What we're given to understand is one of the berths there caught fire because of debris that resulted from an aerial interception. So a lot of these attacks, these ballistic missile and long-range missile attacks by Iran, are also being intercepted by all of these countries, whether these countries are Qatar or the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. A range of US allies in that region have been attacked by these long-range fire, these ballistic missiles. Look at these various visuals that have been coming in through the day, through the last 5 or 6 hours. These are retaliatory strikes by the Iranian IRGC and by the Iranian army. They are vowing to take revenge for the assassination, for the decapitation of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. These are pictures that are being shared widely from Dubai, from Doha, from Qatar, from other parts of the Middle East, all of which have been attacked in the last 24 hours. And now Iran, like I said, is vowing an even bigger retaliation, both on Israel and American interests in the wider region. Whether or not these countries will bring pressure to bear on America and Israel to try and pipe down. They've got the victory that they wanted. They've removed the man at the top, who is the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now, let's pipe down, let's try and de-escalate, let's try and salvage the situation. Whether or not America and Israel will, listen to that advice or take that bait, we don't know. But Trump is someone we know who doesn't like getting entangled in long-drawn wars. Part of the reason why his MAGA base loves him and why he came to power is because of the fact that he doesn't want to get entangled in these long-drawn foreign wars. So let's try and see if we can get some of our guests to talk about this. There are now attacks that are happening across the wider region. Much of it has been intercepted. Much of it has been stopped. There aren't much civilian fatalities, as it were, in Dubai or Doha or other places. I want to go across, though, to Sanjay Suri, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv, where, too, all through the last 24 hours or so, there have been air raid sirens that have been going off, shelter-in-place advisories that are going off, and, of course, you have a national app there, Sanjay. What's been happening over these last 3-4 hours since daybreak there in Tel Aviv? Are the streets deserted? Has economic activity come to a standstill? And what is the trajectory as the Israelis see it for this war that has now lasted a little over 24 hours?
Well, Tel Aviv has been hit. There was a missile attack on central Tel Aviv overnight. A residential block was hit. A very large number of people were injured, and we have reports, unconfirmed yet, that one person has been killed in that attack and a great deal of damage has been caused. So this is what Tel Aviv has begun to live with, and we all know that in the June war of last year, 28 people were killed in attacks on Tel Aviv by Iranian ballistic missiles that got through. So there is no foolproof defense, and the most sophisticated defense that we have in place from Israel and from the US, the Gerald Ford is here supporting protection of Israel, is not foolproof at all. So there is rising concern here about where this will lead to. People, of course, are holding their nerve. They're all practically military trained. They're prepared for this. But the danger is not over. Tel Aviv is not out of it. Israel certainly is within range of the ballistic missiles and it's been hit already. The pattern last time was that as the war progressed, more and more missiles got through, so nobody is taking this lightly. And of course, as you were saying, it suits Trump that this should end quickly rather than last long. That is not certain. The killing of Khamenei is a dramatic and instant success for this attack. But that's not to say that he will not be replaced. It will all depend upon the tenacity of the regime within Iran. And we saw in October last year, Israel killed a number of military leaders from Iran. They were just replaced. So if these people who have been killed are all replaced and a council takes over in place of Khamenei and the same policies continue, this could drag on whether Trump likes that or not.
All right, Sanjay Suri, for the moment, thank you very much for joining us. There have been multiple hits across the wider Middle East region, from Qatar to the United Arab Emirates. Now the latest that we're getting, an Iranian drone has hit an industrial area in the UAE just this morning, and that's caused a major fire. This is in the UAE. There have been multiple explosions across the Emirates since the last 6 or 7 hours in retaliation to the killing of the Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. We've heard explosions happen in Doha as well. So far, though, there is no reports of any fatalities. Some people have been injured. A couple of people in the UAE is what we're given to understand, even a couple of people in Doha. But so far, no fatalities. An Iranian drone hit an industrial park in the United Arab Emirates. I want to bring in our guests as well on this, because this is how the story is going to sort of transverse over the next few days. There's going to be retaliatory strikes across the wider Middle East. Let me bring in here in our studios Tom Cooper, military analyst, Adrian Fontanes, military analyst and historian. We're also joined in a special broadcast by Mr. Joe Brown from I-24 News in Israel. I'll also bring in a moment Air Marshal retired Sanjeev Kapoor and Abhijit Iyer Mitra from the IPCS. But Tom Cooper, let me start with you. What do you make of how long these retaliatory strikes will continue? And the longer they continue, the less propensity there is in Doha and Dubai to continue with this war.
Well, I would expect this Iran to continue these operations for at least a week, if not longer, as long as it has enough missiles to continue them, which means in turn, well, depending on the rate of fire, it could probably go on for some 5 or 6 weeks. The question is rather how long can US allies and Israel hope to continue wasting their own interceptors to intercept incoming Iranian missiles. So from the Iranian point of view, they are preparing themselves for 25 years for this kind of a conflict, and now they are operating along well-prepared plans.
But isn't it also a fact that Iran has a limited arsenal? I mean, conservative estimates say there's about 2,000 to 3,000 long-range ballistic missiles. If you were not putting a conservative estimate, it would go up to 10,000. At some point, they will exhaust this.
Yes, that is sure, absolutely. But the point is this limited contingent of long-range or medium-range, actually, ballistic missiles is what they are using against Israel only. On the other hand, they have many more thousands of short-range missiles, and this is what they are using against to strike, for example, Gulf Arab states and even Saudi Arabia not, but possibly also Jordan. So that means they can go on like this for quite long period of time. I'm estimating this at least some 5 or 6 weeks, because usual experience of the last 20 years is that such missile exchanges are lasting some 5 or 6 weeks, and correspondingly, this is what they were already trying to do with Hezbollah in Lebanon, to make them capable of fighting such a war for 5 or 6 weeks, and they are certainly trying to do the same with their own capability vis-a-vis Israel.
Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor is also here. I mean, everyone was expecting this. As President Trump put it, an armada was being moved to the Middle East. He had 2 aircraft carriers, dozens of fighter jets, refuelers. So this was on expected lines. They've got a big victory with the elimination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And given Trump's propensity for not getting entangled in long-drawn foreign wars, do you reckon he will take this as a victory, claim victory, and then say, we're now giving Iran an off-ramp to stop this retaliatory strikes?
Could easily happen, yes, that he declares...
Sorry, that was the Air Marshal, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
The airstrikes must have been planned well in advance. Yes. And like I just covered a little while ago, the major damage, in my opinion, was done in October 24 when Israelis struck Iranian targets. They took out the key air defense installations, their ballistic missile dumps. The softening blow came in June 2025 when the Rising Lion, the 3 nuclear facilities which the B-2 bomber struck along with Israeli targets. So they had weakened the air defense and generally the air fighting capabilities. But the threat now came when the Chinese started to supply long-range missiles to Iranians. Now these missiles were the whole talks in Oman between, as a mediator, along with the nuclear was on containment of these ballistic missiles which the Iranians have and have possessed now. So the Israeli targets and the American targets were under threat if the Iranians so decided, and if they decided to put a nuclear warhead, it would have been, a conflict of a different scale.
Okay.
So preempting this, the Israelis and the Americans have struck, and most important factor, in my opinion, which very few people are talking, is about energy control.
Okay, we'll just get to that in 1 second. I want to show on a map of the region where all in Iran the Americans and the Israelis have struck and where the Iranians have retaliated. Yes, it's these ballistic missiles, these long-range missiles. A lot of them also happen to be these drone attacks. Like, for example, this attack in Doha, it was brought about by a drone attack. And remember, the Iranians have been supplying the high-intensity, low-cost Shahid drones to the Russians, for example, during the course of this last 4 years in the Ukraine war. But look at the number of US bases in the wider region which have all been a target in the last 24 hours. From the Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait, the US 5th Fleet is stationed in Bahrain. It's the largest station that they have outside of the continental United States. That too, there was a hit by one of these low-cost drones. The Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, which was struck back in June of last year as well. No damages in terms of personnel loss. Again, the Al Udeid Air Base was also struck. The Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE, again a smaller base, but nonetheless an important one as far as the United States is concerned. We've been hearing reports of explosions as far as Riyadh as well, which is over 1,000 miles from Iran. So Iran has been targeting many of these places. Of course, Erbil, which has just recently been attacked, which is a US base in Iraq. So these are the wider sort of bases that they have. America has more than a dozen bases across the wider Middle East. And the important concern here is not just to protect the American assets, but also over the last 24 hours, we're seeing civilian targets, whether they are airports, industrial areas, all being targeted. And those countries now will have to bring some sort of pressure to bear on both Israel and the United States to wind this up quickly, because they wouldn't have bargained for retaliatory strikes by Iran on their civilian populations. I want to go across to Joe Brown of... All right, let's get one more graphic fired on who are the people, the top leadership of Iran that's been eliminated. The biggest, the head of the snake, as they put it, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, the man who's been ruling Iran with an iron fist for the last almost 40 years, eliminated. Ali Shamkhani, senior advisor for security affairs and the secretary of the Defense Council, he has been eliminated as well. Then you have the critical man, the commander of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, Mahmoud Pakpur, he has been eliminated as well. In fact, he was having a meeting with the supreme leader. Both were eliminated in the same compound is what we are given to understand. Mohammad Shirazi, who's the head of the military bureau, he has been eliminated as well. The defense minister, the former defense minister, Aziz Nazardai, he has also been eliminated. So the entire top leadership, the security leadership, the political leadership, the spiritual leadership of Iran have been eliminated. Abdul Rahim Musavi, the chief of the Iranian army, he has been eliminated as well. So what we are basically looking at is a almost wholesale decapitation of the top security, political and religious leadership of Iran. And now it is up to the new leadership to decide who will take over the reins of the country, the Supreme Council, the Security Council, and of course, how will they lead the country into the future? One notable exception has been the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, but there are also reports that he's been sidelined. But I want to go across to Joe Brown from I-24 News from Israel. Joe, what is the situation in Israel right now? We were talking to our colleague Sanjay Suri, who's there in Tel Aviv as well. Multiple air raid warnings, shelters in place. What's going on in Israel? What is the mood out on the street? And what's the word you're picking in from the government and from the Israeli Defense Forces? How long do they want to keep this operation going?
Well, Sanjeev, probably like a lot of people in Israel, didn't get a lot of sleep last night. Over the last 24 hours or so, people have been going to the bomb shelters, I would say more than 10 times. There's been constant barrages coming from Iran, and often you get a first warning that will give you 10 minutes until the first proper siren starts, after which you'll get 90 seconds in order to make it to the shelter. And for the one last night in which there was a missile that hit a building in Tel Aviv, in which one person in their 40s was killed, this was around about 15 minutes away from where I live. So I heard the building shake, I heard a loud bang. I went over to see it, and I remember in the 12-day war last June, there was a similar strike in a residential area, also in Tel Aviv. And in that case, the Iranians used cluster munitions as well as the ballistic missiles. This means that the missile will kind of like separate and hit various different targets. And I believe that was what I saw today. I haven't got that confirmed, but just going around the area, everything within a 100-yard radius had some kind of damage. There was buildings in which there was glass on the floor. There were windows that had been completely shattered. I didn't go into like the part where it was a direct hit because there was still a recovery going underway from the Israeli police and ambulance services. But the people here, they are remaining resilient. They believe that they are going to last as long as it will take, according to the Israeli government, telling I-24 News. This will last anywhere between a couple of days and a week, but this can also last even longer. The 12-day war, people didn't think that would last as long as it did, but it lasted, as the name states, 12 days.
Yeah.
And people are preparing for any eventuality. From Israel's perspective, it's great so far. The leadership has been completely destroyed, as you were showing on the graphic before, especially Ali Khamenei. But on top of that, it's worth noting that the Iranians have been preparing for this for decades now. They know Israel's capabilities. They know how quickly Israel managed to get air superiority in the conflict last year. It took even quicker this time, and people are preparing that it will be a relatively long fight, and after the leadership gets taken out, there'll be someone to replace them, and that's not what Israel wants. Israel wants the entire...
Joe, just give me a moment. We're getting more breaking news, and this is again coming from Israel. The IDF has now released the latest footage of Air Force aircraft, the Israeli Air Force aircraft taking off for an attack. More than 1,200 munitions were dropped by the fighter jets of the IDF over the last 24 hours. You can see this this footage that's been released by the IDF. Of course, the faces of the personnel have been blurred for their identity protection. You can see these pictures have been put out by the IDF. You can see them, engineers, technicians hard at work. And then, of course, in the final shots, you can see the pilot on board the fighter jet sort of taking off. Again, like I said, their identities are being blurred and hidden for security reasons. We also don't know the location of where these fighter jets have been taking off from, but at least 1,200 munitions have been dropped by the Israeli Air Force over the last 24 hours in various targets across the length and breadth of Iran. I also want to go across to Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Abhijit, just war game this for us over the next few days. The biggest prize has already been got, which is the head of the snake that has been cut off. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. Given that and Trump's sort of lack of interest in long-drawn wars, how do you see this playing out over the next few days?
Netanyahu has said that we should be patient. I take that as a sign that this is going to be, well, somewhat long drawn at any rate. The second statement we've heard from the Israelis is that they are eliminating the past, present, and future leadership. That's always been a problem. If you eliminate the upper echelons of the leadership, it goes down to the, the colonel and junior level people who are usually much younger and usually much more radicalized as well. Now, unless the Americans and Israelis have a plan where, a deep mole is in the line of succession, I don't see Iran capitulating in any form or way. If anything, it will get even more regressive and revanchist. Number one. Number two, let us assume for a minute that, the regime change plan is still on. I fail to see how it's actually going to happen without boots on the ground. There have been examples of, say, getting Serbia to change course over Kosovo purely through an air campaign. There has been Libya, where a government was changed by a Western air campaign, but Libyan ground rebels. I don't see how that's going to happen out here, given, and you know this very well, Zaka, that, one AK-47 with, say, about 10 to 15 cartridges can kill hundreds of protesters when required. If you remember, the West imposed no-fly zones in northern Iraq and southern Iraq. There were limits on the number of tanks also that could be accumulated out there. And Saddam Hussein still managed to crush both the Kurdish rebellion in the north and the Shia rebellion in the south, and the Marsh Arab rebellion as well. So I'm not seeing how that plays out. My real worry is, with the civilian targeting that has happened.
Yeah.
Sure, a lot of it we can say was missiles gone wrong. But the strike on the Burj Al Arab, the Burj Khalifa, the Fairmont Palm Jumeirah, the high rise in Manama, and things like that, notice it's a pattern. High income group, high rise buildings being hit. It shows desperation at some level. It's a use it or lose it kind of a dilemma that they face. Now, what if somebody then decides that they're going to put they don't have a nuclear bomb, but say a dirty bomb, lots of dirty radioactive waste into a warhead and detonate it over the interception range, right? What happens then?
Yeah.
Are you going to push them to that level of desperation? I'm cautious. We've never seen the Iranians target civilians in the Gulf. They keep targeting Israeli civilians. Let's just say I'm not as optimistic as my American and Israeli friends are on
all right.
outcomes.
Okay, I want to go into the studio and I'd want to ask Tom Cooper to sort of walk out with us in terms of, how this whole story plays out. Tom, if you could just join us here. One of the points that Abhijit was also making, we are not accustomed to civilians being attacked like this by Iran, whether it's in Bahrain, whether it is in Qatar, whether it is in the United Arab Emirates, and high-value targets are being attacked. The Burj Al Arab, the Burj Al Khalifa. This also has a lot of tourists, folks who go there. The Palm Jumeirah has been attacked. Clearly, does that show a sign of desperation by Iran, or is Iran trying to send out a signal to both America and Israel that you can't continue this forever? Your allies, your friends in the region will stop you from continuing this.
I don't think it's either. It's simply the operators of the weapons do not think about high-rise buildings, so they are trying to hit something behind them. Fail to take into account the high-rise tall buildings in between, and the weapon is simply flying into this obstacle on its way.
But civilians, you don't think are being deliberately targeted? These are all civilian targets.
No, because principal aim of Iranians is to disable the enemy military capability, not to terrorize civilians. I know that there are decades of indoctrination that Iranians are always targeting civilians and they are terrorists and so on and so on. But this is actually quite a much more complex topic, to put it diplomatically.
So how do you see countries like the UAE or Bahrain or other countries reacting to this in a way that, look, their civilians are under threat. We're seeing multiple civilian areas being targeted in the last 24 hours. What are the conversations they are having with the Trump administration or with the Netanyahu administration right now?
Well, they are probably trying on one side to restrain Trump from continuing this operation. They are trying to prevent him from launching it in the first place without success. Otherwise, they cannot really join a U.S.-Israeli aggression on Iran. They can't do that publicly because this would cost them a lot at home.
All right. Tom, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to get Rahul Shivshankar also into this conversation. So, Rahul, one of the points that one of our previous speakers was making is that the entire top leadership of Iran has now been eliminated. If it goes to a second round, which it has to now, they could end up being far more hardened and far more radical.
So, this is a great spin-off point, because I was just looking at the New York Times, and they've done a fabulous sort of, I don't want to use the word family tree, but they've done a sort of a big tree here, graphic representation. So let me just talk you through some of this. Obviously, we have right on top Ali Khamenei, who is, of course, no more. He's been killed. Then you had this inner circle, and you've just had Ali Ralujani once again issuing démarche, really, of sorts, to the United States and to Israel. Ali Shamkhani, no one knows. He's the head of National Defense Council. We don't know if he's alive or dead. Israelis are claiming that he is no longer there. There's Masoud Pezeshkian, who is somebody who's playing a role in the shadows.
Yeah.
They've also set up this 3-person committee now that's going to look after the transition and the decision-making. There's Mohammad Pakpur and Amir Nasirazeh. He's gone. This is what we've been told. The commander-in-chief of the IRGC, we don't know where he is. But if you really look down here is a bunch of other people. And these are the people that one sort of now is obviously looking at closer. because some of these individuals are obviously playing a role. Now, it's a very loosely created structure, and I think it's been devolved in a way that over time, if there are kills like this, there'll be redundancy. So you can see a huge number of others. And if you look at this, article, it's very interesting because it gives you a moment by moment how the CIA helped pinpoint a gathering of Iranian leaders when Israel struck. This is really something very, very interesting because we knew this offensive was going to take place. Why would the Ayatollah be holed up in a compound which is associated with him? No one quite knows the answer to that. Was there a tip-off?
Yeah.
So you don't really know what led to. Maybe they were all thinking that the talks were going smoothly, that Trump was, you know the phrase, TACO, Trump always chickens out, this is bluster. But it's quite clear they were caught off guard, and this was not a preemptive strike. So obviously something changed in the calculation, where they said, let's just go for the jugular. And the point that you were making, now he's got his off-ramp.
Yeah.
He's got this bragging right to say that, look, I've cut off, as you were saying, the head of the serpent. But I don't know if the Iranians are going to fold. And as I said, if there is, and look at these pictures. I mean, I'm astounded by these pictures. This is, these were the tiger economies, the new economies. They had transitioned. They were moving away from fossil fuels, oil. Lots of expats were coming in. They were moving into the services sector, the financial sector. They were trying to copy the Singapore and the London model. And this whole renaissance is premised on stability.
Exactly.
And we were told that, all of that sort of radicalism and all of that doesn't come into the equation here. But these people are now going to constantly look over their shoulder because the Iranian regime might disintegrate. But what does it disintegrate into? Does it become a shadow regime that is going to continue to export terror through proxies? And if that's the case, then we know the experience because India has been bled by Pakistan for now decades altogether. If that begins to happen, this Middle East pivot that these countries were hoping would sort of take them into the next century might be stalled. I'm not saying it'll be stopped, but it'll be stalled and it could be catastrophic. And I don't know how that's going to work into the larger calculus because then over a period of time, people are going to turn around and tell Israel and the Americans that, look, you were responsible for this instability which is now left out open to restive populations who want more once the oil begins to dry up. So this is a long-term game. I think the Iranians are playing this with a view to try and embroil America and Israel into a quagmire.
Yeah, and that is, I think, exactly what Trump wants to avoid. He doesn't have propensity for getting stuck in long, endless wars. America was the main security guarantor in the Middle East, whether it's for Saudi Arabia, the UAE, tens of allies that America has, Jordan, Bahrain. America was underpinning and underwriting their security. Now, if their civilians are being targeted, unfortunately, there are no reports of any fatalities in any of these countries, but if their civilians are being targeted, you can be rest assured the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is right now talking to Trump administration officials and saying, get the Iranians to stop doing this. Get the Iranians to stop targeting our civilians. You can be rest assured the president of the UAE is having those same conversations. India also has skin in the game, and I want to ask Siddhant, my colleague here, there are 9 million Indian expatriates who are living and working in the region. Siddhant, what are you picking up from the MEA? Is there any additional assistance that they're giving to Indian expats who are living and working there?
Well, that's right, Zaka. There are 9 million Indians living in the region, and the top priority for Indian government is safety and security of Satish जी Zaka हैं यहाँ पर मेरे साथ. बताइए इस वक्त कुवैत में क्या स्थिति है? बताया जा रहा है कि कुवैत एयरपोर्ट, दोहा एयरपोर्ट सब बंद है और इंडियंस वहाँ पे फंसे हुए हैं. थोड़ा विस्तार से बताइए, हम लाइव हैं इस वक्त दर्शकों के लिए.
जी नमस्कार. जहाँ तक सूचना मिल रही है कि आज मॉर्निंग में 8 बजे एक फायरिंग बजे थे सालमी रेजुलेशन एरिया में, जिससे कि लोग बैठ के, जिससे कि लोगों में थोड़ा डर का माहौल था. इसके अलावा कल 10th क्लास के CBSE के एग्जाम्स भी हैं. बच्चों में थोड़ी चिंता का है कि एग्जाम्स होंगे या नहीं होंगे, क्योंकि ऑलमोस्ट जितने भी स्कूल से वो आज बंद हैं और सीनियर क्लास का ऑनलाइन का अरेंजमेंट किया गया है. और बाकी सुपरमार्केट और फूड में तो अभी इस प्रकार प्रॉपर इन्वेंट्री है, इस प्रकार का कोई ज्यादा चिंता की बात नहीं है। पर जैसा कि आपने बताया कि माइनर सा एयरपोर्ट को डैमेज हुआ था और इसके बाद सुबह मॉर्निंग में एक फ्लाइट को ऑपरेट किया था।
अच्छा, एक फ्लाइट ऑपरेट हुई है कुवैत एयरपोर्ट से?
जी, सुबह 5 बजे कुवैत के जो ऑपरेशनल है एयरपोर्ट के वो हो चुके हैं और जो अटैक हुआ था वो कुवैत के जो टर्मिनल T2 जो एक नया अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन टर्मिनल था उस पर ये माइनर सा अटैक हुआ है। बाकी कुवैत के ऑलमोस्ट जो प्रॉपर्टीज है वो सिक्योर थे और जो बेस और जो आधार बनाया गया है जो यूएस आर्मी कैंप को रेजिडेंशियल एरिया अभी तक पूरी तरह से सुरक्षित है।
Okay. Thank you, Satish ji. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was an Indian expat that you were hearing live on the air from Kuwait. There have been multiple explosions heard in Kuwait as well. So the fact that these civilian areas are being targeted in these Gulf Arab allies of the United States, how much pressure will they bring to bear on the Trump administration to quickly wrap this up, to get the Iranians to come back to the negotiating table, agree to a nuclear deal, and then put an end to this war? Those conversations are happening right now, even as we speak. It's also a sign of desperation by the Iranian regime. I think Abhijit Iyer Mitra was making that point. They are absolutely sending out desperate signals to the Americans and to the Israelis also to wrap this up quickly. The question is, will Trump take that big political victory, that big political moral victory of the elimination of a man who has threatened death to America for the last almost 40 years? Will he take that as an off-ramp and say, I'm claiming victory, it's now up to the people of Iran to decide who they want to get this to be led by for the next 20, 30, 40 years. So is that a political victory that Trump is going to take? We'll try and talk about all of that in a moment. We have our guest, Air Marshal, is here with us as well. Air Marshal, again, I come back to that point that Abhijit was making, which is a very valid one, that if Arab civilians in many of America's allied countries in the Middle East are being targeted, that is not something that, you know, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia or the President of the UAE has too much propensity to defend or to continue, because we've not seen anything of this sort in the Gulf for these last many 30, 40, 50 years.
United Arab Emirates and the complete region has been marketed in the last few years, a few decades, as one of the safest places in the world. Be it investments, be it trade, be it commerce, be it all kind of tourism and hub and spoke concepts. Dubai and the adjacent areas have been transformed by the money that has come in. But now with the strikes at these areas in last 24 hours, they are waking up to a new reality, a reality which the locals had never anticipated. Iran, in its desperation, because the Arab nations have provided safe haven and the basis to the Americans for a very long time. On the sidelines, the Iranians have conveyed their displeasure for the same to all the Gulf countries, but to no avail. Now, this is an opportunity for Iran to convey through military means that we have been telling you for years together that we do not like your bases to be used against us. Okay. Under American pressure, the Gulf countries have provided all support, and that includes Pakistan. Now look at the irony which Abhijit was saying, or Ranganathan was saying a few minutes before. The news that is coming out is that the Pakistani air bases and their support system was used by the drones for strikes last evening. And the same regime is propelling up the riots in Karachi against the consulate. So on one hand, the security that was being discussed to be provided around the vicinity of that consulate, which is a state responsibility, was missing. But on the other hand, you open the doors for the same oppressor and to say that, okay, please use my facilities.
To hit
and
at
to
your
a common
enemy.
man,
Okay.
they will say.
Just give me a moment, Marshal. Getting another piece of breaking news. There are strikes that have been continuing for the last 24 hours across the Middle East region. Dubai has been badly hit. One of the people who've been stranded there in Dubai is ace Indian shuttler PV Sindhu. She's been stuck in Dubai over the last 24 hours. She's in fact spoken exclusively to CNN News 18 and reacted on this story. Let's just listen in to what she had to say.
firstly thank you all who have been reaching out and checking on us. And well, I was transiting from Bangalore, where I train and live full time now, to Birmingham in the UK to compete the All England Championships. And once our flight landed in Dubai, events beyond our control began to unfold. And shortly after, the airspace also was shut down. And the last few hours have been extremely tense. We could hear the sounds of interceptions overhead, and a few hours later there was explosion very close to where we were holed up at Dubai airport. My coach was barely about 100 meters away where it happened, and had to quickly move out of the area. Experiencing something like this in such close quarters is truly, it truly shakes the very, foundation you're built on. And you never expect these things to happen to you or anyone close to you. But sometimes situations are beyond your control, what they do. So, I feel incredibly blessed to have such a strong and united team around me, and everyone had stayed calm, supported one another, and shown real strength during a very frightening situation. And currently we are safe now and have been moved to a more secure place. I'm deeply grateful to the Dubai authorities and the staff at Dubai airport also, who's been incredibly and tireless in ensuring everyone's safety. We're also truly grateful to Emirates and the airport staff for being incredibly kind and supportive with so many passengers stranded. Their hands were understandably tied, but they showed genuine empathy and care towards everyone going through this difficult experience. And I would also like to sincerely thank the Indian High Commission in Dubai for their extraordinary support. And when I reached out requesting assistance, the High Commissioner immediately responded, and on high super priority notice deployed his team to help us. They have been incredibly supportive, not just to me but to everyone stranded here, ensuring safety, coordination, and constant communication during a very difficult time. And anyone currently stuck or needing assistance is encouraged to reach out using the official helpline numbers shared by the High Commission. And of course, we are truly blessed to have such a sensitized and incredible team looking out for Indian citizens here. And for now, we're trying to get some rest and remain hopeful as the situation continues to unfold. So thank you all for your prayers, messages, and concern. Well, it truly means a lot to all of us. And stay safe.
I want to go across to Shivani, who's spoken to PV Sindhu. She's been stuck there for the last 24 hours, en route to a tournament, as you heard her say a moment ago, in Birmingham. Shivani, what is the latest? Will she be able to make it for that tournament? Of course, we've been talking about the number of Indian expats who live and work in the Middle East. But specifically in the case of PV Sindhu, what are you hearing? Have there been conversations with the Indian government? Does the Indian government plan to evacuate some of these individuals from these areas, from these regions?
So what we know right now, Zaka, is that they are safe. As you could see in the video, they are in a hotel right now. And the current situation is that the team is safe. They have been helped by the Dubai airport authorities, the Dubai authorities, but also, of course, the consulate services there. Sindhu thanking them for the effort that has been made, because they were at the airport transiting to Birmingham for the All England Championship when actually their flight had landed first in Dubai. And I think they were going to take on a connecting one to later. And then that's when the airspace is closed. Initially, they could hear a lot of sounds above, but then there was very close to where they were at the Dubai airport, an explosion as well. And we have been bringing those visuals of the one strike that has taken place close to the airport or in the airport compound. So we, currently across the sports world, there is a lot of uncertainty. We don't know exactly when this airspace will open and when they can proceed further, or will they have to come back to India? Would the Indian government would have to be involved? I think tournaments will also look at maybe re-looking at some of their tournament dates. They might be pushed back a little bit, because this is not just a scenario for an Indian team traveling. There would have been teams
delegations from many countries traveling to this particular tournament, but also other tournaments that will start or are going on across the world. We do know, for example, that ICC, which is headquartered in Dubai, is also looking at what their staff is going to do, many of whom are in India currently for the World Cup, etc. So situation is very dynamic, but priority is safety currently in Dubai while they are holed up in Dubai, and then we wait and see when the airspace opens up.
All right, Shivani, many thanks for that. Let's also go across to this other piece of breaking news. Now, lots of curiosity as to how the Americans were able to pinpoint the compound where the Supreme Leader was holed up in and hit precisely and eliminate him and some of the other generals and top military leaders who he was holed up with in that building. Now, this is the other breaking story that we're reporting. The US media are reporting the CIA helped pinpoint a gathering of top Iranian leaders. This intel was then shared with the Israelis, and it's the Israelis who struck that particular compound where the Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was having a meeting with his top military leadership. And that is when the Israelis pounced in and hit that particular compound. Let me go across to Aman, who has more details on this. Aman, so clearly the Iranian intel seemed to have been compromised. The Americans knew precisely down to which building the Supreme Leader was holed up inside.
Morning on his post on Truth Social had in fact pointed to this, said we had pinpointed intelligence and we had highly sophisticated tracking systems. That is what Donald Trump had said, but now the New York Times is putting out more details of how exactly this strike was carried out. It says that CIA had been doing this surveillance on Khamenei for months. They were tracking his movements, his pattern, where does he go, what time does he leave, which is the places he frequents, and based on this pinpointed intelligence, the New York Times is now saying that the months of CIA surveillance zeroed in on the exact location of Khamenei. High fidelity intelligence confirmed his presence at a top level meeting that morning, on the morning of Saturday, and that is why the original plan was to strike at night. But the New York Times is reporting, but that plan was changed to early morning because of this pinpointed intelligence. What they are saying, that the attack was rescheduled to Saturday morning to exploit this real-time intelligence window. So again, it's showing the hallmark of CIA, that they are able to zero in on exact location of such high-value targets. They also said that a decision, New York Times is saying, is taken jointly by Washington and Tel Aviv. They had a joint operation and it was a joint decision to strike in the morning. What more are we being told is that the CIA had clear intelligence that the meeting included Iran's most powerful military leadership and that Khamenei will be present at this particular meeting. That is the intelligence that they had. Israeli fighter jets have taken off at 6 a.m. Israel time for this particular strike. That is what also NYT is reporting. And exactly at 9:40 a.m., this particular compound where the Supreme Leader of Iran was present was struck by long-range precision missiles. That is what the NYT is reporting, that 9:40 a.m. local time is the exact time when this strike was carried out after the Israeli jets took off at about 6 a.m. and took about a 2-hour journey to their ultimate target. Also, what this particular the NYT report, Zaka, is saying that the strike killed multiple buildings respectively. So while Israel claimed it achieved complete surprise with this particular strike, they are also saying that this was real-time actionable intelligence passed off to Israel, and Israel carried out this strike with great precision. Also, this reflects the unprecedented, intelligence sharing between both the nations for over a dozen years now, and this particular operation has become a hallmark of that. Also, it raises big question marks on whether there was a big strategic slip-up by the Iranian leadership, because despite clear signals of an impending war, the leadership gathered at a central compound in Tehran and became a sitting duck target for America and Israel.
All right, Aman, we'll leave it at that. I also want to go across to Flor Hassan Nahum, who's an Israeli Special Envoy for Trade and Innovation. We'll also be joined by Adrian Fontanelles and Tom Cooper. Sushant Sareen is also joining us. But let me go to the Israeli guest, Flor Hassan Nahum. The big question now, ma'am, is how long does this continue? Of course, what has been happening in Israel over the last 24 hours in response to the killing of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? There have been multiple air raid sirens, shelters in place, people being asked to go to the bomb shelter at least about a dozen times in the last 24 hours or so. How long is their propensity to continue this war? Iranians are retaliating. We're seeing civilian targets being hit in Dubai, in Doha. How long, how much propensity is there in Israel to continue this beyond what we saw back in June, beyond the 12-day war? Is Israel, is America, is the rest of the region, the Gulf Arab allies of America ready for a long-drawn war?
Well, we hope it isn't a long-drawn war, and I think it's a very good sign. In the first 5 minutes of this war, we managed to get rid of the supreme leader who's caused so much suffering and pain and so many deaths in the region for decades. And so we will have to see if the Iranian military structure can hold. We'll have to see, and we pray that the people of Iran are strong enough to start taking over the government institutions, and perhaps the crown prince can be restored and brought back. You know, it's all very volatile, but all I can tell you is that Israel is taking the hit for saving civilization from the Islamic regime in Iran, which has been the chief exporter of terrorism around the world, and especially in our region. When you talk about people in the Gulf running for their lives, this has been our lives for decades. We left Gaza in 2005 to get rockets from Gaza in the south of Israel. We've had rockets from the north, from Hezbollah, for decades. And then from October 7th, we had an intensity of rockets from both the north and the south, and twice in 24 attacks by Iran. So this is Israel's daily life. And this is because the Islamic Republic of Iran has been let loose and let to do whatever they wanted with the region and the world. And it's about time to bring them down. I don't think that going back to the negotiating table should be the aim here. The only aim that makes sense is regime change in Iran.
How concerned are you that, yes, the top leadership has been eliminated, the IRGC commander has been eliminated, the defense minister has been eliminated, in addition to the supreme leader, but if you were to completely eliminate the entire regime of the Ayatollahs, the Islamic Republic, which has held for the last 40 plus years, how confident are you that that will happen, or is it only going to be that the figurehead at the top has been changed and whoever is number 2 or number 3 then takes over and could perhaps be even more extreme and even more radicalized?
Well, that's always an issue, but look what happened with Hezbollah. Israel took out Hassan Nasrallah, and there has been no real credible leader that has come in his place. Hezbollah has been weakened to the point that they're not even responding. They are Iran's major proxy, and they have not entered this war because Israel has weakened them to the point that they are concerned for their own survival. And so, no, I don't believe that when you get rid of the top, somebody else can come in his place. Yes, it can. But when you've gotten rid of the head of the IRGC, when they've gotten rid of the defense minister, when you've gotten rid of the entire leadership of the IRGC, and at the same time, and this is crucial, you have people, millions of people on the streets of Iran begging and protesting to get their country back. This is the recipe for regime change.
Also, very quickly, the fact that civilian targets are being hit in Dubai, in Doha, in Manama, these are all US allies in the region. How concerned are you that they will now be, right now, having conversations with the Trump administration to try and quickly end this war?
Well, it's absolutely awful that there have been civilian attacks. There shouldn't be civilian attacks anywhere. In Israel, that's been the major focus. Look, I actually think that Iran has made a strategic mistake, because if they wouldn't have hit these other Gulf countries may have stayed out of the war, may have even prevented the United States from using the bases in order to attack the Islamic Republic of Iran. But now what they've done is they've made themselves the victims of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And in my mind, that means that they are now more intent than ever to make sure that there's regime change in Iran.
All right, Fleur Hassan Nahum, thank you very much, Israeli trade envoy. Thank you for joining us here on News 18. I also want to go on to more breaking news that's coming in. It's been an intense, absolutely intense 24 hours in the Gulf region after, of course, Israeli and American joint strikes eliminating the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now, reprisal attacks that are being seen across the wider region. There are reports emerging that 10 plus people have been killed after soldiers opened fire on protesting people at the US consulate in Karachi. Remember, this was an important story that came through just a few hours ago. There were mobs outside the US consulate in Karachi. The police and the army had to open fire, and we're given to understand that at least 10 people have died after soldiers were forced to open fire because a mob was trying to ransack the US embassy, the US consulate building in Karachi. I want to go across to Siddhant with more details on this. Siddhant, so this is going to lead to further skirmishes, not just in Pakistan as we are seeing outside the US consulate in Karachi, but perhaps in the wider region as well, because the Iranian regime and the Shia connection, there is still some residual support in that region for Ayatollah Khamenei.
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, protests have broken out at various places in Pakistan. In fact, it's getting really challenging for the law enforcement authorities to manage these protests. In fact, just a short while back, Zaka, we reported that how protesters barged into the compound of US consulate in Karachi. In fact, stones were pelted at the building. The sloganeering was done by the protesters. Anti-America slogans were raised by the protesters, and now we're getting to know that more than 10 people have been killed. 10 protesters have been killed in open fire outside the US consulate in Karachi. So this is just one incident that we are aware of. We've been told that there are multiple such protests going on in Pakistan against the United States and also against Pakistan's friendship with the United States.
All right, Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. We're getting more breaking news. The Iranian state media is now reporting at least 148 people have been killed and 95 wounded in Shahjareh Taib Girls Primary School in Minab. Most of the victims, they claim, are between the ages of 7 and 12. Sushant Sareen is also there with us. Sushant, you know, I asked this to other guests as well. How do you expect this to play out over the next 3 or 4 days, perhaps the next week? Iran is clearly retaliating with its ballistic missiles, with its Shahid drones, etc. But how long can they continue doing this?
Zaka, it depends on how much stomach they have for continuing to do this, because clearly the skies are dominated by the Israelis and the Americans, and the kind of weaponry both Israel and America have, and the intelligence. Look, unless, you know, we are living in some kind of nursery class, moral science kind of a thing, you know, to expect that in the midst of a war, the entire high command, the top generals and the supreme leader get together under one roof, and, you know, first getting them under one roof, which violates all sensible protocols in a war, and then somebody having that information with pinpoint accuracy, targeting them and taking them all out. Obviously, there is some inside information which has leaked. Obviously, the Americans and the Israelis have made major inroads into the Iranian system. And the question is that the inroads they have made, will that work to effect some kind of a regime change within the regime? If you expect that the entire institutional capture which the Islamic regime has can be overturned and some new bunch of people, you know, earlier we were hearing the crown prince, you can make me the president or the crown prince of Iran and I will be as effective as that so-called crown prince. I will have probably more credibility than that so-called crown prince. He's worth nothing to nobody. He's a scamster, right? Now, he is what the Americans did in Iraq when they brought in that Ahmad Chalabi fellow, okay? Yeah. He was a fly-by-night operator. So is the so-called crown prince. He is not going to war. Do you have any other alternate leadership that you can install? I have not seen any evidence of that. So your best bet is to go in for a regime change within the regime, get in a somewhat more pragmatic kind of leadership, and then pressure them to go in for transition into a much more liberal, progressive kind of a democratic order, which I would imagine a large population of Iran would desire. I think that would be a sellable proposition. Okay. But if you were to call a puppet like this so-called crown prince, then I'm sorry, you're probably going to end up with more trouble than you're going to be able to solve.
No, I think it's going to be similar in some senses what we saw in Venezuela. The man at the top, Nicolas Maduro, was ousted and his number two was made the new president, Delcy Rodriguez. It may not be comparable, but America and Israel will have to find someone within the next rung of the Iranian regime, the Iranian leadership, who might be slightly more palatable than Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was. But in response, Iran is now sending in these rockets, they're sending in these missiles, these drones across the Middle East. They're targeting civilian populations in Doha and in Dubai. CNN producer Bijan Hussaini is reporting from Doha, even as Iran has been launching these waves of strikes across the Middle East.
We witnessed the first round of strikes from this morning. That happened a little less than 2 hours ago. Loud bangs in the air, what we think were air defense missile systems, more dispersed than what we witnessed yesterday. Yesterday, we witnessed around a dozen rounds of strikes coming in. The Ministry of Interior coming out last night saying that they reported 65 missiles and 12 drone strikes from Iran, which they say they intercepted 63 of those and 11 of those drones. They've also confirmed that there are 16 injuries and they're citing limited material damage. I just want to take a moment that, this is the start of the working week here in Doha, and usually it would be packed right now. This road around me would be gridlocked, but it is very quiet for a Sunday morning. We received alerts on our phone from the National Emergency Alert System a little less than an hour ago, reminding people to shelter in place, to stay inside unless absolutely necessary. And I have to say, we're just now hearing that there is another wave on its way. We haven't seen or heard that yet, but we will be asked to shelter here shortly as another missile wave is being reported on its way here to Doha.
All right, new airstrikes on Tehran. We're given to understand that just this morning, which is morning local time in Tehran, there have been new airstrikes targeting various military and political leadership of Iran. There have been multiple airstrikes on Tehran. Sirens have been sounded off in Haifa as well, which is in the northern part of Israel. Of course, India is co-developing a portion of that port, and that is again of grave concern here in India as well. There have been the launch of reprisal attacks. Ballistic missiles have been fired from Iran. A short while ago, we're given to understand sirens were sounded in Tel Aviv and across central Israel. The IDF says it's working to intercept the projectiles. For the first time in Operation Roar of the Lion, the IDF is striking targets of the Iranian terror regime right in the heart of Tehran, including that building where Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was holed up inside. The Air Force, guided by the military intelligence, has now launched another broad wave of strikes across targets of the Iranian terror regime right in the heart of Tehran. Over the last 24 hours, the Israeli Air Force has conducted extensive strikes to achieve air superiority, and that opens the path to Tehran. We're getting more breaking news on this continuing and very fast-paced developments that are pouring in from across the Middle East. The head of the police intelligence organization of Iran has also been killed. It's been confirmed now by Iranian media. Remember, the police and the police intelligence had a very, very debilitating role to play in crushing the protests that we saw just in the last month in January. By the most conservative estimates, more than 6,000 Iranian protesters had been killed. By the not-so-conservative estimates, more than 10,000 Iranians had been killed in what was a brutal reprisal by the regime. I also want to bring you up to speed with what Tehran is doing. These are the latest pictures that we're getting. I believe this is the latest from this morning, just a couple of hours ago in Tehran, where there have been multiple airstrikes undertaken by the Israeli Air Force, and it's very, very clear Tehran is under fresh attack. These are the latest pictures that we're getting from the morning hours that are emerging from Tehran. So this Operation Lion's Roar and Operation Epic Fury are far from over. I want to go across to Sanjay Suri, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Sanjay, so the IDF now confirming that Operation Lion's Roar is going to continue because they're not stopping just yet. They are now going in for the kill after cutting off the head of the snake, as it were. That is the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. What next?
Well, they certainly are not going to stop. They've launched this, they've hit a number of targets, they've hit their prime target, and this is all within the first 24 hours of this operation. They're not going to stop. There are 3 targets in sight for the Israelis and the US forces. First, of course, the regime, and Khamenei has been killed, as have a lot of other leaders. Nuclear sites, they are being targeted, they are being bombed now, and then missile launch sites, because that is the immediate threat, not just to Israel but to the entire region. And we've seen what's been happening around the Arab world, and overnight a missile got through to hit Tel Aviv here. A number of people were injured, one person was killed, and there was considerable damage caused. So Iran is hitting back, and the first aim at the military tactical level would be to try and blunt this capacity of Iran to launch missiles. That's not going to be easily done. There are a few thousand missiles that Iran has, and they're scattered all over the place. So if there are independent remnant units, even if there were to be a transformation at the center in Tehran, it's quite possible that these missile launches will continue. And as long as just the threat of these remain, this is going to affect air travel and sea travel through the Strait of Hormuz. Already we are seeing that coming to a near standstill, in fact, an entire standstill. So this is now what Iran is hitting back with, but Israel and the US, no way they're going to stop, not on the intervention of any government, no diplomatic efforts possible anymore, certainly not the United Nations that can stop this war, if it ever has stopped any.
All right, Sanjay, we'll leave it at that. We'll come back to you as and when there are fresh and further developments in Israel. Remember, there have been multiple air raid warnings that have gone through the night in Israel, multiple instances where people have been asked to rush to the nearest bomb shelter. By law in Israel, every building is mandated to have a bomb shelter. We'll leave it at that. I'm going to come back to Sanjay in just a second, but also try and get some of our guests. Adrian Fontanelles is here in our studios. I'm also joined by Sushant Sareen and Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Let me ask Adrian Fontanelles, in terms of how this story is likely to play out next, one thing we have not talked about is who could likely succeed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. I believe, Adrian Fontanelles, that the Guardian Council will be meeting as soon as later this day, and they're going to appoint an interim leadership. Who are the front runners you reckon are in the race to replace Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? It won't be easy. He's ruled the country with an iron fist for nearly 40 years now. Adrian.
It's difficult to say at this stage because they perfectly know that as soon as they provide the name of the successor, then they are providing a target for the Israeli and the Americans. So I think it is in their best interest to let the worldwide opinion and foremost the enemy into as much uncertainty as they can about their chain of command. As they perfectly know that it is standard operational procedure for both the Israeli and the Americans to try to kill the leaders in charge. So,
all right, Adrian, which is getting more breaking news. Iran's Air Force is now claiming, it's a claim by the Iranian Air Force, that they've successfully bombed an American base in the Kurdistan region, which is in the northern part of Iraq. That they've hit an American base in the Kurdistan region as well as in other regional countries around the world. This is as per the IRGC affiliated Tasnim news agency. We'll try and see if we can get some kind of pictures to confirm that, but this is a claim by the Iranian media that they have hit an American base in the Kurdistan region in northern Iraq. This is on expected lines, Adrian?
The Iranian Air Force is quite in a sorry state. So it has as best a few dozens combat aircraft operational, and these are obsolete. However, it is, this must be confirmed, but it is possible for the Iranian Air Force to dispatch, for example, a pair of F-4 Phantoms or F-5 Tigers II, and to use the mountains of Kurdistan to ingress at the bottom of valleys and to try to avoid detection. But I'm a bit, it must be confirmed because Iraq is covered by American Air Force combat air patrols all the times. And you have AWACS, that is radar aircraft, which are also monitoring the entire area. Mm-hmm. So if they did it, it was an extremely risky combat mission from the Iranian perspective. So
I want to go back to Sushant Sareen and to Abhijit Iyer Mitra as well. Just in terms of the fact that, these civilian targets, whether it's airports, ports, whether it is other places where civilians throng, and now all across the Middle East, I'm given to understand, Sushant, from Doha to Dubai, people are all inside. They're all inside their homes. They're all inside buildings. They've been asked not to come out. How do you see, whether it's the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, the President of the UAE, the President of Bahrain, what sort of conversations are they having now with the Trump administration? How long and how much propensity do they have to take these hits? Clearly, the Iranians seem to be sending a desperate signal by targeting some of these Gulf Arab countries.
Yeah, I think it's a strategic mistake for the Iranians to target the Arab states, the Gulf states. For a very simple reason that these were states who were taking a kind of hands-off approach. They may or may not have been sympathetic to Iran. They may be probably on the side of the Americans because they felt some kind of a long-term strategic threat from Iran. But they would have preferred to stay out of the fray. By attacking them and not just attacking American bases. You know, this is the normal Pakistani propaganda, these ISPR Havaldars who are spreading this propaganda on Pakistani television that the Iranians are only attacking American bases in, you know, these Gulf states. No, they are not. They are attacking civilian targets. The airport, hotels, all kinds of other places. Now, this is certainly going to incense the Gulf states. And for them, I very much doubt if they're going to turn around and tell the Americans that, listen, you guys need to stop it because we are being targeted. Because if you read the statements being issued by, for example, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, MBS, some of the other Gulf state leaders, their foreign ministries, it is very clear that they are furious with Iran for targeting them, targeting their economies, targeting their civilians, and destroying their brand images.
Okay,
So,
Sushant, give me a moment. We're joined by two students, Indian students who are in Iran. Muskan Shabir is joining us and Pathan is also joining us. आप कहाँ पे हो ईरान में और वहाँ पे क्या स्थिति है पिछले 24 घंटे से?
Okay. My name is Musarraf and I am joined here with Muskan Shabir.
And Aisha as well.
Yeah.
And we are currently in the city of Urmi.
Go on. Which city are you in? What is the situation there?
We are in the city of Urmia currently right now, and the situation here, at least, it has started to deteriorate as well. It has been quite one of the more isolated areas of the country, so we weren't really expecting much to be happening here. But unfortunately, as of this morning and last night, there have been quite multiple strikes that have hit the city of Urmia in the past 24 hours.
Can
Just
you,
this
can you
morning
also
by
ask
9
your
a.m.
friends what they are hearing and feeling about what has been happening in the last 24 hours?
Hi, I'm Aisha Mir, and it's very disturbing situation here. We are just seeing bombing from our windows. It's very disturbing to see everything.
How many explosions have you heard in the last 24 hours, and what is the mechanism there? Are there bomb shelters? Where are you seeking refuge?
We are at our hostels, and it's not safe. We are living at 4th floor, 5th floor, so it's not safe at all.
Are your college or hostel authorities giving you any instructions?
They are not giving any instructions till now, but yeah, they are cooperating.
They have cooperated well enough. They have provided us the service of bus, given that we have proper evacuation measures, and we have contacted and communicated with the Indian embassy, which have told us that by tonight they will give us proper instructions as to what to do so far.
How many such Indian students are there in your university, in the college that you're studying?
9.
So far, 109 approximately.
109. And what's the word
Yes.
from the Indian embassy officials or anybody who you've contacted from the Indian government?
Indian embassy is totally cooperating with us. Like they are in contact. We are calling them. They are in contact with us. They are cooperating, but they are also helpless because all airspaces are closed. So we just want help from Indian government. We want to get evacuated. We want to go home.
Has there been any sort of nature of conversation about getting, some special flights to come there to evacuate you folks? I believe there are about 10,000 Indian students who are studying in Iran. Okay, so far there's no...
There is not any announcement like that we are getting nothing.
Okay, thank you very much to Muskan and to Musharraf for joining us, Indian students who are joining us from a place called Urmia, which is one of the more slightly remote places in Iran. They've been hearing multiple explosions in the last 24 hours. More breaking news coming in from Pakistan. We're given to understand that thousands have taken to the streets in Skardu in northern Pakistan. They're protesting against the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. This is following joint US and Israeli strikes. There are a fair number of Shias in Pakistan as well. I suppose in Skardu, the people who are coming out and protesting against the killing are Shias. Anand Raghunathan is also joining us. Doctor, what do you make of all of this? Because earlier we saw, somebody trying to attack the US consulate in Karachi. Now in northern Pakistan in Skardu, you're seeing thousands of people coming out and supporting the Ayatollah Khamenei and his elimination. The point is, are these sporadic protests which will just continue and subside in a few days, or will this lead to a greater churn in the wider region and including in Pakistan?
Good afternoon, Zaka. Look, couple of points out here. One would expect this to happen in Pakistan and other states that sponsor terror at the killing of someone who sponsored terror. But it is profoundly disturbing that these scenes are happening and being repeated all across India, in Kashmir, in Lucknow. Please let me remind everyone that Khamenei called India an oppressor. He was sponsoring international terrorism from his soil to nations that were surrounding Iran, sometimes even thousands of kilometers away. And he actually perpetrated large-scale tyranny on his own people, killed tens of thousands of his own people. For someone to come out, pour onto the streets, to eulogize him, celebrate him, mourn him, is unacceptable in this country. And secondly, I like to ask the Indian students who were there, I don't know whether my voice can reach them, but is it not true that the Indian embassy and the Indian government had asked all Indians to vacate as soon as possible more than 8 days ago? They didn't do so. I would want to know what were the reasons why they didn't do so. So I think all in all, India has to resolutely stay away from either condemning the killing of Khamenei or in any way siding with this tyrannical regime. Please remember, even when we talk about real politics, this regime is over. America and Israel have actually have succeeded in what they started out to. The incoming regime, whichever way or manner or shape it will take, will be pro-American. That much is certain. So, and I can see from the tweets of the Iranian embassy in India that they're trying to goad a reaction out of Indians. We should absolutely not come out in support of either Khamenei or his regime.
All right, Doc, stay on with us because the exact opposite seems to be happening, because right now there's politics. Domestic political reactions coming in amidst this massive war, this massive confrontation that's happening in West Asia. Back home, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has put out this message on Twitter. She has said, and I quote, "The targeted assassination of the leadership of a sovereign nation by the so-called leaders of the democratic world and the killing of multitudes of innocent people is despicable and deserves strong condemnation, no matter what the proclaimed reason for it is. It is tragic that multiple nations have now been dragged into conflict. I do hope that, having genuflected before the Prime Minister of Israel and President Trump, our Prime Minister makes every effort to bring all Indian citizens in the affected countries back home to safety." It's not just Priyanka Gandhi. I believe also Asduddin Owaisi of AIMIM has also condemned the attack, saying that Trump's and Israel's attacks on Iran are absolutely condemnable. Ayatollah Khamenei's assassination is an immoral and unlawful act. My sincere condolences. Anand has more on this. Anand, so you're having domestic political reactions, some people condemning the elimination of a man who was the fountainhead of terror, really. And then you have across the border in Pakistan, people coming out in his support.
Well, this is also the largely not just support, because there's a huge Shia population in Pak-occupied Jammu Kashmir and also in Pakistan, just like there is a huge Shia population in Bharat, which is very, very upset, because for them the spiritual head, the clerical head, the religious head for the Shias, Qom being a very, very sacred place and the seat of the Ayatollah. So his death is going to cause a certain amount of angst, also perhaps in certain cases anger, and we are getting pictures at Skardu, where the UN headquarters have actually been committed to fire, and there is a lot of violence that's seen there, because this entire Skardu region is largely Shia dominated, and these Shia have been also persecuted by the Pakistani military and the Pakistani army. So they are upset and angry, but the anger is also directed towards the US embassy present there and the UN headquarters present there, because that's the focus. There's no US embassy or consulate in Skardu, but there is a UN headquarters, and because they are angry at the Gora and the foreign powers in the West, they have brought out the anger at the UN headquarters. Similar attacks were seen in Karachi, where there are casualties because the troops guarding the UN headquarters had to fire back at this mob, which was getting very, very violent. But Zaka, we also have to game a situation where if any of these entities or any of the Hamas, Houthi, or Hezbollah cadre anywhere across the world are able to enter into a US embassy in any soil or in any land and then hold hostages, then what happens thereafter? Because that's another scenario which has happened in the past, and military historians would say that then perhaps will change the entire dynamics of this war and this entire conflict that we are seeing, the way it is brewing. So maybe that there are entities who will be on high alert even closer home in Bharat, with the US embassies, the UN headquarters in Delhi and in Mumbai, etc., and various other places being under very, very close watch. Even in Srinagar there were protests, but they were peaceful. But in POK or POJK, that is in Skardu, we see that it's turned violent, and the UN offices there have been set on fire.
Okay, Anand, thanks for that. Like I said, there's also political churn happening domestically in response to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Both Priyanka Gandhi Vadra of the Congress Party and Asaduddin Owaisi of the AIMIM have come out and said and condemned the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. This is what Mr. Owaisi has said. He has attacked Trump and Israel's attacks on Iran are absolutely condemnable. Ayatollah Khamenei's assassination is an immoral and unlawful act, Mr. Owaisi says. He has put this out on social media, and so has Priyanka Gandhi Vadra of the Congress Party. She too has come out and said that this targeted killing by the so-called leaders of the democratic world, which includes President Trump of the United States and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, is condemnable and is absolutely illegal and immoral. Aman Sharma has more details on this. Do you expect this to have political legs, as it were? Aman, will this continue? Are they playing to what kind of domestic political constituency are both Priyanka Gandhi and Mr. Owaisi trying to appeal to by seemingly backing a man who was a brutal dictator? All right, we'll try and get Aman Sharma, our political editor, in just 1 second, but you can be rest assured you will see a domestic political reaction to what has happened in Iran, the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. You will hear more and more such voices. You've just heard from two prominent voices in the opposition, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra of the Congress Party and Asaduddin Owaisi of the MIM Party. Aman has more on this. Aman, do you expect more in the opposition to continue singing this tune, and what sort of constituency are they appealing to?
Well, clearly, Zaka, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Asaduddin Owaisi have both put out statements slamming Donald Trump as well as the Israel establishment. They are saying and they are condemning the assassination, what they say, of Khamenei. To quote Priyanka Gandhi, she has called it a targeted assassination. She is saying the targeted assassination of the leadership of a sovereign nation by the so-called leaders of the democratic world, and the killing of multitudes of innocent people is despicable and deserves strong condemnation, no matter what the proclaimed reason is. So Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is very, very clearly saying that the world needs peace, not unnecessary wars. This was completely not required. She has condemned the assassination of Khamenei and also saying that it is tragic that multiple nations have now been dragged into this particular conflict. So that is the Congress MP now clearly saying that why is this happening, and also saying, also bringing in the Prime Minister of India, saying that the Prime Minister of Israel and the President Trump, I do hope that our Prime Minister makes every effort now to bring all Indian citizens home safely. So the Congress Party is also now putting the onus on the BJP, on the Modi-led government to ensure the safety of Indian citizens in the Middle East and how they will be brought home. On the other hand, Asaduddin Owaisi is also condemned Trump and Israel's attacks on Iran. He's also, I said, it's absolutely condemnable. He's also saying this attacks have happened while peace talks were ongoing. Iran-US talks were ongoing in Geneva. More than 200 people have been killed across Iran. He said this is an inhuman an unlawful act. That's what Asaduddin Owaisi is saying. He said that the attacks on Iran should stop at the earliest because this is putting the entire region into instability. He also says that this shows that Iran is a force, Israel's attack on Iran is an act of aggression which should not have happened. So both Asaduddin Owaisi and Priyanka Gandhi are slamming Israel as well as the US, trying to put the government in a tight spot here, and the government, Zaka, has been maintaining a very delicate line here. Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has spoken to both the foreign ministers of Israel as well as Iran last night, and while he has called for de-escalation on both the sides, now the opposition in India is trying to put the BJP government in the corner and saying that Prime Minister Modi should exercise, his relationship that he has with Israel to bring this conflict to an immediate de-escalation level immediately.
All right, Aman, we'll leave it at that. I also want to go across to my colleague Anand Narasimhan, who has the various sites and more than a dozen sites across Iran, from the north to the south, and of course Tehran, which is bang in the middle of the country, have all been hit, including the top political leadership, the top military leadership, and also the top spiritual leadership. We're also getting in visuals of protesting in Lahore. So in multiple places across Pakistan, we saw locals trying to ambush the US consulate in Karachi, massive protests in Skardu. Now we've got the latest pictures from Lahore as people there try to attempt to lay siege to the US consulate building there as well. So the US buildings, diplomatic compounds, wherever they are in Pakistan, seem to be coming under attack. Parts of the consulate were also, these folks tried to set on fire. Anand has more details on this. Anand, yes.
Well, sorry, Zaka, I missed you out there. What we're going to do to our viewers, bear with us. I've got Tom Cooper here with me. We've got the wall and we've got the map. Let's try and understand how this entire strikes. How did 200 Israeli aircraft fly over the Tehran airspace, drop those bombs and then come back? So let's game this and understand, does Tehran have no air defense system? And that too, you had the Israeli aircrafts take off from here, Tom, correct? So tell us, and how did this happen? How does this work?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. It's like this. You have the Iranian air defense system is approximately here, around Tabriz, around Tehran, and you have Qom and Esfahan and Karaj. So this is the principal area that, sorry, I forgot further south here, another one. This is the principal areas that are covered by Iranian air defense system. The Israelis now come up from Israel, fly over Syria and Iraq.
Right.
Like this.
So that's how they cleared the airspaces in these regions so that these planes could fly.
Exactly. This is why no airliners are currently permitted to fly over Iraq and over Syria.
Right.
So over the border between Iraq and Syria, there are US and Israeli tankers waiting for them, and they are refueling them in the air.
In the air. So
yes.
The on-air, mid-air tankers. Okay, because this is more than a 2,000-kilometer journey that they have to fly.
It is over 1,000 kilometers, 1,700 kilometers to the border, so 1,500 kilometers. But the point is this, in order to release their missiles, they have to fly high and fast, which is spending lots of fuel. Therefore, here, either the Israeli or the US tankers from bases in Saudi Arabia come up here and they are waiting for them here in this area.
So that's where the on-air refueling happens over Syria and Iraq airspace?
Over Iraq.
About how many thousand feet high?
Well, 30,000 feet.
30,000 feet plus.
Okay. So more, that depends on the weather.
Right.
Generally, tanker aircraft is flying higher. It lowers its boom, and then comes the combat aircraft and refuels from that boom.
Right.
So they connect and they download the fuel.
Right.
So once this has happened, they accelerate, come up to, this is one of the principal launch zones, the other is up here, and they are shooting their air-launched ballistic missiles into Iran, like this, into central Iran. So actually, the Israelis barely need to enter the Iranian airspace in order to hit targets deep inside Iran, approximately to the line Tehran, Esfahan, Bushehr. So that is this part of the story.
Okay. Now, so let's erase this. Do you want to erase this? Okay. So we're going to erase all of this. And we're going to dive deeper into what's happening in Tehran. Why is it that when they're seeing so many ballistic missiles coming into Tehran, and yesterday over the Tehran airspace, these aircrafts actually flew over the Iranian airspace. So what happens there? Let's deep dive first.
What happens when they are closer in? Just a second. Sorry. So here we have a zoom in to Iran. I said we have.
You got to draw. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
So, for example, let's say COM, air defense system of COM. You have short range, you have medium range, and you have long range. And they're defending themselves only with help of SAMs, of surface-to-air missiles.
Right.
So, now when the Israelis come, the Israelis do not get really into Iranian airspace. They approach from here, launch their missile. The missile travels like this. Zack. So, now, the Iranians first shoot long-range missiles at the missile, then the medium range, if they didn't shoot it down, and then the short range, yes. Yeah. If it came through, boom, it hits the target or somewhere nearby. This is what is happening in this regard. One shouldn't forget, all this time, color, there are Israeli UAVs flying over Iran. And they are searching for targets all the time, together with satellites as well. So this is permanent monitoring of what is going on in Iran. Where are Iranian launchers? Where are Iranian SAMs? Where are Iranian potential targets? Where are the specific personalities they are after? So this is all the time going on, 24/7.
So it's real-time intelligence. And the other part you're saying, Tom, is that the Israeli UAVs were hovering around along with the satellites, watching. So if they are moving the Khamenei and the family anywhere out of to a particular location, if there is a bunker identified, they will have the intelligence.
Yes, they're tracking vehicles. They're tracking specific vehicles. They're tracking specific personalities. Even if it's some aid of, for example, Khamenei. Okay, they recognize him by his car or whatever other reason, or because he came out of his flat in the morning or his home in the morning. They are following him. Okay, he's parking there. He's disappearing in some building or underground entrance or whatever else. The point is now the following. The Iranians are all the time shooting down the UAVs. So the Israelis are losing and the Americans are losing UAVs, but they are not losing them fast enough, which means there is always a replacement UAV.
Right. Yep. So that's the military might that's being employed by the Americans and the Israelis to try and pound Iran. Let's now erase this and let me just ask you, if we look at the entire Gulf region, how is it that Iran is able to land these missiles? One. And the other part, let's just zoom this back in. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. So now Iran is attacking all the neighboring regions, right, in this entire Gulf region. Yes. How are these bombs or their missiles, what Iran is firing, their ballistic missile technology is very strong. Why is it that civilian areas in Doha, civilian areas in Dubai, civilian areas at Abu Dhabi and have been affected? What is happening here? Okay. Are they doing it deliberately or is it because of interception?
I do not think that they are doing this deliberately. I think that the situation is simply such that there is a stress of combat.
Okay.
So now let's see the following. Let's zoom in. Let's say there is an Iranian missile brigade intending or tasked with targeting Manama Air Base in Bahrain.
Right.
Okay, so let me show you. So this would be a problem.
Yeah, you just have to activate the pencil.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
So we have Manama Air Base. This is the headquarters of the 5th Fleet of the U.S. Navy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So now, the Iranian is sitting somewhere here behind the hill, in an underground, underground bunker. So he has the order to every so and so many hours, or on order from Tehran, launch his UAV or missile strike on Manama. So he programs with missiles. It's relatively simple because they are flying ballistically. Boom.
Right. So it's a loop.
Yes, in a loop. Yes. Yeah. But UAVs are flying straight. Directly over the ground.
Right.
So if there is in stress of combat, he is not thinking about, oh gosh, there are high-raised building in Manama or in Bahrain or whatever. He's simply programming his missile or his UAV to strike at geographic coordinates.
Okay.
And if there is something in between, well, the UAV is flying into it. It's just an obstacle.
All right. The other question I wanted to ask, and viewers, just stay with me here for a bit. We'll try and understand this. Is that in the case of a ballistic missile, is it possible that its GPS gets corrupted, its GPS gets disturbed, or an interceptor hits it and there is debris that's falling in the civilian area?
Of course it is possible. It happens very often. And it is not only that. Okay, the missiles have their instrumental navigation system as well. So they are they have secondary navigation systems, so they are still retaining some precision. But it happens time and again that both of these are disturbed, or at least the GPS, and then the missile misses, firstly. Secondly, if it is hit while re-entering the atmosphere, it falls into lots of pieces, some bigger, some smaller, and these are still going into towards the general area that it was targeted.
Civilian area and also at a great speed.
And it very easily can happen that somebody is killed or hit or damaged or whatever.
Or whatever. How far is the Dubai, the American airbase? From a civilian area, if you can just...
We can find it. It is, just a second. This is Dubai Airport, it is somewhere in between the...
Right.
So, just a second, I'm searching for it.
That's the Palm Jumeirah.
Yeah.
So this is the Palm Jumeirah where something, there was
it's whitened out.
Projectile that lighted.
So here you are. So, theoretically, when you are targeting this airbase in this area, just to mark it better. So, these urban areas of Abu Dhabi, is this already, or is this still Dubai? Dubai, sorry. They are still threatened because if something gets hit while re-entering the atmosphere, the wreckage pieces can go all over this place.
Right. So if there is an interception, say, on this airspace,
yes,
the debris can, rather than following right at the target marked, can fall in the neighboring areas.
Exactly like
and
that.
That's what we have seen.
Yes, and that's what I'm quite sure we have seen a lot of this, because we shouldn't forget the Iranians have targeted Abu Dhabi alone, yesterday alone, with 200 missiles and UAVs. So there is much more than we see on videos.
Right.
On this video we see 1 or 2 missiles at most, or UAVs. But in reality there are dozens and dozens of them coming in, and there is correspondingly lots of outlooks for some kind of collateral damage to happen.
Right. So what Tom's assessment is that these explosions in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and some of the civilian areas outside of the air bases are not done deliberate targeting by the Iranians. It's because of debris or interception that's happened of a huge number of missiles that have been sent by Iran towards these spaces. And when they land in the neighboring civilian areas, that's when we have seen debris. See, the Palm Jumeirah is not so far away. It's actually in the flying trajectory of the air base in Dubai. So you see, this is the Palm Jumeirah, and this is the trajectory of the missiles coming in towards this air base. And that's the reason why you have had debris fall here and also somewhere around the Fairmount Hotel. That's not so far away. It's also in this region itself, in this arc.
One more point. Let's not forget, just a second, the missiles can come from all over, from several directions. The Iranians can target with missiles from here, so they can come from this direction, from here, from here, from here. That means that the debris can be thrown in all possible directions in Dubai. That is the point. So it is not that simple as to say, always from the same direction.
It's not always from the same direction. The same thing applies even for Qatar and Bahrain, that the missiles can approach from multiple locations in Iran. Next time when we are chatting with Tom Cooper here in the dugout, it's going to be about the Strait of Hormuz, and that's another interesting story there. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks for that, Anand. We're getting more breaking news now. A latest video showing an Iranian Shahid-type drone falling from the sky. You can see the flames that have been completely engulfed around that area. These are pictures that we're getting from Kuwait. There you go. It's like a fireball in the sky that's falling after being intercepted in the skies over Kuwait. So clearly there is a lot of interception that's happening, as Tom Cooper was also explaining a moment ago. These are likely headed towards military installations, towards military targets, but they're being intercepted, whether in Dubai or in Doha or in Kuwait, and that's why it's landing likely very close to civilian areas. Adrian is also here. Adrian, you want to talk us through how and why this is so important? You can see a ball of fire in the sky falling off. Clearly, a drone there has been intercepted by a counter-strike.
Absolutely. It's looking like an Iranian Shahid 146 one-way attack unmanned aerial vehicle. What it is important to know is that it is extremely cheap to produce. It is between something like 20,000 to 50,000 US dollars, which means that Iranians probably had gigantic stocks of this kind of attack drones, and it's very much often much more costly to shoot them down than to produce them.
Yeah.
So it is really an attritional weapon. It is not so impressive because it is normal that you can expect that perhaps 90 to 95% to 98% of such drones are shot down. But you have a few minimal number of them which are reaching their targets, and for most it is hugely expensive in terms of money, equipments, flight time, ammunitions to intercept them.
I also want to go to more breaking news, and we're seeing this as a familiar pattern now. Earlier it was Karachi, now in Lahore. Pakistani protesters who are carrying the flags of Islamic State, of Hezbollah, were attempting to try and attack the US consulate building inside Lahore. We saw that happen in Karachi as well some time ago. So clearly, either the state is allowing this to happen or there is genuine anger amongst people. Pakistan does have a significant Shia population as well. Is this orchestrated, or is this an outpouring of grief and anger coming out? US consulates have been targets both in Karachi as well as in Lahore. I want to get Sushant Sareen's view on this. Sushant, do you think the military is allowing this in an orchestrated way to try and vent off some of this support, or is this actually, people's anger spilling out onto the streets?
So, Zaka, genuine grief is easier to orchestrate than, manufactured grief. And let's face it, the Iranians have made significant investments in creating and carving out a Shia constituency in every country, including in India. Let's make no mistake about it. Anand was earlier talking about, Dr. Ranganathan was earlier talking about, protests in Srinagar, in Lucknow. But look, let's face it, the protests in India have so far been very, very peaceful. These are people who, and they have the right to protest. I don't deny that. But these are very peaceful kind of protests. They are not storming any buildings. They are not doing any kind of arson, looting, whatever. But Pakistan is a different case. So yes, there is a certain amount of mob license which is also given. And look, you have to understand how the Pakistani state operates. It's essentially a Sunni-dominated, Sunni majority state. It doesn't really have much use for the Shias. So this is riffraff on the streets protesting. Now this can be used to monetize these protests with the Americans and others. And the Europeans and the Americans suffer from an abused wife syndrome. The more the Pakistanis are treacherous with them, the more money they give to the Pakistanis so that the Pakistanis can keep doing what they are doing. And the Pakistanis have perfected this game. So yes, there will be these protests. Then they will go and shoot some of these people down and move on. One point, Zaka, I have to add. You were talking about certain Indian political reactions. I can understand Mr. Owaisi, and to be fair to him, he has been fairly consistent in the positions he takes. My surprise, actually I'm not surprised, but I find it ironical that Ms. Priyanka Gandhi is protesting, because not very long back, it was her brother who was going to these so-called democracies, as she calls them, and seeking their interference in India's internal affairs to bring democracy in India. And today she is cribbing about the fact that these so-called democracies, again her words, not mine, and these so-called leaders of these so-called democracies are attacking a sovereign country, when her own brother was going and lobbying against India and the government in India and seeking to destabilize and displace this government by interference in Indian affairs. So perhaps a little bit of consistency would not be such a bad idea for the principal opposition.
Dr. Ranganathan also wants to weigh in, and I'm going to other breaking news in just a moment. But Dr. Ranganathan, you wanted to weigh in on this.
Elaborate on one point that I was making. It's, as I said, I'm very disappointed by the Indian reaction outpouring on the streets. I think the messaging from the Indian government has to be very curt and very direct, because Shias, as opposed to Catholics in the world, don't have one single spiritual leader like the Pope. If at all there is one leader they look up to, the Shias of the world, it is actually Al-Sistani, who is based in Najaf in Iraq. And he is a very moderate, quote unquote, very affable gentleman who talks about peace around the world. Khamenei is the last leader anybody should be looking up to, especially the Shias. So the government has to come out and say, this is the wrong person you are eulogizing and celebrating. He's a tyrant for Iranians themselves. He's the one who's been spreading terror around the world. So if at all you want to look up to someone, let it be Al-Sistani, who's in Iraq.
I agree with that sentiment. I see, liberals on Twitter sort of shedding tears for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He's a man who's brutally repressed his own people. Forget about the terror he's unleashed around the region, but his own people with the iron fist of the state. Even as recently as last month, in January, when the Iranians came out to the streets and protested, like I said, as per conservative estimates, more than 6,000 people were crushed by the state. I don't think anybody should be shedding a tear for him. But I want to go across to some more breaking news that's coming through. Dubai has been targeted again, and this is of concern. Certainly to the Emirates, it's going to be of concern. To Saudi Arabia, it's going to be of concern. To Bahrain, Dubai has been targeted again. These are the latest visuals that are coming in. In this instant, we're given to understand that an American building, we're not sure what sort of building, was it a corporate building, was it a diplomatic building, but an American building has been the target of this particular attack. We're again awaiting details on whether these were Shahid drones or whether these were long-range ballistic missiles, but it was an American building which was the target of this attack in Dubai, is what we're given to understand. And from whatever we can see from the pictures, it seems to have happened in the middle of a very bustling neighborhood, certainly a populated neighborhood, so we'll keep an eye out on that as well. In response, a senior UAE official has now come out and warned Iran. It has said that Iran's fight is not with neighboring countries like the UAE or Saudi Arabia, saying that Tehran's missile strikes on Gulf countries could deepen further Iran's isolation. It could also damage long-term relations with its Gulf Arab neighbors. It has condemned these attacks and has called for a de-escalation. I want to go across to Sanjay Suri. Sanjay, this is an almost unprecedented pattern of attacks that we're seeing. Iran is not targeted other Gulf Arab countries, particularly civilian targets in Gulf Arab countries. There have been skirmishes that have happened in the past between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Ports have been targeted. Other, infrastructure facilities have been targeted. But civilians or civilian destinations like hotels being targeted, airports being targeted. How concerning is this for the region, and how concerned are these individual countries, whether it's Kuwait or the Emirates or Qatar for that matter?
Well, Zaka, this kind of targeting is quite focused. It's not haphazard. Iran, however, wrongly has a plan here. It sees these countries as hosting the US bases, and those are the bases from where attacks on Iran have been launched and are being launched now. So they are seeing these nations as complicit with what they see as their enemy. So what they are trying to do is try to hit some of these bases, but beyond that, hit civilian targets in order to hurt the economy. And the economy is the lifeblood. It's a very fragile system in Dubai. It relies upon absolute peace and ease. It's in fact sort of a continuing air-conditioned picnic in Dubai. And if there is this kind of shattering, even to a small extent, it upsets the calm, it upsets the faith in these as safe havens. So if the Iranians believe they can hit this economy and hurt this economy, as they see it, they are hitting the enemy. And they certainly are hitting where it hurts. And this will be something that will certainly provoke all sorts of consequences. And the one fallout of this is going to be quite favorable to the US. The US has long tried to nurse better relations with the Arab world. It's taken them a very long time to do this and to get as far as they have. This is now going to throw a lot of these countries, a lot of Arab countries, into the American embrace closer than ever before. So what the Iranians will succeed in doing is quite the opposite. They are not trying to make a split between the Arab countries and the US. They're actually driving these Arab countries into the embrace of the US.
All right, Sanjay, thanks for that. We'll come back to you as and when there are further developments. Now, Israel has posted, I believe the IDF has put this out on their Twitter handles. They're showing footage of the destruction of an Iranian regime headquarters. This has happened just moments ago. This is footage that has been taken by either a drone, a munition that's been unleashed, or it's been taken by an aircraft, a fighter jet in that region. But you can see the exact impact, the exact time and place of impact. You can see a huge cloud of smoke billowing up from that. You can see the fire going up, and then right above that, you can see the smoke coming up as well. We're given to understand regime headquarters. We don't know whether it's of the police, the Basaj, or whether it's the IRGC, or if it's a political compound, but this is what the Israeli Defense Forces have just released. I want to go across to Mr. Yossi as well. Mr. Yossi, so multiple targets hit over the last 24 hours. I believe a fresh round of airstrikes have been launched by the Israeli Defense Forces even this morning. What are you hearing in terms of the latest? What are the other intended targets of this joint American-Israeli airstrikes on Iran?
Well, good morning. The target of this operation is to bring about a regime change in Iran and encourage the people of Iran to go out to the streets and take over the regime. Obviously, one of the major targets groups are going to be the regime targets, such as the regime itself and the security forces that support him. And what we see right now is that amongst the targets that were hit are the Broadcasting Corporation of Iran and some other elements that comprise the security forces that support the regime in Tehran, hoping that this will pave the road for the population of Iran to go out to the streets and take over. It's too early for them to do that. We need to do more activities in this respect before the time is right. But that's the direction. And then simultaneously, we try our best in order to minimize the capability of the Iranians to hit us and other countries in the Middle East that are affected by the Iranian missile launching.
Okay, this is on camera. You can see the IRGC headquarters. That's what we're given to understand. This is what the IDF has put out, the IRGC HQ being brought down to rubble in just a matter of seconds. I want to go to more breaking news. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister and one of the principal protagonists behind this historic airstrike and elimination of Ayatollah Khamenei, he's now issued a direct address to the people of Iran. He has declared that Israel will continue to strike thousands of targets belonging to what he described as Iran's terrorist regime over the coming few days. In a strongly worded message, Netanyahu has said that the military campaign would help create the conditions that are required for Iranian people to free themselves from the chains of tyranny. Sanjay has more on this. Sanjay, just walk us through what Bibi Netanyahu has said, because from his message it seems clear that they're not ending this joint Israeli-American airstrikes anytime soon. In fact, they're going to pummel Iran for a number of days until, as he says, the conditions are met for the Iranian people to rise up against the regime.
That statement is both warning and an invitation. It's a call to people and revolt. And the reason is that the Israelis and the Americans do want to finish this in a hurry. They really cannot afford to drag this on and on. Israel certainly can. Israel is set up for that sort of thing. Politically, the US can't. Politically, Trump will suffer quite seriously were this to drag on. They want to finish this, and so they are sending a message. So the third weapon that they are seeking to use, apart from all the missiles, is the people themselves within Iran, that they weaponize their anger informally or in some way against the government or against the remnants of the regime in place and try and get rid of it. So this is trying to rope in people of Iran as allies of the US and Israel. That said, we know that Iran is a very divided society. We had this report some 2 or 3 years back that said that of about 75,000 mosques in Iran, 50,000 have been closed. So a lot of people have turned against Islamism of the kind that was enforced. But a lot of the people is still, not all of the people. There is a very large section, even though it may be a minority, that is quite Islamist in its leanings, that for that reason will be supportive of this government and this regime still in place. How the rest will now revolt against this lot, this would amount to a civil war then. Already we are seeing demonstrations in Tehran by supporters of the regime, and of course a lot of people came out to celebrate, and if that is any indication, we had a lot more people coming out to celebrate spontaneously than people speaking in support of the regime. Nevertheless, there is this split within society, and Netanyahu's call is to those who oppose it. Exactly how they will oppose it, exactly how those who are entrenched and armed will resist them, that is a tough call, and it's a tough call for people of Iran. It's easier for Trump and Netanyahu to order these airstrikes, and this is all from the air.
the change will have to come on the ground, and it's going to be a difficult and messy change.
All right, Sanjay, thanks for that. Now, one of the countries in the Gulf that's not been targeted so far, now we're getting word, and this is again breaking news, an oil tanker that's been targeted by Iranian forces, Oman, which was acting as a mediator between Iran and the United States. Oman has now put out an official statement that an oil tanker was attacked off its port of Qasab, which is on the Strait of Hormuz. 4 mariners who were on board this oil tanker have been injured. This is the first known instance of Oman getting hit by these Iranian drones and missile strikes. Oman had been playing the role of a mediator between the United States and Iran. There were 3 rounds of talks that happened, 2 in Geneva, 1 in Muscat itself. But Oman has been calling on and urging the Iranian regime to stop firing these missiles and drones, particularly at civilian targets on Gulf Arab states. So clearly, this is seemingly the first attack on an Omani asset. Certainly, it's a vessel that's just off the coast of Oman. In fact, at the port of Qasba, just off the coast of Qasba, is where this particular ship, this oil tanker, has been hit. But you can see the pictures on the right, which is basically the IRGC headquarters, we're given to understand, that's been completely taken apart by an Israeli strike just in a matter of seconds. We're joined in our studios by Mr. Tom Cooper, military analyst, Adrian Fontanelles is a military analyst and historian, Yossi Koperwasser is an Israeli intelligence and security expert, Sushant Sareen, senior fellow from the Observer Research Foundation, Air Marshal retired Sanjeev Kapoor, former DG of Air Safety, and Anand Ranganathan, author, is also joining us. Group Captain retired MJ Vinod is also there with us. Group Captain, let me ask you, what do you make of these airstrikes? Largely, these have been strikes from the air, either through ballistic missiles or through drones. How long can Iran continue to keep up with this? Group Captain.
Yeah, Zaka, there is a very important base we all are overlooking, a base called Siri. It spells exactly like the iPhone Siri. Hey, Siri, Siri. So SIRI, 100 kilometers, mere 100 kilometers from Dubai. It has an adequately long runway to launch drones, not fighter aeroplanes. 109 kilometers to be precise. And I believe, in my OSN assessment, this is the base that is being used to launch these low-cost, like Tom was mentioning, not such a long-range drones, to attack all across Dubai, Abu Dhabi as well. And they probably will, in coming times hit Al Ain and probably Ras Al Khaimah too. So this is the base that I think Dubai has been taking it lightly for some time. And there were reports in the OSN community of a lot of movement from mainland into this small island, which is astride to Dubai. And these drones, we make it. These drones are extremely low cost to make. Less than 3 to 4 lakhs, you can make these drones, strap on 10, 20 kgs of TNT, and you will have devastating result, if not at least a dent in the image. What it did to the hotel or any other places is probably minimal to nothing. But what it did to the image is what is huge, especially when Dubai is looking to surge ahead in terms of getting HNIs on board, opening its space for business. Those things will get affected. People will have to factor these things into consideration when they want to move in the future, move in Dubai, unless a favorable regime comes in Iran, which also is a possibility. Time will tell. Let's wait and see.
We'll see if there will be a favorable regime in Iran. But Iran has also now started trading fire through these missiles as well as Shahid drones that have been unleashed. And specifically, they're trying to target civilian populations in Dubai, in Doha, in Kuwait. It has started trading fire after the US and Israel launched multiple strikes, one of which killed the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. CNN's Nick Patton-Walsh reports on the big questions that now stare the Middle East in the face.
Killing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is a simple solution to a very complex problem. And as the sun comes up here in southern Israel, I think the region, the United States and Israel, are going to have to urgently ask the question and find the answer: what really comes next? Now, clearly, the United States and Israel decided between themselves that removing the top level of Iran's regime would leave them ultimately in a better place. And President Trump has hinted that he thinks he knows who could potentially be a successor. He might be harking back to a Venezuela playbook where essentially they captured Nicolas Maduro and pointed towards his deputy as the person they'd like to see run the country. But Iran is nowhere near as simple as that. Its security forces are entrenched within society. They've got blood on their hands, just recently in January killing thousands. And so possibly the idea of some kind of moderate replacement in a box dragging the whole country towards the Western orbit is a little far-fetched perhaps. And still, the airstrikes and retaliations haven't even stopped yet. So it's a new dawn here, certainly, but one with very urgent questions as to how this very simple, brutal solution, the killing of Khamenei, suddenly fixes a problem that's beset the United States for decades.
All right, that was CNN's Nick Patton-Walsh. But now we have the first reaction from the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, who many figured was a sidelined figure. He was merely a figurehead. He is the president. Yes, he's now reacted. He has vowed revenge after the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. Tehran is viewing revenge as its duty, is what Masoud Pezeshkian has said. He was seen as a slightly more moderate, reformist president, but increasingly in the last few weeks and months, certainly after the attacks that we saw in June last year, the 12-day war, he was being sidelined as a almost like a figurehead there, and it was directly being taken. The most important political and military calls, security calls, were being taken by the supreme leader along with other folks like Ali Larijani. But now the Iranian president Masoud Pezeshkian has vowed revenge, saying that revenge is a legitimate right of the Iranian people. Group Captain, what do you make of this? I mean, there are ultimately, like you were saying, if we have to find a swift end to this, then Iran will have to be convinced that there is a candidate or a set of leaders who are acceptable to the Americans and to the Israelis, a moderate leadership, if you will, who then they can say, okay, Khamenei has been eliminated, the top leadership of Iran has been eliminated, now it's time to hand the baton over to someone slightly more moderate.
Even if that happens, Zaka, it is going to be a short-term peace for a simple reason. The hadith is very, very clear. Both Al-Bukhari as well as Al-Muslim. It very clearly says during the end of times, you find a Jew, even if he is hiding behind a tree or a stone, you need to finish him. Unless you do that, you cannot go to the judgment day. So if that is, kind of enshrined, then there is a problem that is always lurking in the background. Peace could be short term. And when I say short term, it could be even 100 years, 200 years short term. So unless that somehow changes, the narrative changes, I do not know will there be a lasting peace. A. B, and most importantly, like Zaka, you correctly mentioned, people of Iran, their will needs to be put on the new government and not a hardliner's view that should come on the people. If the reverse happens, then the problem is always there on the ground. So many people have been killed, so many people will be killed in the future. So a lot of, other countries other than US and Israel need to measure up, come in support of people of Iran to get a regime which is pro-people, Zaka.
Okay, I also want to get Sushant Sareen if he's there to try. Okay, we'll try and go back to our other guests as well. If Mr. Yossi is there to weigh in. Okay, Daniel Benjamin Shapiro is former U.S. diplomat to Israel. Thank you very much, Mr. Shapiro, for speaking with us. So now we have the first reaction from the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, who was seen as a slightly more moderate face. He has now come out and said he's vowing revenge against America and Israel for killing the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. What do you make of that?
Well, I think as long as the regime survives, they will try to establish some revenge. I'm actually sitting in Tel Aviv, and there have been several barrages of missiles launched at Israel already today, and those might indeed already be part of revenge. They've continued to launch missiles into the Gulf against targets in GCC states. So it's certainly possible that they consider this revenge, and this is a very ideological regime. They've been driven by that ideology to try to destroy Israel, to sponsor various terrorist organizations and undermine Arab governments, to try to kick the United States out of the region. And their ideological leader has now been removed. So it would be logical that at least until more damage is done, they will try to establish some measure of revenge for his death.
So war game this for us. How does this play out over the next week, maybe 2 weeks? Does Trump immediately claim political victory and say that, look, I've cut off the head of the snake. This is a huge victory for me. Now I want the Iranians to stop. Or does he go in for the long haul? Just doesn't stop at just Khamenei alone. He goes for the entire top leadership of Iran, and then he wants the people of Iran. I don't know how this is going to happen, but at the end of that, whether it's 10 or 20 or 30 of the top leadership of Iran is eliminated, and then he expects the people to take back the regime. How is that going to work?
It's not a good practice to try to anticipate Donald Trump's decisions because he's very mercurial and probably he doesn't know what he'll decide. He, of course, established regime change as the strategic objective on his opening statement of the night the war began. Then immediately within the day, he said, well, he could do two things. He could either go all the way, as he said, fight for 3 or 4 weeks until the regime is totally destroyed and he controls everything. I don't really think he wants to be in control of Iran. Or he could take, after 2 or 3 days, the decision that sufficient damage has been done to their nuclear and missile programs, and then he will threaten the remaining regime figures with a resumption of fighting if they try to rebuild those programs. And you could add to that Khamenei's death as an additional trophy that allows him to claim victory. He, of course, his history is that he prefers short, sharp military actions, not long, extended wars. He's been a critic of long, extended wars that the United States has been in the past, of regime change wars, in fact, in Iraq and Afghanistan. So it would certainly not be surprising, but very hard to predict, but not surprising if he would say sooner than later, after a few more days, yes, we've done enough damage, we've killed the leader, we have the next leadership tier in place, and they will be deterred from being as threatening and as destabilizing as Iran has been under this regime for so many decades. But that would be a way for him to get out of this before our air defenses are stretched and perhaps to claim a victory without getting pulled into a longer engagement than he wants to.
All right, Lieutenant General retired KJS Dhillon is also now joining us. Major General retired Rajan Kochar here in our studios. Defense expert Tara Karta, former director with the National Security Council Secretariat, will also be joining us. Let me ask General Dhillon. General Dhillon, we were on the air last night as well. The fact that the supreme leader of Iran has been killed, how much of a political victory is this for Donald Trump? Will he use this as a victory and say, okay, this is the off-ramp I'm giving the Iranians, let them take it and exit this war quickly? Because he doesn't have, as our previous speaker was saying, he doesn't want to get America entangled in long wars. Or do you think he has the propensity to continue this for the next few weeks so that the entire top leadership of the regime is changed and then the people of Iran revolt and take back their government, take back their country, and then decide who might be palatable as a next leader of Iran?
Good afternoon, Zaka, and good afternoon to the fellow panelists and all your viewers. We have to understand one thing. When America went in for this war, if you can call that a war or a conflict or whatever, it had a very declared aim of regime change. And why did America go in for this war? Because America will accept everything and anything. The only thing which America will not accept is anyone having the capability to hit American homeland with missiles or with the nuclear weapons. So if Iran was becoming a threat which could hit the American homeland, that capability has to be destroyed. Now with that as a background, when America went in for this war, they are very clearly laid out phases of war or campaign. They are very clearly mentioned what all actions will take in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Some of the phases can even overlap. Now, in this particular way, the way we were talking yesterday also, the first and the foremost thing was to decapitate the political leadership, the religious leadership, the government top officials, and the military leadership, so that there is a vacuum at the top in the decision making, and that would result in confusion in the rank and file. Now, that was the first and the foremost phase one. Coupled with that was to suppress the air defense, to neutralize the missiles which are likely to hit the American interests in the region as well as the Israelis, and suppress the air defense so that American missiles and drones and aircrafts can fly with impunity. That was to happen simultaneously. Phase two would be to destroy America's military assets and, most importantly, military industrial base, which was manufacturing these missiles, so that it does not have the replenishment or recouping capability while the war is going on. Coupled with all these things was to destroy America's economic assets so badly that for the next 2-3 decades, Iran's assets so badly that for the next 2-3 decades, they cannot get their act together and manufacture these weapons again. As also the nuclear weapons, nuclear material, all this would happen under an umbrella of a very solid psychological warfare or narrative building.
Okay.
Which has already started. We have seen the people coming on the street, the selective videos being leaked of women crying death to Khomeini and all that. So all this was to happen in a particular phased manner. One thing which Iran's oil refineries, because that they would need even after the regime change or after the war is over. Other than that, all the economic assets, the military assets, the political, military, government, top leadership will be decapitated. And in this whole game, internal uprising would be given a flip.
Okay.
And that would result in a civil war.
Let's see how that plays out, because on the face of it, it would seem that if you've eliminated someone who's been part of this country or the leadership of this country for the last 40 years, that gives people a reason to rally around the flag. How can you expect people to come out and retake the government, as Trump said? But I'm getting another piece of breaking news as well. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive. On Khamenei's killing, Pakistani protesters have stormed the U.S. consulate in Karachi. They've entered the U.S. consulate building in Karachi. Multiple casualties, we are given to understand, are feared. Sources are also saying that it's being reported that there are more than 8 deaths and over 30 injured in this attack that happened on the U.S. consulate building in Karachi. Sources are also claiming that the U.S. base administration has seized the bodies of these individuals inside the consulate building. Protests continue across the country. In Skardu, we saw pictures from Lahore as well, and now in Karachi. I want to bring in Major General Rajiv Kochar here in our studios as well. Okay, let's go to Siddhant first. Siddhant, so again, in the case of Pakistan, there's always a question mark. Are these genuine protests? Is this genuine anger that's spilling out onto the streets on American diplomatic missions, etc., or is this being orchestrated by the military, political leadership, the sort of government there, the hybrid government there, in order to give vent to some of this anger?
That's right, Zaka. In fact, this input has been brought to us by securities editor Manoj Gupta. Now, Manoj is reporting that Pakistani Shia Muslim protesters have stormed the U.S. consulate in Karachi in response to recent U.S. IDF strikes against Iran. Pakistan's security forces successfully pushed back the angry protesters who attempted to attack the U.S. consulate in Karachi. Protesters in Karachi set fire to the U.S. consulate amid demonstrations following the reported martyrdom of Supreme Leader Khamenei. Protesters broke through the security barricades and entered the U.S. consulate in Karachi. The protest appeared to be part of a wave of anti-U.S. demonstrations in the region following heightened tensions over the assassination of Iran's Supreme Leader. Now tensions rise as the city witnesses intense unrest. Protests erupted after Khamenei's death in Pakistan. U.S. personnel stationed at the U.S. consulate opened fire on Pakistani protesters. It is being reported that there are more than 8 Zaka deaths and over 30 injured. Sources claim that the U.S. base administration has seized the bodies of the martyrs at the consulate. After Karachi, protests have started outside the U.S. consulate in Lahore. Protest continues across the country, including Gilgit-Baltistan. Karakoram Highway has been closed to all types of traffic. Back to you.
Okay, Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. Thanks very much. Major General, here in our studios, just in terms of, how this is likely to play out, one variable that's been added is Iran is now attacking these civilian targets in Dubai, in Doha, in Bahrain. And those countries don't necessarily have the propensity for war. They certainly don't have the propensity for their civilian population to be attacked. How may that change the equation, Major General?
Thank you, Zaka. Point to note here is that these are soft targets because all these countries do not have that kind of a air defense umbrella which possibly Israel has. Because Iran has two options now, either to strike Israel, and we know that Gerald Ford is there, and it is an added umbrella for the air defense as far as Israel is concerned, because if you remember the last 12 days war, on the 9th day, Israel was not able to stop the missiles of Iran from coming in because interceptors had fallen short. But here what we are seeing is this is a pressure tactics on the part of Iran as far as the United States is concerned, because a message is being given to the United States as also to the Gulf nations that the United States cannot protect you any longer. Because if you remember, all these Gulf countries have US air and military bases here. And the premise why these bases were placed here was to give a protection to these countries against any outside interference in terms of any kind of a conflict. So I think a strong narrative or a strong strategic message is going from Iran as far as we are concerned, telling these Gulf countries that America can no longer protect you.
Okay.
It is not that these countries are enemies of Iran. You have to take that into account because over a long period of time, Iran has enjoyed fairly good relations with these countries. It is basically a message which is going to the Americans and also to these countries that United States is not able to protect you any longer. And I think these attacks are going to intensify, because if you look at the arsenal of missiles Iran has, preponderance of these missiles are the short and the medium range missiles. So it is quite convenient for Iran to target these countries and put pressure on the US to stop this war.
Okay, just give me a moment. There's massive airspace restrictions all across the Middle East because of this ongoing war, and as a result of which we're given to understand that at least 60 departures and 40 arrivals, that's a total of 100 flights, have been cancelled at the Delhi airport so far. Again, I believe Siddhant has more details on this. So, massive disruption to flights, particularly those that are passing through airspace in the Middle East. What's the latest on that front, Siddhant?
Well, that's right, Zaka. So our colleagues have been reporting since morning from various airports in India, from Mumbai, Delhi, and in fact, there are a lot of passengers stranded. Their flight schedule has been changed. Many flights have got cancelled. Now, sources are telling us that due to airspace restrictions over Iran and parts of Middle East, Zaka, 60 departures and 40 arrivals, totaling 100 flights have been cancelled at Delhi airport so far. In fact, Zaka, not just this, many airports in the region, in West Asia, have been shut after the strike by Iran, which includes Qatar airport, Kuwait airport, Dubai airport, and so definitely, you know, people are stranded at these airports. Not only in Delhi and Mumbai, but at various airports in West Asia also. Many flights are getting cancelled, and so far 100 flights have got cancelled only from Delhi airport.
All right, thanks for that. I also want to go across to Joe Brown. He's an I-24 news correspondent with an Israeli channel, I-24. Thanks very much, Joe Brown, for speaking with us. What is the latest you're picking up? Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel has put out a statement a short while ago where he has vowed to continue with these airstrikes for the next few days. Israel is not relenting. America is not relenting. How far do you think this will go?
Well, for Israel, they want to make sure that this is sustainable. If you just get rid of the head of the snake, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, then there are still people in place, perhaps even younger people, more radical people, who'll be able to take over the reins, and that could cause even more issues for Israel further down the line. And that's why they are going to continue fighting. In fact, just within the last minute or so, the IDF has come out with a statement saying that within the first minute of attacks yesterday, 40 senior leaders were killed. It's likely that includes Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but that just shows the level of their military arsenal, the fact that they have a specific goal in mind. It's not just to get rid of the leadership as they have done over the last day or so, but it's to go even further, to make sure that they are no longer a threat, to make sure that their proxies in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Yemen, that they pose no further threats to Israel. We had a little bit of the action in the 12-day war in June last year, but that was just to, I guess, set the scene for what is happening right now. What happened in the 12-day war was a good step in the right direction. It set the Iranian nuclear program back around about 2.5 years, according to experts, but they need to go a lot further, and that's what Benjamin Netanyahu wants to do. That's why he's saying that he will not stop until he is fully satisfied. Israeli sources have told I-24 News that it will likely be a week-long war. Potentially, it could be even longer. The state of Israel is prepared and ready for it to be even longer than that. However, as I say, they will not rest until Iran no longer poses a threat to Israel.
All right, Joe, stay on with us. Dror Eidar is an author and a former Israeli ambassador. He's also joining us, and Tara Karta is also there with us. I'll go across to her in a second. But Mr. Eidar, you know, the stated objective, as has been said by both Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump, is total regime change in Iran. Yes, the head of the snake has been cut. That's Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. But if they were to eliminate the entire leadership, what fills that vacuum? And there's hope that the Iranian people will rise and they will retake their government, as President Trump said. How realistic is that hope?
Well, I agree with the major part of the analysis in your studio. But one thing I want to correct. America, Trump especially, does not attack Iran because of the nuclear program. They attack Iran because we are speaking about an entity, political entity, which is the source of the all worldwide terror. Even in India, every place that you want to see some destabilization of the area, you can find the footprint of Iran. So you're right. I mean, cutting the head of the snake is not enough because the entity is still alive. We are speaking about a state which does not have economical sources, but dedicate what it does not have to kill people all over the region. And what happened in the Gulf states, America, the conclusion of America cannot defend them. They cannot flatter Iran. They cannot be like a mediator between Iran and other and think that in any crisis that would happen, Iran will pass over them. So first of all, we are speaking about a mission that does not stop with cutting the head of the snake. And second, I think that President Trump has a historical sense, and he understands more than other leaders in the world that if he wants to destabilize the world, if he wants to bring prosper to our region and to other regions, we need to change this political entity that kills its own people. They do not kill their enemies, they kill their own people. So we are speaking about many aspects but let's focus in this moral mission. This is a moral mission, like against Nazi Germany. Now, what taking place, the place of these old Nazis, is this regime, which is a Nazi regime, that its own goal, it's not only to exterminate Jews, it's to even to kill many Muslims as it likes, in order to control the area.
Okay, Mr. Adar, stay with us because we're getting more breaking news and I want Tarakarta to weigh in on this. In the midst of all of this, Pakistan has also conducted fresh aerial strikes. We're given to understand multiple locations in Afghanistan have been targeted by Pakistani aerial strikes, including Kabul, Kandahar and the Bagram air base. Pakistani jets have targeted the Kabul airport, the Afghan Ministry of Interior. These explosions took place between the Ministry of Interior and the airport in Kabul. Let me get a quick word in on this from Tarakarta. Tarakarta, what do you make of this? This has been an ongoing situation between Pakistan and Afghanistan. There were massive attacks by the Afghan Taliban just a few days ago, and now Pakistan sort of retaliating for that. A, what do you make of this? And B, how concerned should India be? This is in our region, in our backyard.
Oh, we should be very concerned indeed. I will take off from what the previous speaker said about Iran being a sponsor of terrorism. Iran has sponsored terrorism, there's no doubt. I have no truck with it, let me make that very clear. But I would say in contrast, Pakistan is a far larger sponsor of terrorism than Iran has ever been. Because the Pakistani army and the state backs it 100%. And that blowback is what they're seeing now. Where the Afghans have got fed up of them and these people are now they've painted the entire picture so differently, saying that Afghanistan is the epicenter of terrorism. Afghanistan is trying to kill the Islamic State as a group, but that doesn't seem to have been reflected anywhere else. But in this, what I would really like to point out is that the attacks in Karachi against the US consulate, which is disgusting, the ones in Skardu, this could not happen. I mean, there is no sign. I was looking at those videos. Where is the famed Pakistan army and they are Pakistan Rangers? Where are these guys who are supposed to protect these people? They suddenly disappeared. So you can attack defenseless civilians in Afghanistan, but you can't protect a diplomatic embassy in your own country.
Yeah. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I'll come back to Tarakarta in just a moment. Siddhant, very quickly on this. So 3 places in Afghanistan, in Kabul, in Kandahar and in Bagram have been attacked. What else are you picking up? Clearly, there will be retaliation by the Afghan Taliban as well to this.
That's right. So in fact, Manoj is reporting, Zaka, that the leftover US weapons at the Bagram air base, including depots, successfully destroyed. Local Afghan authorities are assessing the damages. Pakistan military operation Ghazab Lil Haq against Afghanistan Taliban regime and militants on day 3. Pakistan and Afghan Taliban fighters are engaged in fighting on Durand Line's multiple sectors. Afghan Taliban spokesperson said that strikes by Pakistan jet, has confirmed the strikes by Pakistani jet. In fact, anti-aircraft fire is being carried out in Kabul against Pakistani aircraft. Anti-Pakistani aircraft attacks, air defense operations are being carried out in Kabul. Fellow citizens, do not be worried. This is what the Afghan spokesperson is saying. So multiple damages reported on Pakistani side. Authorities are assessing and calculating the damage.
Okay, let's go back to what's unfolding in the Middle East between Iran on the one side and America and Israel on the other. Iran is now attacked a Palau flagged oil tanker. It's called Skylight. This was passing through the Strait of Hormuz right off the coast of Oman is what we're given to understand. 4 sailors have been wounded in the attack. The entire crew has been evacuated. In fact, this is the first known instance of an oil tanker being attacked that is just off the coast of Oman is what we're given to understand. 20% of the world's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has shown in the past its ability to completely cut off the Strait of Hormuz, which would be debilitating for oil prices around the world, and the markets could go in a tailspin. These are the latest pictures of this Palau flagged oil tanker that's been attacked by Iran. What is Iran trying to achieve, Siddhant, by attacking civilian targets, by attacking oil tankers? And Oman is a country that was a mediator between America and Iran. Now an oil tanker being hit just off the coast of Oman.
Well, that's right, Zaka. So this Strait of Hormuz is very critical as far as oil trade is concerned. World's 20% oil trade passes through this route, and in fact, in the past also many times Iran threatened to close Strait of Hormuz. Now, yesterday, after U.S. and Israeli forces conducting joint strikes in Iran, IRGC announced that they will be closing the Strait of Hormuz. Perhaps this is the ultimate escalation, perhaps which was announced by Iran yesterday, and now today we're getting to know that that this vessel, Palau flagged oil tanker Skylight, which was passing through Strait of Hormuz right off the coast of Oman, have been attacked by Iranian forces. 4 sailors have been wounded in the attack. The entire crew now has been evacuated. So it's a message which Iran is sending to other countries in the region, outside the region, that Strait of Hormuz is not operational. Don't take the route of Strait of Hormuz, otherwise they will also be meeting the same fate. Their vessels will also be meeting the same
Siddhant,
fate.
we'll leave it at that. We'll come back to you as and when there are further developments. Remember, this is having a huge fallout across the Middle East and in the wider Islamic world. In Pakistan, there have been attempts to try and storm the consulate in Karachi, the consulate in Lahore, in Skardu as well. Now the US Embassy in Islamabad has put out a statement. We are monitoring reports of the ongoing demonstrations at US consulates in Karachi and Lahore, as well as calls for additional demonstrations at the US Embassy in Islamabad and the Consulate General in Peshawar. This is again a concern as far as America is concerned. Remember, the same Pakistan, and Tara Karta was making that point, if we can go back to her, Tara Karta, they can't seem to guard diplomatic compounds in Karachi and Lahore, the biggest cities in Pakistan, but they are happy bombing and aerial striking, targets across the border in Afghanistan. Just what is going on with Pakistan? The concern and the suspicion has always been, let me get Tara Karta in on this, that much of this is orchestrated and it's being allowed by the Pakistani quasi-military, quasi-civilian state.
Oh yeah, so far you saw that when just before they, agreed to the Gaza deployment, for example, I'm just giving an instance, there were these, these huge, massive protests on Gaza. The moment the military said, okay, we're going to be part of this deal, no protests, nothing after that. So these are highly controlled ventures, one. Number two, I want to say much of this, I just feel so sad. Israel has got this. I'm happy that Israel has got the protection it does. I mean, that's great that people are doing that. Who protects Afghanistan? Who is there who will protect Afghanistan from these attacks? I mean, they have no aircraft. They've got nothing. Number three, the ones who are suffering the most are Pakistani Pashtuns themselves. 60,000 Pashtuns were evacuated because the military was preparing for operations. They were just told in the height of winter, they were told, okay, just move from here. So all this goes on. And despite all that, you still have the US supported Pakistan on the airstrikes. I mean, how strange is this policy? So I'm only assuming that they don't want to open another front. That's all.
Okay, just give me one more moment. I want to go to Joe Brown, but again, more breaking news that's coming through. The Israeli Air Force has just put out this video as well as a statement that they've put out on social media. In the attack that they saw at the IRGC headquarters, as many as 40 commanders have been eliminated in 1 minute. This is the claim that's been put out by the Israeli Air Force. Iran's top security brass has been taken out within the opening strike itself. That's what they have put out. Joe, what more details do you have about these 40 plus commanders? Who are these commanders? What are the known confirmations that we have of the top Iranian military and IRGC commanders who've been eliminated? This video has also been shared by the Israeli Defense Forces. Yes, Joe.
So, as you say, 40 commanders were supposedly killed within that 1 minute. These are all people who are very close to the late Supreme Leader. It's likely that he was also included within that one. But these also include the leader of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the defense minister, the leader of the nuclear program and close advisor to Khamenei, Ali Shahmani. And this shows the Israeli superiority over Iran militarily. The fact that they were able to wipe out an entire group within 1 minute. They say that they knew that they were going to be meeting at this specific time, and that's why they decided to attack right then. This is echoing what happened with the war with Hezbollah, where the strikes killed the leader of Hezbollah, and it was done so because they knew that they were going to be convening in a specific room at a specific time. And that shows the level of Israeli intelligence. The fact that they were also the first ones to announce that Khamenei was killed because they had picture proof. They have infiltrated Iran in such a deep level, people in the streets. I remember a while ago, Ahmadinejad said that they actually created a squad to try and weed out the Mossad agents within the Revolutionary Guards Corps. But the leader of that was actually a Mossad agent himself, and 20 other people within that unit were Mossad agents. That shows the level of which Israel has intelligence and superiority in Iran, and this is why they've been able to carry out these attacks. In order to change a regime, it's going to be very hard to do so without boots on the ground. The US definitely do not want to have boots on the ground. They have very bad memories of what's happened in the Middle East over the last couple of decades. Israel doesn't want to have boots on the ground there because there is a severe shortage of IDF reservists. They've been worn out, suffering from PTSD over the last couple of years. So they want to try and avoid this as best as possible. So in order to do that, yes, you need to have the drone attacks, the aerial raids, but you also need to have intelligence on the ground. And that's what's helped Israel find out that they were able to kill those 40 commanders within 1 minute. That's how they knew where they were, and that's how they will continue to fight this war. They say it will last maybe a couple days, maybe a week, but that is why Israel will fight until the very end and will be able to come away, at least in some sense, with a very strong military victory.
All right, thanks for that, Joe Brown. Let me bring in Major General Rajiv Kochar. General DeLaw is there with us as well. Major General, you know, the arc of what has transpired over the last 2 years, it started with October 7th, and Israel has gone and consistently eliminated all of its major terror fountainheads, as it were. It eliminated Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. It eliminated Mohammed Deif and Ismail Haniyeh of Hamas. And then, as I keep saying, the head of the snake, today, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been eliminated. Do you see the whole security architecture of the Middle East changing as a result of this? Or will residual elements of Hamas, Hezbollah, and even in Iran continue with the same security threats that Israel faces?
You see, Zaka, I don't think we can eliminate this entire thing 100%, because nowhere, if you go back in history also, you will find that terror outfits tend to regrow. Because if you demolish a leadership, a new leadership is born. And till such time, terror funding will continue from state-sponsored terrorisms like Pakistan, Iran in particular. You will see these mushrooming under different names. We have seen it in our own neighborhood. The Lashkar-e-Toiba becomes the Resistance Front, and things like that. The names keep on changing, but these people continue to sustain that kind of terrorism. And one important aspect here is the Palestinian cause. We need to understand one thing, that it was only Iran here which was a kind of a godfather to the Palestinians, and that is why the axis of resistance had been created. Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, all these people. So it is very important for now Israel to ensure that there is no messiah available here in this region to support the Palestinian cause. Because if you have heard Netanyahu speaking, he never talks about a two-state solution. And look at what is happening in the West Bank. Last year, 144 settlements were there, and today they are 210. 7.8 lakhs Jews have been settled in the West Bank. So The prime objective of Israel is to finish this support of the Palestinians. Even the Gaza board doesn't have any of the Palestinians on the board itself. So the message is very, very clear. Both United States as well as Israel wants Israel to dominate West Asia and not Iran. And regime change is the only way it can be done.
Okay, so in retaliation to the attacks which took out the supreme leader as well as other top leadership, military and political leadership of Iran, Iran has been retaliating with drone strikes, with long-range missile strikes, and they're specifically also targeting civilian targets, civilian populations in Dubai, in Doha, in Manama. CNN's Paula Hancock is reporting from Dubai after Iranian retaliatory strikes hit some of the commercial areas of Jebel Ali.
This is Jebel Ali on our left. We're just on the road between Abu Dhabi and Dubai. We have been seeing plumes of smoke rising from Jebel Ali. This is the commercial area of Dubai. We have heard from state-affiliated media quoting the IRGC saying that they have just carried out a sixth wave of attacks against US bases in the Middle East. Of course, it's unclear whether this is a direct hit, intentional, or whether this is falling debris from an interception. And this is the road from Abu Dhabi to Dubai. It is usually jam-packed. You can see how clear it is at this point. People are taking the remain in shelter warning very seriously.
All right. I want to go back to General Dhillon on this. General Dhillon, I also want to talk a little bit about the double game that Pakistan seems to be playing. On the one hand, they're allowing these orchestrated protests against US missions in Karachi, in Lahore, etc. But they have no qualms in sending airstrikes across the border, across the Durand line into Kabul, Kandahar and Bagram.
Absolutely, Yaka. There are two aspects to it. One is Pakistan military, which could not protect the houses of their own corps commanders. In May, a few years ago, the civilian protest. How do you expect them to do anything? And the second aspect of it is Pakistan military, if they want to do something in Pakistan, nobody can touch them, they will do it. Now, there is a background to what happened in Karachi US consulate. See, if you look at Iran's map, the whole air defense, I make this point again and again, whole of air defenses, and this has a link with the Afghanistan strikes also. The whole of air defense is facing southwards or southwestwards. That means towards Israel or towards American assets in the region. And their complete eastern flank, which is facing Pakistan and Afghanistan, is devoid of air defense, more or less. Now, if Israeli missiles have to hit Iranian targets without being intercepted by a formidable air defense, the air defense of Iran has to be divided. That means some assets of air defense of Iran, which are now facing south, have to face eastwards. Now, for that to happen, Pakistani airspace and Afghanistan airspace is to be used by the aerial platforms like aircrafts or the missiles to hit Iran from the east. Now, for that, Pakistan is the only country which can be bought with few dollars here and there. And Afghanistan still has some anti-aircraft weapons. Now, Pakistan is doing the dirty work for America in the meantime in Afghanistan, so that when this airspace is used from the eastern side, Afghanistan is not able to hit any of the air assets which are flying low. And this is what the whole game plan is. And now coming to US consulate in Karachi, how Pakistan Army orchestrated this attack on it. It is to show to the people of Pakistan that we are against America. We are allowing you to protest, and also telling America that our internal problem does not allow us to support you openly. So please give us more dollars, so that in spite of internal issues, internal problems, we support you in your attack from the east or in your attacks on Iran. Now here, 8 Pakistanis killed or 10 Pakistanis killed have no meaning for Pakistan Army. Pakistan nationals' life is dispensable, is expendable. They will kill 100 of them to achieve the aim which military commanders or the military generals are wanting to achieve for themselves, not for Pakistan. Pakistan's national is the last thing on the priority. Pakistan's interest is last thing on the priority. The only priority is how to win confidence of America and earn some more dollars.
Okay,
and
I
have those pizza
I want to
chains
go
and
back
all that.
to Tarakarta as well, coming back to the main war that is going on now between America and Israel. And of course, you have Iran and Iranian targets being taken out, whether it's the supreme leader, whether it's the defense minister, the head of the IRGC, all of them are now eliminated. We're also getting to understand that an interim leader, this is an interim leader, Ali Raza Arafi, will be appointed or has been appointed as the interim leader. He will, of course, have to oversee the process of choosing the next supreme leader, which will be decided by the Assembly of Experts and the Guardian Council. But how do you see this playing, ma'am? Because there are two conflicting factors here. One, that Trump does not want a long, drawn-out war, and yet you cannot change the entire regime unless there is a slightly longer horizon that is available. Yes, they've taken out Ali Khamenei, they've taken out some of the other top leadership, but the remnants of the regime still remain. And whatever the next generation of leadership will be, they'll only even more be ill-disposed to America, because America has just killed the man who's been leading and giving ideological leadership to this project for the last 40 years. Tarakarta, I think you're muted. I think you need to unmute yourself, please. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. See, I was from the beginning on your show, I've been very puzzled as to what is the US's ultimate objective, because you had Omani foreign minister. The Oman is now extremely reliable negotiator. They had said that the Iranians had agreed to zero enrichment. That was the last positioning, right? Now you have your guest who says, no, that's not enough. You know, US wants to take out the missiles as well. It wants to take out everything. Having taken them out, they can just walk away. You know, because you can't stop terrorism with any number of missiles. Can you, unless there is a plan B, which says, I have this ready-made government which is willing to step in and take over things in a covert manner. Like I said, much like Bangladesh, what happened? They brought in this lot. Did it succeed? It didn't. Putting any kind of, outside regime into a country is an extremely tricky business. And it requires a lot of patience and perhaps some boots on the ground as well.
Okay.
But they're not going to do that, right? So what is the option? I think from what I sense here is the idea is to weaken them. I mean, they've just appointed a new IRGC commander. So I don't think they are all that much in grief as we think. That the leadership, the functions are still going on.
Okay.
I don't see any
just one word, ma'am. The Crown Plaza Hotel, and we're getting those visuals. This is again in Bahrain, in Manama. The Crown Plaza Hotel has been damaged. This was shortly after explosions were heard in the Bahraini capital. Now, what is also interesting is they're targeting tourist centers, they're targeting hotels, they're targeting airports, they're targeting oil tankers and ports. These are all not just, sources of revenue or capital for these countries, but it is also potentially it could have, international tourists, international folks who are camped up in these hotels and of course in the airport and so on. Are they trying to send out a signal not just to these Gulf Arab countries but also to America and Israel that look, we're going to hit on these high value targets as they were in that sense, so that the message goes across both to Washington and to Tel Aviv, not just to Dubai or Doha or Manama?
See, one thing we've seen so far is, as far as I know, 2 people have died, right, in these random attacks. Number 2, what I have heard across is that there's the possibility of spoofing, that some of these things are being diverted. Number 3 is what you said, that it's deliberate. So far, Iran said right from the beginning that if we are attacked, we will target all US bases in self-defense. That's pure self-defense. That's legitimate. That's fine. What else is going on is inevitable, because not all of these drones have that great a capability. And like I said, spoofing. But if this continues, there could also be, I'm not certain, because we can't find who is making these decisions now. It's not clear. If it does seem that if they sort of spread these attacks around, more number of countries will start getting involved, and the crying out to say stop the war will increase, because Iran is not going to win this type of war. It cannot.
Okay. On this question of who will now get to lead Iran, if we can take that breaking graphic as well, Ali Raza Arafi, he has now been appointed as the interim person who will lead Iran. He will take all the political calls as far as Iran is concerned. Remember, they have vowed all-out revenge. President Masoud Pezeshkian who's seen as a more moderate, more reformist sort of a figure. He had been sidelined as well over the last few months, certainly since last year's war, the 12-day war that happened in June. Now Ali Raza Arafi is supposed to be the person who will take on the role of the interim leader of Iran. Of course, ultimately the supreme leader will have to be chosen by the Assembly of Experts and by the Guardian Council. There are 88 members who will decide that. There are some front runners as to who will take over the reins after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. But for now, Ali Raza Arafi will be the one who will be the head of the interim Iranian government or the Iranian regime. Major General, what do you make of that, and how is this expected to play out? As Tarakata was saying, you know, the system is still in place. The system cannot be eliminated or overturned. Certainly can't be done in the matter of a few days or weeks. The system continues, but America and Israel can claim victory because the head of the system has been eliminated.
You see, Zaka, what has actually happened now is that Iran has a structured hierarchical system. And if you remember, Khomeini had already named his successor in the last 12 days war. He had already announced a name that who will take over, and Ali Narijani was the person whom he had actually nominated. But what happens is today, after 24 hours of battle, we see the top leadership has been liquidated, but the leadership vacuum is not there. Somebody has taken over. Decisions are going to be made, and especially the IRGC. If we are seeing what is happening in the Gulf countries, in all probability the junior leadership of the IRGC is taking the call, because the senior leadership has been wiped out. So the hierarchy actually falls on the junior leadership, and they are taking the calls. There is no lull in the battle. It is a continuous effort on the part of Iran to retaliate.
No, but towards what end? What will they finally achieve? At some point, they will run out of these munitions, they'll run out of these drones and these missiles. What is their objective? What is revenge as Iran sees it? It's not like they can take out Trump or Netanyahu.
No, yes, definitely not. But it is a kind of a message to their own people that the United States is not invincible. We can also cause harm to the United